playing on proper off timings that they're doing, like Jin here, going for the repeat on sewers when he's been found out, going to continue past that molly, past that nano swarm there on the B side, when normally, you know, teams would kind of expect that not to be the case. And that's really why Alpha Esports have been throwing, you know, semi teams off. You see them when they take the site, they even push all the way deep into CT on the attacking side, and those type of things have been really getting them proper opportune moments to capitalize on.
Well, I'm just happy for Alpha. History will not repeat itself. We finally got a point on the board, and that is now old news by this point. It's time to see what this new Alpha versus new Oasis can really do. It does seem like the guns now will be out and about, but Oasis, you're gonna be checking out especially where the Sky and Breach are stationed here, Nico, because it's not really where Marky's gonna go or where Coco's gonna go. It's where Envy and Wild Oreo are there for the setup, and we've seen time and time again. To get to these sites, the flashes are absolutely brilliant. Here we go, though. Really, that was the season. Really get the latch on anyone. Prowler also chasing after Marky there. But Alpha, they got a whiff. But what's going on? Oasis was on the outside, but since we have the alarm, but since we have the setup, Oasis and Alpha just know how each other play on a map like this.
Haven. Well, a map for them to pull this fade out, especially. So much info gathering you can get with that Hondaverse, but at the same time, so much other utility it brings you. Sova can get the same exact type of information, maybe a bit more, but the fact that they have this fade and the fact that Marky's able to punish that actually and Insanity be the first one to go down looks and bodes a lot better here for the Oasis squad this time around. Not able to get, you know, overgrown, healed back up to full HP. And Chris M finds Marky on the back there on the gong. He rings those bells while Oreo having his Trailblazer out, and Envy finds two, one with utility, one with a gun, and this round is done. Jing the God, last one left alive, 3v1 post plant. Unless he pulls out a hat trick and a half here, this should be Oasis extending their lead back up to 2.
Yeah, I don't really blame Insanity for pushing forward like that, right? He already used his intel. He knows he's the one who can peek. Marky just had no fear. But I think this is now where the concern really settles in for Alpha Esports, especially for Yuan, because we know how incredible his jet can be. But he is enabled by that jet's mobility, right? Those utilities coincide with his playstyle. Now he's just going in as dry as possible, besides intel, of course. And it does become a bit of a problem for someone who has to shift from one role to the other. And we point this out because he usually is the one who has that immediate impact into a game, right? Him and Jin should be there side and side on the scoreboard, but as he's playing more of a supporting role right now, it does feel like the Fate is struggling to figure out to find these angles after the intel. So Oasis is taking advantage of those situations. Yet again, you have Envy able to cover with things like the Aftershock, things like the fault line. And never expect Oasis Gaming to not have a gun looking at your face unless they're still moving forward. When they have the setup, when they have the intel, they're going at it yet again. And speaking of it though, it's a brawl over to C-Long, Rolling Thunder to cancel out the initial engage with the Blade Storm. Jin has back on away. Ryu in a suicidal pocket. A one-way mission perhaps into the cubby. Let's see if Alpha can get a quick surprise.
And, you know, Dex, the only other time we've seen Alpha not play a double duelist composition, they lost that map quite heavily. That was on Ascent versus Brent Esports. 2-13, they did go down. And so, the statistics and history doesn't really bode too well for Alpha when they don't play that double duelist, and that's been true for pretty much the entirety of their inception, ever since last year. So, I'm really curious to see how this fade will really come on in. Although, on Ascent, as I talked about, yeah, it's not a double duelist, but they had the KO, they had the chamber, so might as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a little closer, but I think really it's just how comfortable really will Alpha be? Because we talk about how strong they are mechanically, and especially once we had these talks before the group stage even started, Alpha is the heat check to all the opposition, but what if they're the ones who can't really get heated on up? What if they're the ones they're feeling the frigid waste and the cold really that settles in at night? Then that might be a problem here for Alpha, but still a lot of rounds to work with, and concerns are clear, but there you go, the shots are even clearer. Wipe up the fog, it's Alpha coming in. Jin able to get two, Coco though, even in the shade, he still gets a takedown, but Alpha Esports now, they play it perfectly. They reeled back, they didn't overheat in the first engage, and they still had Jin for the second. The Blade Store comes in clutch, and the rest of the utilities follow suit, and Alpha looking to prove everyone wrong here.
Well, Chris M just, you know, blindly walking out there, from the smoke all the way to the back of the site. Makes me wonder, why didn't Oasis have a man marking that there? Maybe from the garage entrance, there should be automatically one person there, but then again, that's what Alpha is so good at, playing with those off timings, playing with, you know, very unorthodox peaks and pushes that really catch the opposition off guard. You saw Oasis, they thought they had the site firmly in hand, but Chris M and Jin had something else to say. You, in the back of the site there, didn't even have any idea that he was getting pushed, so they cut the lead back down to a single round, but can they tie it up on here? Very doable, but oh man, look at all the utility being dumped here in Oasis. They are struggling to get out of the A lobby.
How the hell do we get out of here? Stuck in the corners right now. The reception won't let up the stairs because we're not wearing any pants. And Gian sadly is wearing the pants in the clash. Marky goes down. Big pickup there for Alpha Esports to stop before it even starts. And really, without that jet right now here for the side of Oasis, someone else needs to step on up. My money right now has to be Wild Oreo to be the one to lead the Oasis to the road towards a site. But then again, high ground right now for Jin. He still has the Cloudburst for the disengaged operator also, and Alpha right now, if they can make an aggressive play work like that and back on the way, it's a lot better than usual here for Alpha Esports because we've been talking about it. Single duelist, lots of utilities here for Alpha right now.
We haven't really seen Alpha, you know, play that super util heavy game. It's not something they're known for, but that doesn't mean they're not going to be capable to adapt to it. The flash is left on Wild Oreo. 10 seconds before that gets back up to speed. We're going to see a full retake here coming from the Alpha Esports side. Oh, this lockdown is going to be a problem. They still do have Aftershock. Actually, yes, they do. To destroy that, but I'm not too sure if it's going to come out in the right time. Wild Oreo does get a kill here. Flashes himself out, able to bail out of the situation. Gets another kill on Ryu. That is huge. And here comes Nightfall.
Does come, but it might be Daybreak here for Oasis. The Inbeat also break the frame first step there. Ching sadly on the high ground. Coco keeping cool. Now Ching, the only one left, and Ching is the real soldier god right now. Alpha Esports comes in clutch what they need to the most.
Good scan.
And we are all tied up. You can always rely on this guy to ball out. He is Ching, and he is just hitting those things.
RG clutch here coming from Ching the god. Definitely plays worthy of the deity himself. They tie up the scoreline, Dax, and this is, you know, immediately a lot closer than the last time we've seen these two face up against each other. Chris M find a huge kill, and even though we saw Wild Oreo find two huge important picks to try and, you know, equalize the playing field, sometimes it comes down to big-time players making big, huge plays, and in that case, that was a huge play coming from Ching the God.
Yeah, don't sense yourself, man. I know what you look for, and you cannot lie. But the thing is, Alpha Esports.
Napaka-comment kayo, silent viewer. Comment lang kayo, don't shy.
That if you look back at some of the other highlights Alpha has, it's not.
Oh, they're eco boys. Don't lose eco rounds.
It's just so much more space being given by this utility-based composition, which allows Alpha a bit more room to breathe, a bit more room for error, and a bit more room to take advantage of the angle. So now, Alpha, they used to just rely on their raw talent to bail them out of those situations. Now they have the steps, you know, they have the Lego pieces to build that giant Millennium Falcon that your dad won't let you touch and put it in your own garage.
Good commentary by Dax. I like his commentary.
Telegraph my own intention as we telegraph that Marky wants to bring the parcel towards me.
Oh, nice, baby!
With one, with two, those are pistols on the other side. It's easy here for Alpha Esports Pro.
One more.
And they're looking pretty professional on the clean up.
Coco na lang.
Give them a 5-star service. After, of course,
What?
the hotel
Nice,
checkout,
baby.
because God, check out Alpha right now.
Let's
3
go.
kills on the board
Let's
for
go,
Gian
boys.
Sanity, and it's the lead here for AE.
Well, at least, you know, Coco's able to get one before going down, but still, very clean eco round from AE, taking that lead, and this is really good, especially on the defensive side. Good timeout here called by Oasis Gaming, I do believe. I mean, it's proper time for that. You've lost the lead, momentum heavily going in the way now of Alpha Esports. Cut that down just a bit, get a bit of a breather here. Find some way to come on back. For the meantime, you know, what I've been seeing from the Fade in general here in the VCTPH is not necessarily, you know, how they use it to set up an execute or set up a retake, but more just how effective it can be in a scramble. It's basically like you have a bunch of boombots running at you. You have so many kind of utility to just keep you in place and really find information where you're placed. And having that be a thing in a scramble in the mid-fight when the mosh pit is circling around, that's when it is so deadly and so difficult to deal with. And really, teams like Alpha Esports Pro, I do think that Fade in general does really kind of benefit from their style of play. And when they include it into their composition, it can be something that, especially with a little bit of refinement, could be, I guess, one of the keys to them really finding their success that has eluded them for the past year.
I mean, we've had lots of Fade debates right now, and I just want to have one hot take before we get back started. I really think Fade should only have one Brawler.
What?
Like instead of two. Like the Seeker, right?
Oh.
The little Seeker. I think you should only have one in the future. I don't know, that's why I'm...
Possible.
I don't know. It's because it's just crazy tanky and
One on
everything,
cooldown,
too.
how about that?
Yeah, maybe. It's just really oppressive to be able to toss it like that. But speaking of oppression, there you go. The impression is made on Marky. He even tries to go for the jump, but Jin will still hit it and gets another one. Knuckle Sanchez with the short. He gets the rifle now in hand, pushing
Wow!
looking as great as he can be. And the nightfall comes. It's Jin going for it. Ring and Ching are the ones who get the kills there in the end. But you can see the chain of events going in favor of Alpha yet again. And the God himself
sa kay overrated combo in Fade. Yes,
a shorty and a vandal. It's just different every single time the jet comes in close.
Nice shot!
Man, Jin has such a great, kind of ear for things, and especially his instincts are always on point when to push as soon as that burst stops from Goku, because he knows Goku's not going to mag dump, and there's going to be, that small bit of hesitation after he sprays. He uses that timing to his advantage. Envy, fortunately here for Oasis, only able to find one, and Oasis still have not been able to get themselves going after that timeout. Marky really taking as much space as he can.
They can't use
Cloud
their,
Burst to keep them at bay, but they have to be careful. The Flash may be waiting at the other end of things. He gets that kill on the Insanity, still somehow locked down to be placed potentially. Marky's still not down, able to fend himself off, and Gin gets that kill, but Envy quick on the trade. 3v4 right now, weapons advantage from the side of Alpha. Quick trade as well coming from Wild Oreo, still 2v3. They do have the man advantage, but what can they really do with a bunch of SMGs?
Please, ikaw down sila eh.
From Oasis, they can't.
Kaya lang si Coco nandito pa si Coco.
Marky got that kill, they knew they could rush it.
Nice Ching!
The kill would punish later on, but Ching with the thing on to Coco, that's a good take down here for the side
Nice,
of
good
Alpha.
lockdown, good lockdown.
His influence has been felt all throughout. Great gravity a while ago for the zone. Now then, it's 2v2 and a pinch being made here by Alpha Esports and Oasis Gaming respectively. Well then, space now created by Alpha.
They're gonna take down Wild Oreo.
Ripper to try and come in from behind, but he has been exposed. Cosmic Divide comes into play. Someone needs to peek. Wild Oreo with a guy like Chris M decides to go for the defuse, but in the silence.
Nice, Chris!
In here for Oasis as Alpha Esports are the ones
Nice,
who
Chris!
and they shush Oasis down. This should be enough time for the defuse and even more time to build up this lead.
Let's go,
I
boys!
really like this composition coming from Alpha Esports, especially with the fact that they still keep an Astra on there. Now, one might wonder, Astra, maybe a bit archaic now. Is it time to play the Omen, especially with the seemingly aggressive composition that he might have? Right, you got that Fade, you got that Breach, you got the Jet. You see the backline here of Alpha. You see that they still have that Astra and Killjoy to really lock things down, to give them some semblance of control when things go haywire. And that Cosmic Divide came in huge in that round. Without that Cosmic Divide, things could have gone very different there for Alpha, maybe in Oasis's way. And the fact that you have such global influence on so many of these agents that they have, it really does help them kind of lock down the entire map, especially with a huge map like this with 3 lanes. That Breach plus Astra plus Killjoy kind of composition they have gives them so much to work with on such a huge playground.
Yeah, Chrism is like that quiet friend that you don't need to talk to too much. You guys know your friends, and he'll bail you out in a pinch, no question asked. And that's exactly what's happened. We remember all the way back into those A rounds wherein Jin has to back on the way, and he gets covered by the gravity well. Case in point a while ago to allow Ryu to even get one more kill. Then you add in Ching to the collection, who's bragging out right now. Alpha Esports is good when Ching is able to go for the takedowns, but the backline right now has been broken. The spine of Alpha Esports, and you can see they're paralyzed with fear because Oasis has gotten rid of everyone they needed to at the start of the round. Infield ready with the kill onto Ryu.
Nakapatay siya ng death. Nakapatay siya ng stun. Grabe si Wild Oreo.
Seaside with the Reyna. Can he do it with the Jet this time? Up in hand, blades are used.
Nah. Save it, bro.
Back on the way. No highlights for you this time, good sir. It's Oasis getting rid of prime targets at prime times.
1v4, yeah, this round is done.
Yeah,
Great
well,
job by Oasis to come back after they really were struggling
swerte
early
ni
on in the past few
Oreo!
rounds. And keep themselves in the game to get this 6-4.
Seized
Really
siya.
get some a bit
Seized
more to work
and
with
deaf.
moving forward, and especially
then-
since their economy has been in
and
shambles.
then,
Huge
stunned
round for them
siya.
to win.
And he
Could
still
be
kills!
a sign of them maybe starting to read things,
What?
but still,
What?
there is a bunch of momentum in Alpha Esports Pro's pocket. That's not something you're going to let go too easily.
Oasis, I think the question right now for the half is, are they prepared
Kasama
for
po ba yan
Alpha
sa
enough
practice? Sa
once
practice
it
nyo,
gets
magpapastan ka, tapos kailangan mo
scrappier
ma-one
later
tap
on?
mo.
Because
Grabe
these
naman.
guys obviously has
Grabe
look
si
for
Oreo.
expectations.
Ayan o,
for
tingnan
example.
nyo. Oh,
Let's
mapatay
come
niya si
in,
Ching. Although blind si Ching, pero
chaos,
still.
you can really see that's how
Oh,
they
napatay niya Gian
But
while
then they realized,
nabablast
okay,
siya.
Alpha's playing the hang back.
And then may
Playing
napatay
a
siya isa
really
pa
effective
while
game to
stunned
just
siya.
Try and keep safe and sound the
While
backline that they
he's
need.
stunned.
And now they get the right hit at the right
Like,
time. towards
lahat
that C
ng
site. But can
distraction
they
na
find
pwede
it?
nasa
Again and
kanya,
again,
pero he
they'll
still
play
gets
the Astra.
3.
Players like the Killjoy, well, we'll find out as Alpha right now gonna be playing a bit more aggressive. Jin is there, but Ryu catches Envy to start things off. That's a great start here for Alpha.
Nagawa nila yung combo.
Well, that is really going to hurt a lot of their initiating power. To lose that bridge, to lose your main initiator, man, it's going to be so much more difficult to get themselves within the site.
Sabi
Well,
clear
Oreo,
A.
fortunately for
They're
him,
gonna
finds
take
so
A.
much
They're gonna take
information
A.
off of that. Sees where all out of this kill utility is going to be placed, so they deny at least the most important
Oh no.
nano swarm from
napaplant
all
na
of that.
naman.
Flash on out to keep him at bay, but that leaves him.
Ang
Okay,
hirap-
he
ang
now
hirap
has that
pag-retake
flash.
eh.
Just one though to contend with.
Let's see.
Compared to Alpha, who have so much more
Oh,
utility to come
oy,
back
alam ko
with,
to,
it's
napanood
going to be
ko
a
na to,
lot
napanood
more
ko na to.
difficult for Oasis to hold on in the previous round. Here
Oh,
comes Jin
1L.
on the swing, not expecting
What?
it there.
Oh,
And they're completely turning him on down. Coco did
yes.
such an ample job of keeping him
Wow,
at bay, but in the
Will.
end, numbers advantage, utility especially working out
Ang
in
ganda
Alpha's
nung
favor,
scan mo.
and they secure the
Chat
advantageous
kasi
half.
Gian. Ang ganda
That's the
nung
problem.
scan. Retake, grabe lord.
Last round before the switch.
Handle the scrap. Seems
Kiss
like
kita malala.
because this
Their
is just so
visit.
smooth. But Alpha Esports, they come in, they get Jin on the off
Wow.
angle, and immediately as it happens, Jin just mows everyone down from the side. 3, 4.
Ganda nung execution, di ba? The stun, the stun, the scan, the flash,
of the two
and then the push.
of Alpha Esports.
Nag-push si
It's a
Jin
approach. You have the
and
utility
Jing.
side,
Nag-scan
you
sa
have
heaven
the
si Fade.
engagement side
Nag-stun
here
si
from
Ryu.
Alpha. And this
Nag-smoke
looks to
si
be
Chris.
prime Alpha
It's
Esports right now that they
perfect!
finally brought out against Oasis Gaming. Were they just waiting for this specific matchup to come to exact their revenge on Oasis Gaming? Is it a tale of retribution for our lunchtime fanfare? Because today, man, it's such a heavy day of games. You have Team Secret versus Bread. After that, the Bread Multiverse looking to collide, just like the Multiverse of Madness.
They know, they know. Oy, Ryu!
Wild Oreo, have it back on the way. He's the only one without a rifle here for the side of Oasis. And you can see that
Totoo din yan,
Oasis
Ralph.
is
Wala
just
silang pan-retake.
crawling
Simply
right now with
because
their pace.
last time, their agents are
Maybe
not
it should
really
be someone
ideal
else
for
taking
retake.
that
Like,
fight,
hindi ideal
considering
for retakes yung
dealing
agents
with
sila. So,
rifles.
all they have
Contact
to do
has
is
been made here
prevent
towards Greco.
pushes.
They have to try and flush
Ngayon,
out for Sam here
per
towards
retake sila.
C-Long. If Ripper
Yo,
stays alive, if he
Chris!
does it, that's huge here for Ripper to find. And Marky
Wow.
gets a spam through the smoke as well. Ching going down. But you've seen Alpha come back from these type of rounds. Nightfall ensues. Still, Marky in the
Winnable,
back to the side. They
winnable,
know that
winnable.
he typically does play this position, and so be very
Onto the
careful what he's
brother.
doing right now.
Prowler's get stuck because of the
Ayun
position
lang.
of the Jet. And
Kaya
here
to ni
goes
Jin.
dash on in. Jin going to find on the Marky, but Marky still gets collision
Oy!
force off the Jin. And for
7-5, good up,
Oasis,
good up,
that
boys.
will be as flawless as the eye
Good
can
up, boys.
see. Well executed
Switching
towards that
sides.
C site, and I'm really not a fan of that all-in cubby corner if you're the controller player. It's just so dangerous. You want to have those smokes later on into the fights, and as soon as again Oasis gets rid of the Astra, life gets so much easier for them. So 7-5 right now. Alpha Esports had that sudden Kris Kringle, right? There's like Secret Santa. This is now your gift. I did not expect this, and this is the competition that we get from them. They have shown absolute strides in making space for themselves, for Jin, and then vice versa when you see the retreat. But Oasis, of course, they have found adjustments
Tama ka,
on the
Robin.
fly.
They need
I think the
pistol
only
para
problem right now
9-5.
for Oasis is because Alpha can switch between two different tracks of mind right now. Oasis needs to get that read, especially that now that they're on the defense of what Alpha will bring to this half.
I guess, you know, when
Pag
you look
natalo
at
pistol, magiging all
how
7-7. Pag nanalo
a
pistol,
lot of
magiging
controllers
9-5.
like to play. And they kind of feel like, okay,
Which
this
is good.
typically a
Wala.
controller, especially on the C side, like an Astra might be forced into that position where they have to try and make a play, they have to really anchor things down. In that case, it can be a tempting idea to go for, you know, those type of committed positions, but we call those positions committed positions for good reason. You're committed to the fight, you're committed for the kill, but you're also committed to going down soon after, and those are things that you talked about, Dax. Who knows? Maybe the utility of Chris M here, that the Astra, smokers in general,
I
could
think
have helped
Haven
so
is a
much more
balanced map.
if things went the other way. Now, if you
depende
got
pa
the
din
kill on
sa
Ripper and
agents
maybe
niya,
you know,
saka how
stayed
you
alive
play
for a
it.
bit, then
Kung
who knows? We could
magiging,
be saying
kung
a very
magiging attack or
different
defender.
story. We could be saying, hey, that was a really good risk here, but I don't know. Typically, it just does kind of bode not too well for the retaking team to lose your controller early on, especially. But at the very least, Oasis here, they get that fifth round. But they are going to the defensive side, which isn't typically the favored side here, but I do think when in terms of Haven, you can play really well on either side. It really will come down to how Oasis will lock things down. Now,
Hi, Jano.
they have
Hi,
Coco
Carlo.
still
Thank you
on
for the
that
multiple.
Killjoy. One of the few maps, maybe, that she hasn't entirely, maybe not entirely, but to some extent, gone out of fashion. And for
Hey,
especially
Oasis
a player
fan.
like
Hi,
him,
Kennedy.
who has had really defining plays.
Oy,
it does
first pick
bode
by
well, but
Jin.
Jin finding that
Let's
kill on the
go.
marquee from that range with a frenzy.
Oy, 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 oy,
What on earth?
Staxi, go back, boys.
Ace
Go
for
back,
Alpha
boys,
and
please.
Ace for attack. Alpha attack looking to be stellar so
Good
far
call.
through the tournament.
Good
You can
call,
see
good
Jin
call.
and
Umalis
Marky just
sila,
having
umalis
a bit of
sila.
an ego battle there towards that C side, which
Good
Alpha
call,
is able
good
to
call.
get that
Kung sino man
victory from. Now then,
nag mid-round call na
towards
mag-rotate,
A we
good
go
call.
with Shane. We also have Wild Oreo playing from the link. And he's just trying to get that sideline here towards short. And Wild Oreo can cover enough, protect himself. Finds two even
Wow,
from
si
the
Wild
break
Oreo
down
na
here
naman!
so far from this
Grabe si
guy.
Wild Oreo.
Percent though, or at least makes the trades happen. But it's 3v3
Wow.
right now. And the Frenzies versus the Classics
planted.
will full auto beat the free gun. So, both line first, start things off. Coco, also a helping hand with the turret. Indy waiting for the timing to drop down right behind Ching and gets the drop assassination at its finest. Join the Brotherhood here, Indy, because you have proven you can get the drop down. But Chris drops the fools right and it's Chris M who will be automatic with the clutch shot after shot for ROG. There you go. Alpha Esports will take it.
Nice, Chris!
Man, oh man. Alpha still winning out in the end there. I thought that was a round going towards Oasis potentially. But Envy, even with all the kills he gets, Chris M coming in huge. I don't even know how he does it. Gets his last 3 kills that he needed.
Sa libreng
And that was
barel.
all he had
Sa
to do, man.
libreng
Right
barel.
click after right click. 4 kills for the man. And Chris M says, this is our land. Alpha Esports Pro looking as dominant as ever. And this is potentially the best that they
Ready
have
sila
ever
sa push.
been.
Ready sila sa A-push. Ready sila sa A-push.
I guess he's Chris M in the streets, man. That's just it. That was gangsta. That was just so dirty there from Chris
Pop.
M. Beautiful pop shot.
Nice
and,
trap!
Pop goes the
Grabe, ang ganda ng trap
starts
nila.
the round.
Ang ganda ng trap nila.
Ready with a stellar
Wait,
foundation.
Jin
Coco Ripper.
Jin dying to frenzy,
Right now,
Jin.
Big
You have
kickoff towards
bundle,
the
bro.
middle. This will force Alpha to actually go towards one of the sides. And
Oy, naging 3v4 pa. Namatay si Jin saka si Jin.
And Coco has a Spectre right now. So this is an interesting call by Alpha Esports. Even Santi, he's trying to make a play towards spawn. But now he's a little stuck here. And it will only work if Oasis doesn't really check that corner. And there you go. G and Santi, nice movement onto the inside, and the infiltration becomes the isolation. Wild Order goes down.
no!
Now he has to deal with 2.
Nice!
Ripper on the board, but Ryu comes in big
Yes!
with a peek, and Trisem is there again to end the round for Alpha. Well
pero good
played
di
by
ko sa
Alpha
Oasis.
Esports. This time, so much more well
Pero
executed on the
good
off
ego yun sa Oasis.
And it's 9-5. That could have been a lot worse, really, for Alpha, even though Oasis was just on the eco.
Looking a bit dangerous there for a moment, Dax, but hey, they're able to bail themselves out of it. A great heads up by Gian Sanity to position himself here. Fortunately, no one coming from that CT spawn, and Ryu
Ang cute nung
right in the
trap nila.
perfect spot.
Bumaril yung
to
kill
help
sa'yo.
him
May
on out
molly,
and get
may
the
stun.
trade. That
Kawawa
he does. 9-5. This round, if it isn't won by Oasis, then we could be looking at the quick map number 1 in the favor of Alpha Esports. Now there is one more buy round after this if Oasis loses, but At that point, you're pretty much facing match point. It's going to be very difficult for them to win. They get the free plant off of this, but there is utility for them to retake. Oh, look at this, though. King, he's waiting here in the window. Not able to find the kill. He wins the shot. And that gives Wild Oreo and the rest of Oasis a sliver of hope.
Yeah, a little heartbreak here. I wish King was the one who had the Spectre there just for that play. But here we have it. Wild Oreo right now to get 3. He's looking for more. The Prowler, though, going for the target. Ryu gets the mode down. They line up for him. And just because of that, we're going to make some more lines drawn on this map. Photographer's BP down. Because there you go. The Ring of Fire with the Rolling Thunder. Are you Ryu? Are you Yes, he does. He is true to his name and true to his name. Are you going to win this? Yes, you are.
Oh my God!
They're winning every single clutch here right now, Alpha Esports, and that's why you kind of have to offset yourself a bit. Don't be directly in the same line on the, same kind of angle that they might be holding. Stay to the side a bit. If you're trying to go in defuse within the smoke, stay on that same axis. You're gonna get found, and Ryu, all he had to do was tap at that spike.
Kabado ako doon! Kabado ako doon!
Second left to go before the defuse came off, and still finding the clutch in easy fashion, using his utility to the best ability. And man, oh man, Oasis, they're in the danger zone right now.
I'm gonna give you a slight chuckle here real quick. G and Sanity.
Wait, thank you for the 10. Eugene yan, nagsangkot na din
This is actually a really good sign for Alpha Esports, in all honesty. G and Sanity
Thank
has
you sa
done
15. Right, thank you 75. Sorry guys,
the
to
supporting role right now with the fade. And not only that, Ryu
Abo na.
stepping up, Ching stepping up.
Sorry,
Chris
sorry.
being crucial to the standards and to the plays.
Dalawa
This
yan.
is the best Alpha Esports that you
No
can get right
way.
now. Wild Oreo will best in. Ching will keep turret there.
No way.
Goldmine comes on in, a little too ambitious here from Alpha Esports. So Oasis, at the very least in these eco rounds, make it
Uy,
very
kinakabahan
dicey.
ako.
But the job is not
Baka
done. Things are
ma-drifty
looking
sila.
good here for Alpha
Hindi, kaya
Esports.
to.
Yes, things have been looking fine with really the team stepping on up.
Patayin mo si Coco, baby.
Really let
Patayin
go
mo
of
si
the
Coco.
gas.
Ah! Timing!
Oh, he still gets the takedown! I thought Jin Sandy saw his shoulder! And well, Ryu, it's all up to him yet
Hindi
again.
na nakita.
He answered the questions a while
Hindi na
ago. Are you gonna clutch it a while? Maybe not this time. Not this time. Says Coco. Oasis, they find a gap.
Nilabanan
Taking
nila
armor,
yung
and for
mid.
Alpha Esports, they
Nilabanan
thought that
nila
was their
yung
break.
mid.
Instead, they get broken.
No!
They've made those
11-5
eco rounds
yun.
very, very close. Twice before,
Eco
at least
round
dicey for Alpha.
yun.
And on the third time, at the very least,
No!
That's a charm.
they charm it. Definitely so. Oasis, slow crawl for comeback potential here. And look at this.
Na-timing siya.
Pretty much every single
he was
ultimate that they've
looking.
got is
Tapos
either
nung
an orb or
umalis
two
siya
away
doon, lumabas si
from
Coco.
them getting it,
Tapos
and this
tumingin
could
siya sa
be
short.
where Oasis
Tapos tumingin
kind
sa
of
kanya si
come back
Coco.
in the late game, but they're gonna have to win this gun round, especially without much, at least ultimates to work with, but that isn't going to be a problem. Both of these seem very close to having
Na-timing
full
din sa
util,
mid.
really. And that's not going to bode well for Oasis if Alpha get it first, but they do have a slight advantage in that case. Alpha,
Adam, Zeno
they are
Impact,
looking
you
like-
want me to clip
and this
every
is
single
not a knock
Prowler
at them, but they have
detection,
never
every
before
single
looked like
scan,
a team to beat,
every
but
single
now they
ult
do.
and trail, and
that's
every
a
single
scary,
seize.
scary thought for a lot
That's
of
a
the teams here.
big
Maybe
impact.
thought that, especially after the lower
Every
bracket,
info na
opening
binigay niya sa
qualifier
team.
run here from
Gusto
Alpha.
mo i-clip
That
ko
won't
lahat
be
yun,
the case,
pakita ko
but,
sa'yo,
man,
just
they're
to show
proving
the
everybody
impact.
wrong,
It's
and
not about frags,
such a
bro.
formidable
It's
looking team
team
right
play.
I mean, there's always that hype from last
Even
year.
Golds know that.
especially, one good run back in stage 2, stage 3. I don't even remember anymore, but you gotta remember this Alpha Esports squadron. They have really
Thank you for the
hunkered
50s
down
on.
in terms of their preparation. Only now support structure comes in for them, but this is a problem because that was a well-played Golden Thunder.
Uy, nice!
He can kill.
Chris,
Here
nice
comes
Chris,
Chris.
nice Chris.
Moving forward to 32 right now. Envy.
One
He
enemy
made the
remaining.
waves ripple.
1v2.
No, it's
Nice,
now
Chris!
he got it. Chris them. Names of Alpha Esports, man. They will forever be remembered for this game because Chris M at the very end does it again for the team.
Hindi ako galit sa'yo,
And that
Adam,
was just
ah.
so
Sinasabi ko lang.
Because Oasis had a well
Na even Golds know
Thunder.
that.
They were
Na
getting
pag nakascan si Sova, that's already a big impact on the round. Pag nakatag siya ng drone, that's a big impact on the round.
Everything still collated, and now they're 2 away from taking Haven.
And
Grabe si Chris!
we saw
Grabe
there
ang
that
init mo,
Sandy,
Chris!
he was stuck on a
O,
nanoswarm.
tingnan
He
niya
was
si Chris.
melting. I'm
Chris
even
has
surprised he
13
didn't die
frags,
to it.
Jin has 16,
And
pero ang daming
the
impact
problem
frags
there
ni
with
Chris.
Oasis, I think, felt like and as you said, waves, man. Waves is what they relied upon. There was a first wave and a second wave, but no, you have to hit the site all together as one
Kami hard
entire
stuck good.
tidal surge. And that just never came here for the Oasis' squad. The fact that they kind of staggered themselves going on in two separate waves did really mean that Alpha were able to, you know, isolate and consolidate whatever was coming their way. Now Oasis forcing an eco.
Oh, nice Ching! Nice! Ching and Chris! Ching and Chris! Hello? That's Chichi. Ano sila? Chichi? Chikri. Chichi connection. Double Z. Chichi.
Any opposition that they've got. And he's always been that backline can really plug in whichever hole.
One more. Nice
check! Finds a third in the round, and Alpha have taken match point 12-6. What a dominating map this time around.
Yeah, it was stellar read from Alpha Esports, knowing especially in Eco State, Oasis isn't gonna come
Di
from
naman
the
ako
front, they're
galit,
gonna come
Adam.
from
Don't worry.
behind,
I'm just
look to
explaining
find those
what impact
backstabs
is
as
sa
much as
Valorant.
possible
Hi,
against
Mark.
the
Thanks for the
likes
follow.
of Ching
Paul,
for
thanks for the
them.
follow.
And
Hey, looking so strong!
here, sure, he's gonna get flashed a little bit, but it doesn't matter because Christian is ready for the crossfire. And this is so well played right now by Alpha Esports. They know their opponent, they know that they can make this composition work, and this is that kind of game where you
I
show
don't
to
hate
everyone
anyone,
else
Adam.
that Alpha Esports Pro
Don't worry.
isn't just
Don't
the
worry,
Gene
bro.
Sanity show. Because for
I'm just
you know,
explaining.
anyone who rides that hype from last year, they'll
Pag
be just
galit ako,
saying,
baka
oh,
binan kita.
that's a GN
Pero di
Friends
ako galit.
team. It's always just him doing the work. But
It's
this
fine.
is where
Criticisms are always
really Alpha
welcome.
Esports have proven that
Nasaan
they
yun? Wait.
stuck with each other for good reason. That they've added these kind of amazing players to complement their
Icebox,
playstyle.
next
And
map,
for a
Icebox.
squad that came
Icebox.
into VCT this stage without that support structure and now making those strides with a little bit of help.
Kasi ano sila,
in
eco
that
sila,
instance,
kaya
it's
pwede sila
incredible to
mag-crazy
really
plays.
see Alpha
Pag eco
Esports
ka,
Pro
pwede kayo lahat mag-push
look like a
mid,
professional
pwede kayo
team. And that's what
pwede
we
kayo
want to
mag
have
5-man
here.
flank.
Oasis though, still 6 rounds. And a last hurrah, a last
Hindi ka
gasp.
naman nakaka-open,
The
Adam.
operator, well, it's a make or break moment for Oasis.
Nag-explain lang
Might as
din
well
yung
go
iba
for
sa
the
jalang
offensive.
ganyan.
Oasis, they're
Pasok
not,
pa din,
you know,
malaki
out
pa din
of
chance na
anything
Oasis
just yet.
makapasok
No
kahit
matter what
matalo
happens
sila.
in this series, they made top 4 last stage in
Oasis
stage
pick yata.
1, but
Face your
things could be very different now, especially with a new contender
Ooh.
seemingly on their shores.
Yan yung-
and
yan yung
Alpha
trail
Esports
out.
Pro. Here comes out all that Nightfall. And there isn't much that, you know, Oasis can do to try and fend this off, so they're going to have to play the retake. Here comes a lockdown as well, especially on the site. It's only going to be Jin waiting here, trying to find the offline, but he has to bail on out because the lockdown's about to expire, and he's going to get caught in it. So let's just slow them down for the meantime.
Jin!
Realizing
Dapat
here, Oasis,
itibag
there
nila lahat si
isn't
Jin
much
habang
for
delayed,
them
like
to
control,
really
control,
try and
control.
pounce on just yet, and that makes them kind of, you know, spread back out, really looking if Alpha are going to retake, or rather rotate, but no, they're going to commit to the site once more.
Guiding light comes into the skies. There we go though with the seas. Jin already back on site. His hands looking to
Planting,
control the opposition as soon
planting.
as possible. Trailblazer though.
Oy,
strong
planted for
at the fight.
open pa.
The fault line comes
Wala
in
na.
from the side of Oasis. Here we go though with Jin going
Wala
for the
na.
hold himself. If he got out, Jin will take out.
Uy,
But Oasis
uy,
gaining.
uy.
They get knocked
Grabe!
out.
Uy, uy!
Oh,
Ching?
the lineup
Ching?
right through there.
Ching?
All left now.
Ching?
Ching versus
Ching?
Marky and Coco. The world
Ching?
looking at Ching to see if he can wrap this one up. Lockdown though will be destroyed. Time ticking on the other side. Covering fire necessary here for the side of Oasis. Now the push and Coco will get the safe down.
NT.
Do they have enough time? Seems like that's the
NT.
case. So Oasis, they live to fight this day of all days into another
NT,
round.
NT boys. Next,
12-7,
next.
but it's really heart-wracking right now for the Oasis fanfare.
Yeah, that was dicey, especially with Marky having to push up there with an operator in his hands. Could have switched out for a rifle, but, you know, with the timings, the pressure, you're not too sure if this guy's going to peek or not. It's understandable, but it just makes things so much more gut-wrenching. And Oasis, they're going to have to make a hell of a comeback. 6 rounds straight, that's the first, just to tie things up and push us into overtime. But, man, this is a difficult ask for even the Oasis squad. But we know that they can do it. We know that they're a capable team. But Alpha have been looking so on point right now. Ian Sandy spots Marky out. Marky doesn't go for the shot. Instead, opts to try and fall back, realizing that there could be a bit more around that corner than he could be, well, really ready to receive. And here comes Jin, the rest of Alpha Esports Pro taking that garage position, but going to be parked on
Nice.
in here. And
Jin,
Marky is
opening
gonna
frags,
two
bro.
frags to find
Good
him.
opening
And this is the
frags.
end of map number 1. A third for Jin. The fourth goes to
One
Radio,
enemy.
and this is done.
5v1.
Oasis 1v5 in Wild Oreo's hands, and it might be slipping away.
Planted. Feel it. The grasp has been let go, and this is a statement by Alpha Esports Pro. They say here to Oasis as Wild Oreo will get the takedown. You can keep the stats. You can keep the match.
Whoa!
By Wild Oreo! What a trick of fate here!
He knows!
It's truly at the end. Seeker also with the find. Ching in the backline, 5 HP.
Huge!
Left, but the Nanoswarm in the way.
Good! Good util! Nice, Ching! Grabe si Wild Oreo talaga!
Pro will keep their composure, and that was almost there from Oasis Gaming to stay alive, but Alpha will win here on Haven. Stop playing with our hearts like that, because Alpha Esports, they will outplay Oasis there at the end.
Amazing win by
JJ!
Alpha. But what an amazing attempt there as well from Wild Oreo. We have to give props to how
good kay
valiantly
Ching.
he fought.
Grabe,
not giving
grabe
up.
si
When
Ching.
the going went tough, he got even tougher, and he almost brought that
Hindi,
one back.
hindi.
I
Hindi
even
ko
may dare
ma-jinx
say that
yun.
was a good round for Oasis in the long run because of how much of a confidence boost those type of rounds
Thanks
can
for
be.
the
Even when you
20.
lose it, you know Wild Oreo is feeling it, and that could
Confidence
be a
boost
good
kay
sign of
Wild
things to
Oreo
come.
talaga,
A good omen,
grabe.
if anything, for the Oasis squad. But we have to talk about how Alpha played that one. And even though we might say, you know, we don't typically see, you know, like a fade have so much impact immediately
si Wild Oreo
in
talaga.
terms of, you know, what is at face value, we definitely saw the final end of the scoreline
Icebox
reflect
next map.
what Gian Sandy was doing on the server and how he supported Jin to be that second guy in.
Yeah.
Cast, he barely said his name too much on the scoreboard, and that's a win for Alpha Esports in that instance bodes well.
Pinaka-last
for the
to yung
future
Alpha
of this
Esports
team.
versus
We
Team
always
Secret.
look to these
Sa
moments where
22.
we'll say Alpha Esports Pro looking
Grabe
to be
si
a well-oiled
Oreo.
machine, an absolute
Buti
unit,
ang talino
squad
ni Ching.
that comes
Ching played
in
it
through.
safe.
It comes
Ching
in
played
clutch
it
when
sure
they
and
need
Ching
to.
played it
And
smart.
how many times
May
have we seen
utility
it
siya. He
from
didn't
the Alpha
need to
backline,
run
especially
in
Ching,
and
of course,
pick it right away.
reliable on getting those
Sobrang
clutch frags,
smart,
but even
good
though
decision
Jin
making
had
by
a
Chris,
stellar,
by Ching, by
stellar
everyone.
game
Ang
on
galing
Jin
nilang
Set,
good
21
decision
kills
making
through
kay
the
Ryu
game.
nung nag-ult siya
You have to really
1v2.
look at Ryu and
They're
Chris
really
and what they did in this
smart.
game, because Chris M, he from round 1,
Lahat sila, they all
his
showed up.
presence was always felt all throughout the map. Same thing for Ryu, just moments after moments where the breach was just going for those big
Ito yung
ultimates and
suicide
big
ano ni
setups.
Jin,
Alpha
bam!
Esports able to rely on the two
Bam!
faces though, of Alpha, and just them
Uy,
showing that
Papa,
they
thank you
can
sa
be
500.
strong
Grabe
with
ka.
a utility-based
Solid
play
mo,
to give them
dude.
that
Thank
kind
you,
of
thank
space.
you.
Amazing, of course.
Oh my
on
God,
just going
talaga.
for the
Oh my
duels
God.
when they
Ba't
need
wala
to.
yung ano?
But this is a game where Alpha
alerts ka.
has decided to play the setup before
sorry, nakatago
going for
pala
the
yung
firefight. A little bit different here. Assess the situation before coming on in, and really, you can see here the attitude of Alpha looking better than ever here.
Man, Jin rather is such a
John, thank you for the
Yeah,
75.
wrong VCT. But you know what's so funny?
5v1 yan,
They
no?
have
Mga
such a
nagsugudan na
similar
eh.
name and play such a
Buti
similar
nag-chill si
play
Ching.
style almost. You know, they really like to run
Grabe,
down the
good
opposition,
highlights.
take things
Ayan, no?
head front.
Itong round
and
na to, lahat sila halos
really
na-scan.
such mechanically gifted
Yes,
this
they're
player
so,
is.
they're
He's
so
really, the
really,
perfect
they're
kind
good.
of, I guess,
Tapos
player
sobrang
you
aimer
really
ni
want, the
Jin.
perfect asset,
So they
perfect
just need
piece
to
that you
enable
want
Jin
on an
to
Alpha
get the
Esports squad
frags,
like this, who
which is
have
give him
always
info,
been about
flash,
that type of play
stun,
style, always
smoke
been
for
very
him,
in your
and
face
siya
in many
napapatay.
ways, and for them to pick him up has been such a big benefit.
Pero
We're not even going to talk about, you know, the rest
this
of
one is
how
really,
they have even
really
kind of
good.
utilized all the pieces that have still stuck together and
Jin,
have
yep,
been other
Vietnamese.
additions like Cheng, who we do know he's been on this team for a while now, but aside from, you know, Jin, he is the latter addition compared to the 3 OGs who were there from the get-go. And he has also been such an important factor. So many clutches from Cheng, one of the most clutch players you're going to
parang
find in the entire VCTPH right
Gian
now.
did
And for them to
so
have a player
good
like him is
dito
huge.
sa
But
map
Wild
na to.
Oreo, man,
Hindi
his
siya
play here
frags,
really
pero
helped them keep
his
in the game and
utility,
really,
his
I guess,
info,
help
and
them keep their
everything na
heads
binigay niya
still
sa
in the
map na
series.
to
And that could be a
has
moment that they can
huge
rally
impact,
behind and
lalo
be
na
like,
sa
guys, we're not
retakes.
out of this just yet. We could make it into map 2.
Yeah, but guys, we're gonna be taking a break because our hearts have been beating like crazy in that series. And that was only the first map. Dax here on Black and Blue. You guys are tuning on in to VCTPH Week 2. We'll be right back in just a little bit.
Second map, Icebox. Kape, guys. Not sponsored, by the way. Hi, Jai! Congrats to us! Good map one. One more. Sino lamang? AE! Tapos yung kasunod, guys, madugo din yung kasunod. Team Secret versus Brun. Icebox. Kung sino manalo sa game 2, pagtatapatin ba? Hindi. Ganito siya. Wait. Let me show you. Pakita ko sa inyo lahat kung ano yung mga mangyayari sa Valorant Champions Tour. So, ito yung group stages, right? Mag-iipon sila ng points dito. Wins and loses. And then, the bottom 2 will be out. Maalis na sila. Tanggal sila. And then, the 6 will proceed to playoffs. Playoffs will happen May 25 to 30. So, kailangan nila manalo kasi they are building up points. Kasi nga, yung bottom 2 matatanggal. So, ibig sabihin, this 6, basta nandito ka sa 6 na to, pasok kayo. So, ang mangyayari, yung top 4 will be in the upper brackets, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, the bottom 2, which is number 5 and number 6, ay mali. Number 5, number 6 dito, as of now, it's Alpha and SBE. Maghahati sila dito. Isa sa taas, isa sa baba. And sa playoffs, 25 to 30, doon na magkakaroon ng elimination. So, ang may eliminate pa lang for now is the bottom 2. And then sa playoffs, only 4 will emerge. And the 4 will represent Philippines sa APAC. So, maglaban to, lahat. And then, syempre, of course, yung matalo, laglag dito, makakalaban yung bottom, si number 5, tsaka si number 6. Kasi na, sila 4 makapasok sa, 3 lang? Hindi, sorry. 3 lang. 3. Yung 2 dito, tapos yung mananalo sa lower final, magre-represent ng APAC. Yung ginawa nila last nung stage 1 is yung 4 dito sa taas. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then number 5, and then number 6. Hey, Avik, thanks for the 50. Ayun. Tapos 3, yung 2 sa grand final. Parang mali, parang yung top 1 and 2 dapat yung mabigyan ng yung top 1 and 2 yung mabigyan ng upper bracket. Kasi losers to eh. Pag natalo ka dito, tanggal ka na. Pag natalo ka dito, punta ka sa lower. Dalawa sa grand final, tapos yung manalo sa lower final, silang 3 yung mag-represent ng PH sa APAC. Nanalo first up, AE. So ito yung scoreboard ngayon.
This is such a good look here.
And hanggang 6 playoffs.
They decided to change their clothes today, and they put on a suit, a tie, and a briefcase full of utility along the way.
Well, the last time we saw these two teams,
ito na lang yung matches, guys. Anyway, send ko yung link. Good game, of course, sobra. GG. Nakakagulat yung utility nila. I think they prepared for aggression, AE aggression, kasi yun yung pinakita nila sa Haven versus Bren. Super aggressive lagi. Every single round si Jin, si Double G, sa Reyna Jet. Tapos this round, they're full of utilities bigla and combos. So super unexpected.
Looked a lot better for Alpha than it did in the past. In Oasis, this has always been a map
manifesting John Cruz.
At the very least, and
APH looking strong.
One thing that I do kind of want to note in where I'm not too sure if we can.
Tomorrow SBE kalaban nila bukas. SBE, tas rest sila ng RRQ. Then rest sila ng Saturday, and then Sunday Team Secret.
You would be worried, but there is.
Diba? Sana ma-adapt natin. Ako din eh. Ang smart niya. Pag narinig niya lang siya mag-talk, kahit pag namatay siya or sa Scream, tapos sasabihin niya sa akin lahat na natutunan niya. Tapos sa isip ko, nanood ako ng Scream, may natutunan ka. Joke lang.
Also, what Oasis is gonna do right now for the next bits of, well, this game, because once we get into Icebox, this is where we usually see the new and improved Oasis brand, wherein you play while you're on Viper, you play usually a KO there, and it's up to Alpha to really adjust, if ever, since they love to run that chamber instead. So composition-wise, that we might be able to predict here, it does lean a little bit more on Oasis Gaming if they can find those targets just based on how they play the map. For Alpha Esports, you mentioned it. They're throwing stats out of the way, they're throwing history out of the way, and they're trying to make a completely new statement this week, because this is the perfect chance to really redefine yourself. Between week 1, week 2, you had 2 days. We had 2 days to do things
Wait lang,
that weren't
hinahanap ko yung map
related.
pics.
It's good to actually breathe the air outside. But beyond that, there are
Ay,
teams, of
lumampas
course,
na ako.
that don't want to be too one-dimensional. There's like, okay, these guys are going to be fragging out for the case of Alpha Esports. That
Wait lang.
Ask Fluffy. Do I really
Ito.
need to ask? But
I-pick
I will,
yung
I still
Haven,
will, but I
tas
would
defense.
like to know how close you
Oasis
think the
picks
games are gonna be.
Icebox. Defense sila. Decide their map. Hindi. Okay, Oasis map, Haven, defense AE. AE, Icebox, defense. So, sila ay Icebox attacker. Icebox attacker. Map pick na ng AE.
forward a new identity for your
Pag
team.
nanalo sila, winner
Well,
sila sa
it
series.
should be
Pero
today,
doesn't mean
because
pasok na sila.
This is the moment where people have adjusted to each other from the playstyle of week number 1.
Although, of course, there is that thing where when you talk about how Stage 1 was especially where
Yes, abot
teams
lang
would
sila.
have at least 2 series up against each other during the group stages.
Pag nanalo kasi
because of how,
AE dito,
the
ang
groups are
dami pa din
split into
kasing
Group A,
matches.
Group B. That gave, teams a lot more
Kahit
capabilities
kasi
of coming
manalo
back on
sila
that second
dito.
series after finally
Tig-8
realizing what to do.
tiga
But
8 to
yeah,
na
as we
matches
talked about,
eh.
now
Lahat
what
sila
really
8.
favors is
So
teams
kulang
that
pa
can
to, 3
adjust
pa
on
lang.
the fly, teams
4,
that have a
3,
wider
3,
playbook
3,
to be able
4,
to
4,
utilize
4.
mid-round,
Madami pa
mid-map,
eh, may 4
mid-game,
pa na
and really
matches.
realize that
Halos per
to its
team.
full extent. Now, the realizations
Yun.
here is that Alpha
Best
Esports
of three,
will
yes,
look
yes,
pretty
best of
damn
three.
good, man. This is the best they've looked all ever.
Saya.
Honestly, ever since their inception, the pieces that they've picked up have been the right part of this entire machine that they've been trying to push on forward, really in your face type of play style. But still, they have
Marami
the
pa silang
proper utilities to try
makakalaban.
and
They
support that,
have
as I talked
4
about last
more
map.
na
They
kalaban.
still stick on the kill streak. They still have the
RRQ,
Aster. They still have these
SBE,
pieces that you
Team
might
Secret.
think might not
At tatlo,
necessarily
after nito.
work with
After
an
nito,
aggressive
may tatlo ba
playstyle,
sila?
but they
So,
make it
depende pa
work
dun.
because they know that you need that bit of roundedness to kind of give the,
Totoo, Rolo.
the edge of the sword
Namatay
a bit
ay,
more
na-
hold
namatay
in the
PC ni
long
Ching,
run.
tas
If it's all
lumipat
sharp
siyang
on both
PC.
ends, if it's all
Tas
thin
super
and razor,
tagal ng
thin,
technician.
then it can be a lot more difficult for that thing to still remain
totoo.
working.
Yeah,
But
ay, totoo.
looking
Oo,
at
Jay,
side
tama ka.
of,
Tama ka.
Oasis, they do have a lot going for them at the very least. They are a very experienced team, and coming back from these type of situations, we've seen them go down 1-0 in a series and come back to win map 2 and 3 afterwards. And Icebox has been an okay map for them, but if I want to talk about compositions here, I'm not. Because while we might have seen Jet Reyna come out the last time around, we've seen Alpha Esports Pro Play and Icebox, considering how they threw everyone for a loop there at map number 1. I'm not going to be expecting that entirely, and I'm really expecting to be surprised here.
I'm on the other camp, man. I already started talking about the compositions a while ago, and I think I'm more on the right side this time with our little debate, because the Reyna and the KO both come out for Alpha and Oasis respectively. So we're still gonna be sticking around with Ripper, looking to flex on alongside Wild Oreo. You're gonna have Coco on that Killjoy,
Okay, nothing
and
different.
Oasis Gaming will, we beg to differ sometimes here on the broadcast.
Matakot
and
si Wild
I-
Oreo,
I
Viper.
disagree.
One who wants charity. I disagree with your disagreement.
And
So
yeah,
go ahead.
indubitably.
Indubitably, perfect. That's a great rebuttal right there. So, I'm looking at Alpha right now, and I like this composition for themselves. Because Jet, Reyna, Chamber. Time to brag out, time to win, time to shoot people, and time to just push as far as the eye can see before we
Kaya na
get
ba
that
ako
conflict.
kumakain?
Because they're gonna want that little bit of that space around the map to utilize as much as possible. And when Alpha Esports plays a composition that's very, very much telegraphs their aggressiveness, you're gonna be expecting Ryu and Chris M to solely look to support the team as much as possible. So we go back to what really has been the Alpha Esports standard, and I can say the same case about Oasis. These time, with this composition, you can really see the tendencies of individual players on Oasis Gaming.
But if you want to talk about individual players, even though, you know, Oasis Gaming have those really important pieces like Envy, they got Wild Oreo, who played a while ago in that, you know, final clutch of his, and they've got pieces like Marky. They're not necessarily known for that type of individual play that maybe Alpha have kind of branded themselves on from the get-go. Although both of those teams now kind of having a more well-rounded style, and it has been benefiting, you know, Alpha Esports a lot when Oasis have been known for that in the first place. But KO out on Oasis' side, as he talked about, not the same on Alpha. They're going with the exact same composition we saw them play last time around versus Bren. And look at this, just trying to really battle themselves out. Marky, though, great shutdown here on Jin.
For Oasis, it's all about that catch gameplay. They need to catch Alpha in their tracks. And while Alpha are trying to barrel down, Oasis are just basically the tacks on the floor, the roadblocks in the way. And they are blocking a clear push towards this A side. We got Marky.
Oh, annoying kalaban ng KO.
It does seem like they're trying to just cover up the maze as well as the other side as
Uy!
much as possible. But Marky peeks. Chris
Blind
just
si
not
Chris.
ready for that one. Taken down. Oasis Gaming looking pretty sharp this pistol round. Alpha Esports. Yeah, it's not as clear cut here. We got G and Santi though over onto Jets. Wants to go for push 2, and the back line they might be able to go. But while Oreo still ready to contest here in the
Uy, si Ching!
again allows Oasis to mark their targets, and last one G and Santi, he finds 2 before he falls. Oasis
Nice
with the
try.
Marky, a 4K on him, and that's gonna enable him to get his blades potentially really early here. If he goes for 3 kills, he could have those blades by the bonus. And that
Attacker
could be
sided,
where Oasis start
generally
to
ang
turn
ice
things
box,
around.
pero
Defensive
depende pa
side,
rin
for them
sa
to get the
set team
pistol on the
saka sa
defensive side is
compositions.
huge, especially on a map that can be typically attacker sided when you look at the final score of how things go. But is this wall really going to be placed down here by Oasis, by Wild Oreo? Not something you
Yes.
typically always see on the defensive side, but I'm curious to see
This is-
how
this
you
is a
would
Vision
utilize that aim and
Strikers
control. They
wall.
seemingly look to want to fight.
Vision Striker setup to ginagawa ni Wild
Very
Oreo.
Sentinel based on the Viper, and I believe we've discussed this last time too when we watched Oasis Gaming on this map. He loves to go for that diagonal wall so he can play the zigzag on it, just break some sight lines, and look to
They need
hunker
rounds
down
on
and
attacking kasi they're double
be the
duels.
Sentinel really
They're
of
made
the
for
Oasis roster
attacking.
rather than Coco, but Marky still from
Oh no,
above,
Ching! Sabi
below,
na eh,
and
kawawa to si
now,
Ching eh.
will be Ching the God, 6 feet under, thanks to
Uy,
shots
Oasis
like
naman
Marky also
nag-utility.
there, and it's a pretty clear-cut
One
setup here
enemy
from Oasis
remaining.
Gaming. They get the takedowns as soon as the wall goes
Nice
down, and there's no escape for Alpha Esports. They're like mice stuck in a scientist's experiment, and Oasis have
Daniel,
gotten
thanks for the
results
notify.
that they wanted.
You can see there were like 2 kills there that Wild Oreo really wanted, but his teammates took away from him. Not bad. It's okay. Don't steal my kills, my friend. No, it's not like
He was
that.
the one
I'm
who,
memeing.
he
I'm
was
memeing.
the only one.
I'm memeing.
He was the only one there at the end. So maybe Oasis also want kills.
Yeah.
Okay, gun round
Spreading the
ng
love.
Alpha. They need to win this.
spreading the
Alpha needs
stats.
to win this.
No hard carry for you, good sir.
Mhm.
But
Well.
yeah.
They keep
Last
going
round pretty
A.
clear from Oasis
There's
that
always...
this is the defense that they want to telegraph towards the excitement.
Oh, no!
And he's going yet again, but Marky! This time he's feeling it. No fear. Marky goes after G and Santi. And he's gonna claim that bounty to start things off. So now, Jin on top of the pipe.
May healer ba sila? Wala din sila healer.
And over, fights towards the rope. Ripper going down. Waldo is set on up. Nice.
Yun na naman.
from
Yun na si
Chris
Jin.
Evans. Better angle here by Jin. Chris, I'm getting 2. Goodbye to the 2 of you, good sir. And
back.
Coco
Spike
left.
planted.
Doesn't seem like Oasis can really get much done in this round.
Man, with Jin just somehow able to find his way through the pipes there and get that kill, slowly walking his way on in. That was a huge, huge starting point here for Alpha. And really, even though they lose the opening pick, even though they lose Ching early in the round, it doesn't seem like they minded at all. And still, what a response
No
coming
fear.
from
Oh,
Alpha
Sim.
Esports Pro.
No
But
fear,
here's a gun round now
bro.
coming from Oasis. This is where
You
I want to
stuck
see
A, it's
Oasis
okay.
really put
Ganun
their
si
foot
Jin.
down and
Jin's tagline.
cement
You stuck
themselves
A,
to
it's
be
okay.
the team to extend this into that 3rd map, because we know they can.
They're gonna
Have been
shift.
struggling
There's
here
gonna
today, especially
be
against this
KO
Alpha
Jet
Esports Pro squad who
pushing
have
from
been
B.
looking so refined.
And then Viper Killjoy. Ang hirap ng A, ang hirap ng A. I hope they go back.
Oasis will
A is
usually
hard
have
right
a
now.
specific setup for
Ang hirap
Icebox
ng A.
defense, and they're gonna try to test that again and again and again. Heavily fortified.
Kakabahan na
now,
naman tayo kay Jin,
for
pero si Jin yung
Oasis.
buhay,
This is
no?
pretty scary to walk into both the Killjoy and the Viper are positioned in the back. And well, as
Oh,
Coco does
hirap
get
nito.
seen, Alpha Esports already rethinking their plans. But as I say that, Jin decides to go gung-ho.
Diyan na naman si
Over on top
Jin!
of 410, he will go now.
Jin! You're scaring
Alpha,
us.
They actually rethink it. It feels like they're at the edge of the abyss, right? They're looking at it, staring at it. It is welcoming them to come at them.
Jin.
And at the same time, they know they have to be a little bit hesitant right now. The feet of Envy have been seen. Ching with the takedown off the Wild Oreo, and that's a stellar start here for Alpha. They
Oy,
need
wala
to
nakatingin
fight
kay-
for next on the list might be the Killjoy, but Coco, unseen, unheard, unspotted, finally seen.
Namatay
And
na si
taken down
Jin.
by Ching, but it's super
Kakatitig,
there.
tinititigan niya si
After everything
Envy.
is done, Ripper though, but
Tinititigan niya si...
Trap
Oh!
Marky, the
Why,
only one left.
Chris?
Chris M! What a
No.
catch and what a shot!
Nasa ere yun!
Esports
Favorite ni
play
Royut
assessment
si
and
Chris
come
talaga
out the
today,
execution.
guys.
Man,
Okay lang,
this
kasi
is
si Chris
looking
naman.
like a
Kasi
retelling
80.
of the same story a while ago where Oasis able to win the opening 2 rounds, but then Alpha just come back super hard on their gun rounds,
Napakadaya
always
ni
looking on
Chris.
fire. It really isn't a moment
Napakadaya.
we've seen this entire tournament. Aside from that one game versus Brand, where
Mga
they got
paswertihan
13-2,
shot na
that
pupunta kay Chris.
Alpha have looked to slip. They've just been so on point, almost reminiscent of Naos, where last stage where nobody was really expecting them to be at the top, but that's how they're playing right now. They might not necessarily
Yun na si
be
Gino,
at the same
pumapatay
top
na
that Team
agad.
Secret might be, but they definitely are keeping everybody on their toes and really surprising so many looks here. They get the opening pick on the Envy.
Takot ako sa kanila
Cuts a lot of the
mag-sheriff.
information gathering. Ripper
Diba?
gets some contact
Diba?
to work off of here.
Nakakatakot
Gets that
sila
opening kill on
mag-sheriff.
Sandy, but he's going to be needing to do a bit more to keep getting at bay.
Nakatakot talaga silang mag-sheriff.
A little unfortunate with their Oasis Gaming. They have made these eco rounds dicey, so we have to keep an eye out on
Jin!
how
Si
they'll
Marky
position
nasa likod ni
themselves.
Jin!
Not only that,
Si Marky nasa likod ni
Late
Jin!
terms silent assassin over onto Jin. Coined by Marky, but before he can request for extraction, it is Ching who finds the spot. Finds the takedown. Now towards these sites, Alpha Esports will go. Oasis look at the scramble.
Ay, nakakatakot
The
ang
thing is, they have
thrifty
some
round
rifles
talaga
right
sa
now, so
pro
this round
scene.
very doable still for Oasis Gaming.
Hindi ko jinijinx! Nakikita ko lang yung mangyayari.
3v3.
Nakita ko kasi yung crosshair ni
Coco,
Ray, pero
we got
nandun
careful
na,
work with
nandun
it.
na
They
sa
retrieved
lalakada
some rifles,
nila.
but
Kaya sabi ko,
Although it's
mapapiling
out
ko
of armor.
mamatay
They
na
didn't
siya
even have
dun.
armor to begin with, actually. Waiting on here, Ching. Suppressed for the meantime, but now he can snap his fingers and try and bail. Actually, no.
Titingnan,
Doesn't have
i-check
it set
yan.
up. He's gonna have to find the
Feeling
proper
ko
timing
i-check
here. It's
yan.
gonna be very difficult for Ripper to really slide himself in with Ching waiting behind that. Ryu and Chris M, they find the last two
Walang
kills. The only
ginagawa
one
si
remaining. Coco here. Good for one. But that's the
Walang
round done.
ginagawa si
Alpha
Ching.
once again take the
Nagko-control
lead.
lang siya.
I mean, it's not too shabby though for Oasis.
Nagko-control
Those
lang
the
si
Vipers
Ching doon
get
sa
forced
Gadli.
out. They'll
Kainis.
take what they can get. In Alpha Esports, they have to be wary of those rounds wherein Oasis are playing the Sheriffs. They should be expecting that
Ayun, no, nandun na yung crosshair
he's
niya.
looking to make these stopgaps.
Like, kailangan niya lang
Play a
ng
hint
sound
perhaps,
cue
and
or
then
something,
look to
and
get
then
those kills
you just
from
pull the
behind
trigger.
as
You just
possible.
free
It's been what
fire
we've seen
and
from
instant
Haven,
kill.
right, where Oasis will make those eco
Ang
rounds
perfect na nung crosshair
dicey.
niya dun eh.
And
Kaya natakot
especially in
ako.
that last instance wherein they made it connect, they kept themselves alive. So Alpha Esports always have to be ready, always have to be sure-footed with their approach. And now they're surely going towards that B site instead. Play the execute. A little interested though with that wall. Where does it actually go for prediction? Aldron, even to get that intel, checking out the yellow before everything
Where's
else.
the wall?
Alpha trying to
Mali
play
yung
safe
wall!
and sound right now.
The wall is
Quite a
wrong,
shock
I
there.
think. I think.
Okay.
Breaking stabilities, I think.
Oh, you're dead.
Yeah, a bit of package, but Coco, he's going to
Dang!
deliver this directly to the doorstep of Chris M and Alpha. They're crumbling here. What a retake coming from the Oasis squad. And this is looking like to be
Nice
a tied-up
try.
game from the yellow. They're going to say
Wait,
hello.
anong nangyari dun?
Ending the round.
Wait,
Oasis.
I wanna see
Swing
that.
back. Game from package.
Alpha trying to
So they had a
Aldron,
side
even to
free.
get that intel, checking out the yellow before everything else. Alpha trying to
The
play
wall
safe
was
and
wrong.
sound right now.
Hindi siya na-cover yellow.
Quite a shock right there.
So, Jin,
Okay.
Breaking stabilities, I think.
wait. Hindi sila nag-post plan. They pushed Coco dito. Jin was trying to 1v1 this. May two people na rotating papuntang snowman. Sing was the only one post plant.
Yeah, a bit of package, but Coco, he's gonna deliver this
That's
directly to
they
the
lost
doorstep.
all their
They're crumbling here.
they lost all their duels, yun lang.
Murky.
Eh, it
for-
shows this
of
map.
Alpha there. So Oasis
Haven yung
will take
Oasis pick.
advantage of a moment of weakness.
There.
We'll see though the strength look
Nice,
to flex on over yet again as Jin has decided to go for more reps today. And an even better takedown onto Ripper. So good start here, Marky. With a challenge too.
No, bye-bye,
Yeah,
Jin.
like,
I'm sorry.
The call and a perfect finish. Well played here by Envy and Marky. Now Oasis is able to equalize the odds.
4v4.
Alpha has
Pero
to
wala
back
na
on weight.
si Ripperu. No more kayo.
Great pick by either side, at least. 4v4, which typically does favor the attacking side because it leaves a lane a bit less unsupported. That can allow the attacking side to use that 4-man advantage to whichever side
No
they
wall.
decide to push. Only
Now they
player
don't
here
have
on
a
the B
smoke.
side is going to be Coco to hold him on back. He does have that lockdown to utilize, but
Oh.
because of the contact being played here, to be very difficult for him to find that
Oh, no.
opening, to find that space.
Nice.
Chris M up
Medyo
top
lag.
finds a
Oh,
great
there's
kill. He's
two
been
men.
really weaving his way like a viper should.
Oh,
The market
no.
we don't answer on back.
Baby,
3-2. Trying down the
gising.
potential plant here. They actually do
You
get the
got
plant,
this.
but what can the post plant really hold? Here comes out the
You
tour de
got
force. He's gonna have to
this.
make this happen with the force of his own hand. Ching, 1v3. We've seen him pull clutches many
baby.
times over when he's
Kaya
least
mo
expected to.
yan.
Great recon though to flush him on out. Gets opening pick
Oh,
on the
nice
marquee, but
try.
Envy will not let that get too out of hand. Oasis
They're
takes
just
the
they're
lead.
losing their
So well played
1v1s.
by
Jin
Envy and
lost
Marky Sure,
again.
Marky will die.
Yan
for the
lost
glory of
again.
Oasis Gaming.
Ching
But
ka-
enough
Chris
time
got
for
one
Envy
pero
to
may
get
two
the peak
people
takedown
mid.
and
Natatalis lang
really,
sila sa
it's
gun
just
gunfights.
forward there from Marky to Envy and Envy to Marky.
Kaya niyo yun,
4-3.
boys. You got this. Ang galing niyo ng
Some
Haven.
stellar cerebral plays there from the Silva early, and you can see it for Oasis
want to
Gaming. If
play,
they can just
let's
Chris
break
got
the
one.
momentum and speed of Alpha Esports,
And
that's not a
lost
problem
duel.
for the attacking side because this is such an aggressive composition by Alpha. They're looking for frags to
Timeout?
allow them
Is
to
this a
the site.
timeout?
We get a
Okay,
stall
okay. Good timeout.
because of utility.
Good timeout,
because
boys.
Of, well, trying to
You
get that
got
spike
this.
down.
Ilabas
It's
ko lang
not
yung
that safe
plate ko.
for Alpha Esports given the
I don't
characters
want
that they
it
have
here.
right now in this game. And they have to go for a
Thank you
timeout
for the
because they
follow, Alexandra.
realize
Ang
that
late pala ng
fact if they
alerts ko.
don't
I have to
go for the
widen
push
account.
as soon as they get that frag, it gets really problematic for them in basically trying to get a objective take in the first place.
Time here called by Alpha. Really, I think the name is pretty appropriate. That's the fact that they
What?
are called Alpha. Basically, their
Yeah.
playstyle is like dominate
Chads?
and just yes, the biggest of chads. I told this story a while ago, but I mean the last time around. But we saw Guy and Sandy at the studio. I was like, why are you even putting makeup on this man? Don't you see how radiant he is in many ways? Like they don't need it. They're so
Yeah.
star-studded.
He was pretty shiny though, not gonna lie. His skin was so supple. I don't know why I
Incandescent?
noticed that. Incandescent. I think that's the perfect word for it.
Uh-huh.
It was like
Oh,
he was
right on,
glowing.
right
Could
on.
put him in those human heart nature ads alongside our other host Mika so it could work.
I think I'd like that.
Yeah, I'd like that. Valorant X
Vitamins,
HHN.
please. You
Hook that up. Someone,
There should be
someone
like
hook that
more beauty/Valorant. I think
beauty
collabs.
products for
Yep.
for
Uh-huh.
Valorant. Different kinds of makeups, different kinds of lotion, and it's the guys.
Uh-huh.
Like
This is
you
the
see a
neon
model.
collection. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, we have a neon collection for apparel, so why not, right? Why
Look at
not?
this util though.
Yeah.
Placed on yellow.
Ang ganda ng
Yeah,
utility
tell me
ngayon
about
ng
the powder.
Oasis.
That was your-
Baliktad,
We're
parang
trying to
baliktad
sell
sila
here
ng
something. But now,
Beautiful
okay, we're gonna
utility on
pepper
Haven, tas
the
sila
B-side with bullets
Oasis
instead.
naman ngayon,
And
beautiful
it's Shane
utility on
looking
Icebox.
around with a few taps here and there. Trying to get a wall bang or two. The flash comes and will Oasis execute? Yes, they do. Coco with the beacon. Coco again. Coco going
OMG.
loco over this yellow. And by the end of this rainbow, Ryu is there to prevent him from getting that pot of gold. But now it's Marky to look and burn. One golden, and there you go. Well then, Ryu does some damage, but Ripper is there for the takedown. 5-3 for Oasis Gaming.
Wow.
Man, Crazy Coco with the crunch. It begs us to ask
Yan
the
skin
question:
being radiant.
how does he do it? And more importantly,
Aling skin?
is cereal soup?
It's cereal soup. The cereal
Is it?
themselves aren't soup. No.
Hindi
This
ko
is
na
my question to
pakinggan.
you. Is
Hi
coffee
Jerome,
a
thanks
soup?
for the follow. Ugo, thank you for
This
the
is-
follow.
No,
I
let's
see
think
where
about it.
I see where my tweet a while ago kind of
It kind of went.
Started this whole thing.
Yes, yeah. So if you just eat the coffee beans, okay, and then you put brewed coffee as milk, you get 3 times
Grabe
the
yun.
energy.
Good utility
That
by
probably
Oasis.
works, right?
Yeah, and that'll probably make your heart explode along the way. So
And good execution by
that's
Oasis
a
around
breakfast
there.
at your own risk scenario right
Yeah,
there.
I am not strong
They
in my
sandwich them.
caffeine tolerance.
That's
I'm like a cup and I'm good.
That's a palpitate and a half.
Yung
right
skin
there. Like,
niya.
your heartbeat
Aw.
will probably faster.
That's
My
an all
baby.
command right there.
Yeah. You're gonna need a null command and a triple bypass after. That's for sure.
Well,
Uh,
peace to be made.
Yeah, he's
Let's see how Alpha turn this eco round of theirs around.
cute
They
and
do have a
fluffy.
judge. Not the best weapon, maybe for an attacking side, but if they can really lock things down,
Jin
this
with a
could
hero
be
buy.
just that small
Jin with
key
a
that they
hero
could
buy
use.
here.
Shot darts out. Able to
Oh.
connect. Ripper finds
Chris is
Chris out.
dead.
That really does remove a
Oh.
lot of the concealment that they could use in this
Jin?
round. As Jin finds a kill, with a rifle make that kill. He's
Oh.
completely storming on them to use the Hunter Spirit to try and destroy that, letting Jin keep his heads up on the swivel.
Oh,
And
feeling ko
if he
mamatay na
gets
si
another
Jin
kill
dito.
here, this is done. What an eco
Wow!
already coming in from
Oh,
Alpha.
actually, Jin!
Dismissed back
Okay,
into safety.
namatay ka.
Shut down by Marky. 3v2 weapons in hands of Oasis. They don't really have much to fight with here.
Oh,
Alpha going
no,
for that,
Ryu.
and Marky's able to find him on the default position. 2v2. Rifle in the hands of Gian Sandy, trying to spam through with the headhunter. Wildor keeps
Nice
that phase, and he
try.
keeps him in the game. 6-3, continuing their lead. But what a dicey roll thrown here by Alpha.
what is up with these eco rounds? You can't take your eye off this game because that
As
was
in skin, as in
courtesy
his
of Jin.
face.
And again, it's Alpha Esports reading how Oasis loves to play when they know that they're at disadvantage.
Grabe,
Alpha
Oasis
Esports
looking
decided
strong
to
on
push
ice box.
knowing the fact that Oasis
Go,
Gaming is coming
boys.
from behind them, coming from those. Oasis has that tendency
Joel,
to play
thanks for
that
follow.
map control, and Jin just does not disappoint whatsoever in the front line. It's just so really to
Jetro,
have
thank you for
any
the
kind
notify.
of in a series like this between
Oy!
Oasis and Alpha. You can
Si
see
Jin
that
talaga,
each other
an
gets
anxiety
tested by
inducer,
each other
Jin.
more and more. Especially if the
Jin.
endurance on for the rest of
You're
the
making
series.
us
The Oasis,
nervous,
they
man.
want to force a map number 3, and they're in good position right now.
Longgan is seller.
Advance. Aldro.
Thanks for the notify, bro.
And does get
Doesn't connect.
dangerous peak right there. Waldor beside the cloud though, and right beside him.
Jin!
Gives him the tap of the shoulder before
Wow!
hitting him. Sucker punch out of nowhere. Waldor, yo. Now Paul, let's really capitalize here for the side
Ayan na
of
naman dyan, the hunt
Oasis.
begins. Oh, nice,
And
baby.
Insanity. Catching out Envy. A great take by Alpha so far. Maybe
Wow!
better by Jin.
Wow, let's go!
Wow.
Nice, baby.
It's a
Nice,
GG
baby.
coming in. Good game and good.
Nice, baby! Let's
Insanity with the
go!
third. That was flawless from the
Let's
duo.
go!
Oh my goodness. Alpha, systematic dismantling of the defense there of Oasis, and when they really put their foot down like that, it can be so difficult because
Let's go.
you might say,
Let's
like, you know, if there was,
go,
for
baby.
example, a K on the other side, a breach, whatever utility being thrown at you, okay, this is
Grabe
how we
talaga to
counter
si
it.
Jin.
But how do you counter
Tingnan mo,
man who's
tingnan mo
just
si Jin
going
nandun.
insane? How do you even counter Empress? Maybe you can throw some flashes in his
Si
face,
Jin-
yes, but that is much
Jin
easier
nag-goal
said than
double
done,
yung nandun na siya sa
especially
katabi ng-
when it's Jin
sa
at
katabi
the
ni-
helm of it.
ni
9
Wildor
kills
yun.
for this man. Marky's got 13 on the opposing side, but Alpha are slowly and assuredly starting their comeback.
Ay, sorry,
here. Oasis,
sorry,
great
guys.
timeout for them to call.
Sorry,
Almost like
sorry,
they
guys.
have a new piece of coaching staff for them to call.
Are you trying to say something? I'm trying to say that someone who left the team behind their place.
I mean, all I'm
immediately-
gonna say is when you lose a piece of your team, like, you know, it's very painful, bro.
Yeah, go on.
Especially when, you know, they're very their stature is 5'11" from LaSalle.
Yeah, you know it. And Secretary Single, by the way, absolute hobbyist, content creator, gentleman, lovable, careable, and all those good things. Shout out to Fluffy, by the way, on the panel. But
Oh, don't forget the
Oasis
O2.
game-
Fluffy
Don't
O2.
forget the O2. Yeah, that's
Yes.
true. So was O1 taken?
Huh?
Was Fluffy O1 taken?
Was Fluffy
Yeah.
one thing?
Well, I don't know what the O2 was. Maybe that was his
No.
previous account, and then he's like, I'm gonna make a new one.
Make a new one, and I'm gonna stay with
Darkness,
this
hello
one. The
darkness,
second
my
coming.
old
Uh-huh.
friend.
Fluffy,
Thank you for the
but-
notify.
Well,
I mean, I don't think anybody really sticks to their initial emails, do they?
Kumain ka, nakakatapos.
mine's still-
Good scan! Uy, 5 kayo na scan! Go back!
The wall guard was
Jin still holding W! Jin! Jin! Bro, this Jin guy! Seryoso ka?
Pushing forward.
In what scenario
The surface of this
na may na 4 kayo na scan that you still hold W?
1v2. Jin will find
In Jin's world, apparently. In Jin's world, no one rotates, guys.
They
You just
keep on
push.
turning these things back, and it makes me wonder if it's because of. This would kind of, I guess, seem intuitive.
Tingnan mo yung scan na.
against your normal
Oh,
intuition,
nakuha
but
si Ching.
Because of
But
the fact
Ching
that they
still holds
don't
W.
really play such a utility-heavy style, means that they can make plays like this even with a man down, because it really is about
They still
placing
hold
themselves in
W.
proper positions to get these kills and hitting those darn shots.
As
And that
Iron
is what
Gear.
Jin is so
Ano si
good
Jin,
at.
regen
Hitting the
time,
shots
pero
he
hold
needs to.
W
And as
like
I say
Iron.
time and time again, it's about big-time players
Jin
making
doesn't have
big-time
an S
plays,
button.
and there are very few
All he has
players
is W.
as huge an impact as Gian Sandy and Jin combined.
Grabe talaga ang
Those
Jin
two
Santi
become
connection.
The one alpha mega that we've been looking for here from them. Still so, by the powers that be behind.
Oh, yun na.
Katapat
Katapat ni Jen.
Shows him resistance with precision. Expect to get that takedown. Now then, control by Oasis.
Yung si Marky yung target, si Ray, pero yung namatay. Ang sakit, pre.
Chris is gonna get that takedown. It's a dig
Nice,
also
Chris.
for Chris out. Will make the angle.
Grabe ka na
fast forward
talaga,
seconds, so things
Chris.
are looking good here for Alpha. They have the advantage, and they still have time to rotate if ever.
Guys.
This is still a
Wow.
round that they can come back into.
Pwede pa
Oasis,
ito mabaliktad
especially if
ng
one warrior goes
Oasis
big
if
here,
they
but
have
yes,
one
by
round.
this time,
Oh, nice
things
Ryu!
really coming down
Okay
to
na,
the
okay na.
motions of it.
Okay na, hindi na. 6-6. Good half. Good half.
Scanning ahead.
Last player standing.
Woohoo! Wow, wow, you, wow.
Shot coming back.
Taking that shot down. Alpha Esports now setting up the Vipers.
Hindi, ganyan na ako
Really
naranasan.
just the
30
push and
seconds.
pull
Ako yung
of
tumulong,
Alpha
ako yung
Esports.
namatay. Siya yung
And
nakatakas.
find
Ang
ways
sakit.
again to get the right call in the situation.
Yung
They
gusto
haven't
mo lang
lost the
bumak up,
signs.
tas ikaw yung na-headshot. Sakit, pre.
And well, leaving Coke
Bye-bye.
now. Don't buy this chain.
Uy!
Chain.
Uy, nag-low.
Eventually though, Chris M is there to get the takedown, and we are tied up
Good half.
in the half.
Switching
Alpha
sides.
Really
Esports
good
able
half.
to claw their way back to get rid of the
Naglalag,
Oasis
uy.
advantage.
6-6. This
Okay,
could be
parehong super,
the beast
super,
awakening within
super
Alpha
halaga ng
in this tournament,
pistol round right now.
as they have
They
really
need pistols so
proven
bad.
with their skill, with their might, that
Insane
they're a team to be
bulak.
reckoned with.
I think
After these performances, looking like a potential
Oasis
representative
might,
of PH.
might
We're gonna get
mid-take
3 into that
or might
APAC slot.
rush.
They could
Rush
be
A,
one of
rush
them,
B, or
especially with just
mag-mid-take.
how great
Well, that's
of a
the
player
three possible sa Icebox.
this,
Good job,
this
Vince.
roster is really, really all-encompassing. But Oasis, they made this a lot closer. Maybe not a
Si
lot
Wild
closer. The
Oreo.
opening half of Haven opened up at what? Rather ended at
Nasa
7-5. This
attacking
one
na
6-6,
sila.
so not that big of a difference. But
Close
the
game.
real
Close
caveat
game.
here is now Oasis, they're on the attacking side. The side typically favored an Icebox, not to jinx it, but we have seen them play really, really well on their attacking side a lot more often than we have on their defense in general. They're one of those teams that, much like Alpha, when they really want to execute, they just completely hammer things so oppressively. Marky placing himself in
Pinapakinggan ko yung
unorthodox
commentary
positions,
because
and
it's
if
good,
Watt
it's
Oreo was on the
correct.
raise, then he would be right
It's
there behind
really
him too,
what
but
Oasis is
we've seen
doing.
him
When
be
they
on this
execute,
Viper.
they
He's not
just
really having
execute.
himself the best
Like,
game in terms of frags, but his utility
hold
has
W.
been very important to Oasis to keep them in this, and I'm looking to see if he's going to wake up here on this attacking side. We know he has a huge pull, huge talent Wild Oreo has, but he's going to have to twist it, lick it, and dunk
Nakaway
it
na ba si
to
Marky
get them
Vince?
into map 3.
Wonder if I ever get
Ito
a
na,
Wild
defense
Oreo.
guys,
And,
defense.
oh, Oasis is the one who has it there. Have you ever seen that ad where it's just all about
Baka
what you
mag-mid-execute
can
talaga
do with
sila.
Oreos?
Yung ano,
Was
ah,
it-
hindi mag-A, okay.
It was like
Hindi na pala uso yun. Yung
mag
mag-mid-take ka, and then you plant
and then-
here for mid, and then there's like
something
3
with it,
people here and
imagine
one
whatever
holding
you can do
kitchen.
with it. I don't know. I just remember that suddenly. A little bit of weightless nostalgia as we get back into the game. So we had a quick little pause. I think right now everything is a-okay for these
Yan na,
two
4,
teams.
3,
But to the point
2,
that actually mid
1.
were making. Overall for the series, the attacking side has to
Oh,
be the
lineup.
favored side. teams. Oasis execute heavy. Alpha also looking to be potent. Guys looking for.
Look at this, guys! Look at this, guys! There's a 3-man flank!
Wherein Alpha Esports, right, they stepped up heavily when they were on the attacking side. Will it be the same case for Oasis? To force a time
Mamatay si
turtle,
Jin.
Alpha
Sabi ni.
also gonna stop the thing.
No way! Naubos kayo!
Before he falls. Ryu with trade, but advantage already here for the side of Oasis. Not from the high ground, tapping away, but he missed this shot there at the end, and it's Ryu who
Ala,
does get a
2v3.
takedown. Marky though makes a frenzy count. Ching in
Kaya
the
to ni
backline,
Ching.
3v2 scenario. Still a chance for Alpha
Last
Esports if they
player
have the
standing.
turret in the way. Coco also will stop.
Alam na.
ID,
Ah,
and
nice
all
try.
Oasis here for the pistol. 7
Nice try.
Oasis with the initial advantage.
Great pistol round from Oasis, as he
Ang
said.
ganda ng
Dax, and,
off-angle ni
you know,
Envy
the
doon.
frenzy is a weapon that we have seen be. Well, it always
Hindi.
was viable.
Naka-off angle
But
si
we've seen
Envy.
it
Na-expect
really
niya na
find
narinig niya yung
more
footsteps kasi
hands
they
that
were
wanna
running.
use it here lately.
They were running na ba?
Especially
Ayun
in
o,
the stage, I've
nag-off angle
noticed.
siya dito.
I really do
Tapos nag-off
think
angle
it's
ulit
because
siya.
of the fact that teams are
Eh, yung
realizing,
smoke,
especially with the meta
yung
shifting
smoke
into
na kasama dun
really
sa block.
gap
Ito,
closing
dito yung
tools,
smoke eh.
how formidable it can be.
Baka
how
sinadya
mobile it
nila,
can be
may
while
isang
still
naka-off
being
angle
accurate and
dun.
while
Ewan
still,
ko.
you know, leading
Pero,
fire upon
ano,
the
anti-flank,
opposition.
grabe.
And as I said, the meta right now is initiating
Oo,
and gap
aggressive
closing.
eh.
And the
Expected
fact that
na mag-flank
a lot of
yata
teams
sila.
really utilize that
Nag-off
strength of their
angle na si
composition.
Indy.
And you can see the full effects of that with the frenzy coming
Uy,
on.
nag-stack
hand.
A sila,
Oreo
sakto.
getting that kill
Shit!
on a Jin. Usually to find Marky knows there's one here in the middle of the site. He finds a second kill of the round. While
Yeah,
Oreo doing another, and things
yeah,
are just crumbling
the
down.
wall
Alpha trying to hold on to
hit
the
him
site, but that
well.
doesn't continue for much long. This should be Oasis extending it 8-6.
I can't believe a man of your background would promote run and gun in this day and
I'm not
age.
saying run and gun. I'm just saying smash and dash.
You're
Taking that face value, Dax. Don't scoff at that.
Si Ching, mamamatay si Ching.
apparently
No!
Envy. No.
Why? Envy!
Even freaking like,
Last player
Yes?
standing.
are we gonna go to Twitter again? Are we gonna get another
No,
fight after that
no,
series?
none of that more.
No.
Envy
No, we're done
throwing,
with
bro.
That was last week's news. This is.
Oh my goodness.
Gusto maging Thor.
I can't
Gusto
blame
niya
the
maging
guy
si
for
Thor
the
with the
attempt, though.
Stormbreaker. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
that's what.
a split second here or there, it could have actually been the knife kill, the hatchet really.
Ah! Nagsala. Nagsala siya.
Not bought the Spectre.
He
Then
missed
again, I
that.
guess,
He
of
missed
course,
that. Ayan,
they
naka-frenzy si Envy.
Want to make the round secure and then they make the round insecure after that. Okay, cool.
Naka-frenzy tuloy ngayon.
We had a little bit of
Hindi
struggle there in that
flawless
last
eh.
round, but now Alpha
Bakit
Esports.
no?
all
Bumaliktad na yung
serious with this
Spectre.
push
Oh,
here. Black and blue. Both
Oh, look
Jet
at this.
and
Yeah.
the Reyna
Jin!
together. Duo.
Expected
Yet
na
one.
talaga nila,
Of course,
guys.
Mount and Coco already look
They're
both a
so
challenge, that's
ready
the
for
question
that.
out there right now from GM Santi. Does he expect Jin is here though? Shots do come. Get the kill. Coco
Kawawa
now.
naman si
Jin
Coco.
and Gian, not the best place to be whatsoever. You are surely dead, good sir. Marky though.
Oy.
Towards that B side, so it's all about
Nice
taking
Ching!
angles
Nice
here, but
Ching!
Jin with the best one there. It's absolutely acute here for the chamber.
Kawawa naman si
Two
Coco.
after everything's said and done.
Uy, si Viper.
Remaining.
So difficult
Viper,
to win
Viper,
these
Viper.
fights at a range when all you've got is Spectres. While Oreo gets one, he might be able to retrieve a rifle here towards Snowman, but they're watching him cross. He's able to make it across. No, he doesn't. You're jaywalking, buddy. And Gian
Pero
Sandy,
ang ano
he's
nun,
the cop waiting around the corner
Ang
telling you, hey,
expensive
here's
na
a ticket.
gano'n round nun
Get
kasi
it
tatlo
done.
yun. Na,
Oasis,
tingnan
only
nyo,
a round they
wala
have
sila
here over
pambili.
Alpha, but I'm looking to see
Half
if this
armor
gun
si
round
Jin.
shall be converted
Si
in their
Ching
favor. Now,
si Chris
I do
naka-Spectre.
think, maybe Oasis there could have fought
Kasi
maybe
they
a bit more
died.
for Orange because
Sino
it
panalo?
can be
Alpha.
very difficult
Kawawa!
to try and
Ano man
play
si
that
Coco?
default kind of style on the post plan with a bunch of Spectres against rifles. And so if they're able to close the gap, get themselves closer instead of staying there by the default, things could have went a bit different. But hey, that's end all be all. That's all said and done.
Talo na
Let's look
naman,
now
basta.
how to continue this round. Can Oasis once again string another
Pumusta
round
nga
here
ako sa
with
Alpha versus
Once
APH,
more,
talo
high
din
pace.
ako.
Coco shutting down the initial push, and Gin gets a trade.
Sige yan, lalo din.
Smash of the impact here from the side of Alpha for the way
Oh.
gaming was prepared for it enough to get the takedowns. Marky
Spike
there in front of
down
Ryu.
A.
And this round is almost over in the blink of an eye. Speed kills and
Spike
speedy
planted.
take care. Even better right now for Oasis Gaming is Milk Command is still online. Ching cannot use it for quite a while.
Naglalag pa din.
His disciple
Uy, kita niya!
has been stowed
Kita niya yung
away
gun barrel.
to the apartments.
Oh, nice
The
try.
departure of his life.
Anong,
will be the
what
catalyst of Oasis
what should
Gaming
Alpha
getting
do?
a pushing for the lead. So 9 to 7.
What should Alpha
Marky
do?
having an incredible game though.
I think if
everything
mag-10
said,
yung
and
Oasis,
has
they
been
should call a
opening
timeout.
things up. We're watching how Jin and GN move right here on their defending side stretch towards A.
They're
But on the
expecting
other side,
every
Marky is
aggression.
able to make these openings. Marky is able to get the catch, and even though we're not
Ang
getting
ganda
much
ng
of a
ult ni
goal,
KO. Ang ganda ng ult ni KO.
he has become for Oasis
I
Gaming
gets
to
that
swing the tide
round.
back in their favor.
Ah, nakita din yung barrel
You
niya.
know,
Okay.
you know for sure there, Jin. As soon as he got that kill, he was like, mash E. Just, like, get the hell out of there. And that he did. And that's what he really is so good at. And that's what Alpha understands this map to be about. You look at the
Lumilipad
composition,
yung
you see
Vandal.
Jet, Reyna, and Chamber. All agents that can dip in and out of the fight real easily. And so, like, if there's a wall like this, they're going to continuously try and dip in and out of that and really punish the planter. But Envy able to get that kill. They're
they're
still fighting for the
equal.
backside here. While Oreo, everything going in Oasis' way. This is looking like a flawless. But Jing says no to that. Okay.
They need...
I don't
They
like
must
the
have been
song,
for a while.
but I understand at the end it's a 10 to 7.
Wala po kami
I just wanted to
masyado
say hi,
nakita
Rick.
ng round
Hey,
na
Shane,
yun.
what you doing? What's up? It's you again. How you feeling? And after a brief conversation that ended with the
Lag yung live. Lag yung server nila. Sila, yung... Sila, yung lag. Kasi okay lang naman ako.
Economic round. So that's a lot better here for Oasis. I think really eco rounds themselves have been the biggest game changers
I
here
guess,
for both of these
nanalo yung
sides
isa
right
kasi
now.
may KO
And the
ult,
fact that
nanalo yung
if
isa
it's
kasi
just
may
supposed
eco
to be
sila.
secure for
But I think
Oasis,
they
so
should call a
much
timeout.
as possible. But a few last chances here for Alpha Esports, and this must be the big one. Oppo doesn't hit its mark, unable to spread this slides into background instead.
Hold W.
Marky now pushing
Oh.
forward, but he gets
Nasa maze na.
All they're ready with trade.
down
The
A.
first round went to Alpha, and you can see that they have the momentum there. Coco cannot.
Oh, nag-whip siya!
Even after the spray, Ripper on the board, but doesn't matter because Ryu's there.
Okay, good 3v1.
Now to Envy, Alpha Esports, and these scenarios, this is where they can really shine. Plus, Alpha will say, no Oasis, too happy
Tagasan PH din.
for their hubris. Envy all alone. 1v3. Alpha, they're prepared supposedly here towards his A side. Ryu right now throws the dart.
Oh.
Forces Envy to push forward. There's the intel. There's the spot. And over to we go.
Why?
Down Envy. The S again.
Why?
Able to give the 1-2 punch.
Why?
And he gets a drop down on the opposite. One more time. The invincible,
Bro, throwing.
incredible, the amazing Envy. An ROG clutch for Oasis.
Man,
Wow.
when it looked so,
The one
so difficult
taps.
for them to come back with. Oasis
The one
and Envy
taps.
especially, invincible, indestructible, and
Pre, di mo
undeniable
kailangan
the
gawin
impact this man
yun.
has had. One of the best initiators that you're gonna see in the
Pero ang
entirety,
galing ni
or
Envy.
players in general, in the entirety Philippine circuit. And he really
Hindi man lang
does
sila nag-double
get
pick.
them across the finish line. Well, maybe not the
Dapat
finish line, but
nag-double
that
pick sila
final hurdle
dun.
to securing match point. Oasis, economy built up.
Ay.
Alpha, pull out the operator. I
Ano na
thought this would have been
happened?
the
What
difference maker, and that
happened?
it was
1v1s.
looking like so.
No
But
double
Oasis,
picks.
they have a secret tool. You might
Tinry
never know.
i-trade ni
We
Ryu
have
si
an
Chris,
envy.
pero wala.
He just feels to be one of the strongest parts of the Oasis brand, and it's a bird. It's a flex pick,
Malat
and,
pero.
oh, the Sova comes in to
Go back, baby.
take names, take
Come
heads.
back.
Envy's just so cerebral at the isolation.
Not his best
he
game.
is just able to figure out exactly how Alpha is stationed, even after getting forced to push. And rarely
Yun
do you see a
no.
player
Napansin mo
just
sa chat
to
ko.
actually
Walang nang aaway
adapt
sa Oasis nung natalo sila sa Haven.
heaps and praises
So
for
yung
the
tanong ko
prefixes,
sa'yo,
but
bakit nung
we
nananalo
have
yung
to
Oasis
amend
ang
it.
toxic mo?
With now a new story towards this
Ask
round.
yourself,
You
bakit
see
ako
here, Alpha
toxic?
Esports already
Bakit ako
anticipating
gantong
this
klaseng
east side a
tao?
little bit more packed
Bakit
this
ang
time,
bait
so
nung
towards
chat
that
niya
a
kahit
no early
nanalo
push
yung Alpha kanina?
from Alpha
Tapos
because
nung
it's the
natatalo
hero
yung
rifle in
Alpha,
the
ba't
hands of
ganito
Jin.
ugali ko?
Blades for GS.
Ask yourself.
This is an absolute make or break moment right now for Alpha Esports, right? If they lose this, they're still gonna have the bye. But to win this round, they need that impact from both of the two. And they're the press 2 along the way, but that's a big
Wow! Marky!
And Chris M cannot get the two to connect
Oh!
whatsoever. While Oreo was finally insanity after the answer over to Marky. And this looks to be the round. Coco backing on away.
Tanungin mo sarili mo, anong problema ko sa buhay ko? At galit ako sa ibang tao na hindi naman ako inaano. Grow yun. Kailangan mo ng character development at this is the right time for you to get that character development. Hindi, it's not too late, you know, para magbago ugali mo. Nice, Ching! Nice team! Nice AE! Pero hindi ko sasabihin na patawa ang Oasis. Kasi hindi kami ganung klaseng tao.
Wow. Clutch
Yung Oasis
for clutch. Big play
Huwag ka pa
for
din
big
toxic
play.
sa Oasis,
In
you know.
Alpha,
Still
that could
ask
have
yourself.
potentially sucked the wind out of
Alat
the
ng
scene here.
laruan eh. Sige, yan
for
yung hindi
Oasis.
good game.
Marky had an incredible spray transfer, and I thought the round was done, but knowing the 2v3, there are very little teams as potent
Huwag niyo awayin Oasis, huwag niyo awayin Alpha.
Is right now.
Pareho
Every
silang
single player
PH.
on this
Gusto
team,
natin
we've
PH
seen
manalo
clutch things
pagdating
out.
sa
We've seen Jing do
international.
that. We've seen Jin, Chris M, the entire roster here.
Para sa international,
do
gusto
huge
natin
things
PH,
in
guys.
really
APAC
just
represent.
explosive moments.
Hindi dapat tayo
Oasis,
toxic sa ibang team.
11-8, match point at the cusp here. Barely
Toxic
out
ako
of
sa
reach
Oasis
from
kasi
Oasis.
yan Sanity's life. Eh, mahal na mahal
That is
ko ngayon
something
tao.
they
Hindi
can-
ko kaya
yes, that
awayin
is a
yung
hurdle
Oasis
they can
eh.
cross in this round, especially after timeout. Now, a hallmark of a lot of great teams are teams that can secure the next round right after they call a timeout. And that is something Oasis have been very capable of doing time on over. But is
Oo
Alpha
nga
going to
eh.
get the better of them in this
Na-misunderstand
series?
ka
Can they
tuloy
deliver
namin yun, no?
The same sentence really
Uy!
executed to them times again before in the past. They've got 2-0'd 2 times here by Oasis. And that's a favor they're looking to return.
Siya naman.
You can never rest on this game, can't you? And since they felt that was a secure round for them really after how they dealt with the
Go, baby. Kaya mo pa yan.
Reina,
Bawi, bawi.
after how they dealt with the opposition in that last eco round. But
Kinakabahan
there's just
ako para sa
stopping
buhay
right
ni
now.
Ryu.
Are
Okay,
they
okay.
really
Good job,
going to
Ryu.
ultimate clutch with the sheriff, and let's see if he can do it.
Sinusugod na si Marky.
With the rifle now in hand. Operator also for Alpha Esports, Oasis. Had to go goodbyes yet
Uy.
again, and we're gonna be saying goodbye to
Grabe.
Ching because Marky able to avoid the last few bullets. Now he's throwing out more of those plays. Frenzy, the only thing in his hands right now.
Yeah.
5v4, and Oasis does seem like they might go for that B site here.
I know Asarai is a big fan of the frenzy, but I'm not too sure if this is going to work out for Marky.
Is that meant
Ayun lang, may
Yes.
Viper
Is it-
ult. Ang ganda ng ulti na
He's
yan.
mounted. No frenzy for him.
Spike
Doesn't want to be part of the Asarai fan club. It's the rifle now.
Nice
in hand.
Ryu. Take down on Coco.
Coco.
Take down
Ryu.
on
Okay.
Marky. Hello? Pero they still need to deal with the Viper ult. May ulti ba? May ulti din si Chris. Magka-counter ult to si Chris. Magka-counter ult to si Chris. Go Chris. Let's go Chris. Counter ult Chris.
That is his name. That is his game and his aim.
Ayan na! Nag-counter ult na!
Pit for pit.
Now into play too. Pit for pit.
Lalabas,
Pit for
lalabas.
pit. Shot at 25. And now
Nice
Jin comes on in. Jin gets a take out of the wall. Oreo. Now there's the play of Oasis.
Wow.
Got it. The
Nice!
play. Also that chance.
Yes,
It's losing steam here.
Yes, sir. 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 Yes, sir.
Oasis
Yes,
right
sir. Yes,
now as Alpha Esports comes big yet again.
Two more
flawless
rounds, boys.
retake there
Two
in the
more rounds.
45,
Sabol nyo na.
Coming from Alpha Esports Pro, and I don't know about that take for them to really push into the backside, into orange when you're on Oasis. You put the Viper's
Champion?
pit,
NA
which means
ulit.
you kinda wanna
Last
play, you know, a
last
bit
time.
with that
Sa
ultimate, but the fact that they played
Masters.
so far forward just really allowed
Alam nyo, ba't
the side of Alpha to get those
nag-pistox
picks,
kasi
gave them the
tayo.
opportunities to win those fights, and
Charot.
when they did, man, they did in such spectacular fashion on the retake. Oasis, one gun round here before they're forced on the eco.
Bisaya
Not the
ka,
same
ma'am,
can be
dili.
said for Alpha. If they lose this round, they have the bye, they have that tour of the force as well to really utilize. And Oasis, they are looking in a lot rougher waters now, but still, match point could be seized here. A Spectre in the hands of Wild Oreo, who hasn't been having himself the, I guess, best
Pag
game in
nanalo
terms
sila
of the
dito,
scoreboard.
eco
So they're
round
gonna
yung
have to rely on
Oasis,
his
magiging
kills
11-11.
instead to really come up big. Lockdown place. Not going to get them entirety control of the site, but for the most part, it gets them just enough. Look at this wall as well. Looking for a snowman kind of push here, I think is what they're expecting. Null command as well. Everything being dumped into this round axe, and Ripper finds the opening take on again. Jin.
River, Jin!
He's trying
No!
to make
Jin!
a play. But Oasis Gaming has to utilize the rules in the world
Chris!
to do
Chris!
so. Chris Damso Unseen, unspotted in the push. While they're
Inubos yung buhay ni Reaper. 3v3 guys. 3v3 boys. 3v3 boys.
after everything said and post-plant location though he decided to waste it and relax just a little bit because they know it's Envy, but you have to be on your toes again because Ching with the takedown. Where's the Pico from Alpha? Ching with another one. Shot does not connect. No falling apart as Alpha has picked up the
Chris, ba't ka nagpapatay, Lods? Ba't di mo pinatay si Envy? Ay, may pang-buy pa pala Oasis. Akala ko eco sila.
Because now Alpha is double digits in and they're just way from the scoreline.
The small consolation there is
Ama
because
naman
of the
gabay niyo
fact that
pang
the kills that
bottler
they were
ng
able to
AVP.
find for themselves.
Minaw na kahit
They
sino
have
man along
this
represent
buy
ng
to
PS
work
pero
off
irrelevant
of.
to si AP.
Coco
Ano? AP win.
needs to hold
APH
down the line.
masasabi.
Make sure that nobody swings from yellow to kill Envy, who is keeping that spike, on check, who's keeping it marked with his Hunter's Fury. But he goes down on that simple, crucial piece. Man, everything for the Alpha Esports squad. You saw them try and take that snowman control, but the wall wasn't entirely up by the time that they actually went for it, and for them to kind of second guess themselves instead of full committing for that snowman take with all the utility they dropped, really, I guess, signed the end there, the beginning of the end for the Oasis round.
Sakto.
Such a painful round to lose, considering how much utility and economy they dumped into that one specific round, number 21. Here, though, tour de force pulled out by Ching. We talked about it in the last round. He goes for the shot, does not connect.
Oasis Gaming feels like they booked already their tickets to map number
He's
3.
melting.
But suddenly, they get a call from HR and then they have to
Nice!
and still have
Sorry,
to work
guys.
for this win. Chris them with a takedown. Coco's there too. Hostile takeover right now from the side of Alpha Esports, and Oasis can't commitment towards this B site. Wild Mario and Ripper, they're both stuck here. They just have
Through the
to
flank.
find a way to get on potential flank, potential here. By
Chris,
Oasis.
natatakot ako para kay Chris. Sorry, Chris. Sabi na
We'll get that takedown. A nice free rotate though by Oasis. They realize middle is open. They could go back to B where they have the toxic screen set up. Ching
Planting. Jin ah! Jin! Danger!
Nice. The wrong direction. Walker able to run him over.
Nag-whip si Jin!
Warrior is not done. He's going hog wild right at 2. All left now. The G and Sanity. Well, he has to go insane in the membrane if he wants to make this play. Dashing already.
No!
Not on his side, and the Anglos are neither. 12 to 10. Oasis Gaming. Match on map point. Still not. Alpha can still fight. Yeah. 4 coming into this round.
Yeah, I'm looking for Alpha to extend this into overtime, but you kind of heard me comment there real quick. Nice shutdown. That's because when Wild Oreo found Jin trying to, push himself on towards the back of the site, if Jin was able to get a single kill there and utilize his utility as a Reyna, that dismiss, that devour, and being in a scramble in that position specifically on the back of the site, that is a Reyna's playground. So many corners for him to dip in and out, and that could have been a round where they really get turning things around and just crush the hopes of Oasis, but they get match point here right now. Alpha though still
Hindi ako nagalit sa'yo yun. I was trolling.
And
I was
I may
trolling.
say it, if they
Pero
take this
I'm gonna
round, we
carry
could very
up
well
your
be looking
comment.
at that overtime, and I'm even
Siya
gonna
may
expect
reason
it
kung
at
ba't
this
ako
point because of how close these two teams are playing, how good
nagbabalorant
Alpha
na pala ako,
has
kaya
been
kami
time and
nagkatsikahan
time and
gawa ng
time again
Valorant.
consistently.
Don't
throughout this
worry,
entire
hindi ako
tournament for the most part.
galit.
So,
Hindi ako.
time out here
Sobrang,
by Alpha. One that they
yun yung
desperately
sexist
need,
na Euro, hindi ako
probably-
nagalit
probably
eh.
one of their finer moments to call it.
Don't worry
But
about it.
Oasis, I love the heads-up play there for them to utilize that mid position, realizing, okay, it's a
Bad
bit too
game
hot
ni
here
Gian
towards
to
that
be
B
honest.
main angle,
I'm
towards
gonna
B long
say.
and yellow.
Pero
Then
yung
wrap around and
kanina,
re-hit
yung
B
fade
from
siya,
a different
he
angle.
did his
Ripper
job.
finding the
Sobrang
barrels,
ganda
Chris
ng
Sam
utilities
sticking on
niya
out. That's
kanina.
why you keep things compacting close, but hey, Alpha, they have some rounds to win, and by goodness, we know they can do it.
No, I like the fact that they still went they need to go. So
Sa nung fade siya, he did really amazing. He did really amazing sa fade.
Position in the first place. So really for Oasis, good thing in that round and how to make that play work. On the flip side though, you see for Alpha Esports that it was pretty tight on the money, yes, but they're able to buy up 4 rifles thanks to
Two
Ching
rounds,
only
two
being
rounds,
on
Chris.
light armor. So he's able to
Ang ganda
sponsor
ng
2 in this
execution
instance,
nila.
and Marky pushing on
Ang ganda
forward,
ng combo
getting a
nila.
kill, though.
As
Ching
in,
gonna fall
ang
down
ganda ng
backline,
combo nila
and
sa A.
Oasis Gaming, they see that there is a Sunny Bay
Smoke.
right behind this site.
Molly,
Want to
flash,
go for a
dash,
bit more
sabay-sabay.
and
How do you counter that?
Spike taking on down now. do have the intersection with toxic screens.
Ngayon lang yan.
Tiger not being taken here by Chris M, but Jin.
Good first pick by Jin.
Oh!
Oy! No, Chris!
Chris M!
Chris!
And he,
Chris!
he-
No!
But his name is on the deceased list instead. Aces Gaming, they stay alive to fight. We're tied up in the series.
What a map for Oasis to win back on. We said they're very consistent here on Icebox, one of their better, more reliable maps, and that they do get the job done. Elated at the win, but they know all isn't over. We're going to map 3, ladies and gentlemen, and Breeze is a very curious map, I think, for us to be ending on. But let's talk about
Oasis is a good team, hindi ako nang babash. Pero feeling ko lang, kung hindi nagwi-whip si Ching, tsaka si Jin, tsaka si Gian, panalo sila.
They don't have as much utility.
Si Jin okay pa din si Jin actually. Ang ganda nung mga frag ni Jin. Pero kung hindi nagwi-whip si Ching, I mean, nagwi-whip naman lahat ng player. Like, yung normal aim ni Ching, tsaka yung normal aim ni Gian, yung dalawa, feeling ko panalo talaga sila.
Edge it out in the end with a bit of heroics.
Ching and Gian wasn't hitting their shots like they usually do.
As a team has been spectacular.
Yung usual na shots na nakikita natin kay Ching tsaka kay Gian, wala nung game na yon. Sa gunfight sila natatalo. Tas nung other half, nare-read na nila si Jin. Pero if they're hitting their shots, they win that map.
Playstyle that Oasis expected from Alpha. This
Nice
is the
try
playstyle
nga
that
eh.
they prepared
Nice
for
try
it,
sa
and
atin
we're
guys.
seeing
Map
that
3.
They have gotten some heroics from NVS, but more often than not, they love
Kasi di na
to
masyado
check
nagmumura.
how sure their push can be. And as we get the MVPs here, Jin, of course, having quite a series to remember, fragging out Jet last time, fragging out still on the Reina here.
It's okay, guys. It's
Marky
okay.
On the flip side, though,
We all have
monster
those
game, and
games.
He has been the unsung hero.
Oh, si Ching din eh.
For this map because we talked about
Next
how
map
Indy
is ano
has
next
been
map?
so special with
Ano
the
next
clutches, Ripper and Wild Oreo have been doing incredible too. Utilities and the frags, but none of these rounds would even give a chance to Oasis Gaming. It wasn't there to say, guys,
Breeze.
let's push this way when Alpha is braiding on their necks. Because if Oasis just had like
Di makonect
a
ni
no-duels
Gian tsaka ni
composition
Ching
and they
yung
get
ano.
kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place
Yung
scenario,
shots nila.
then Alpha Esports could make
But it's
those
okay.
pitches with Jin
It's okay.
and Santi work. They would catch up to the bulk of Oasis Gaming. They would suddenly be
We
able
will win.
to
Yes, we will
hammer
win.
them on from another
I
side.
love my live
And that was
talaga
just
kasi walang
prevented by
toxic.
Marky,
I'm proud
not
of you
only
guys. Lahat kayo,
deciding
I'm
to
proud
go
of you.
in
Hindi kayo
for
nang-aaway
his
ng
team,
ng
but also
kalaban nila,
getting
hindi
the
rin
fight
kayo
to kill
nang-aaway
Santi
ng
to prevent
Alpha.
a
I'm proud of
complete
you.
collapse. But a few highlights here and there. And really, it seems like for Oasis Gaming, the problem at the start were in that they just
Oo, yung 3v1 ni Envy,
couldn't
pero at the
stop
same
Alpha
time, that
momentum
was
when they
also a
finally
big
got
round
it.
na
It was answered by the
if
fact
if
that
nag
when
double
they were
pick
now
sila,
on the attacking
double
side,
pick sila
they're
and
still
hindi
able
nila
to
like
take that
inintay nila
space
mag-top or
thanks to really
something,
the full
they
team
would
to
probably
them.
win the 3v1.
That
Pero
space
Envy
is
had really nice aim kasi he was like one tapping and then 180 degree one tap
You
ulit.
cannot understate how much space taking and really gap closing is such a huge factor in this map, especially in a map like Icebox, dipping in and out of the fight now. They have two very different philosophies of that. With Alpha Esports Pro doing that with mobility, as you can see. Obviously with the Jet,
Meron
with
na sa
the
third
Reina,
map.
with the Chamber, but on the opposing side, it's more with utility over mobility that we do see.
Know how close you think the games are gonna be.
Attacker ang AE. Attacker ang AE.
Popping off so
Undecided
many times.
yung
Envy.
match siya, no?
This clutch
Match.
cannot be understated as
Nanalo
well,
sa
and how
match.
important that was.
Sinama
That
sa,
really
oo
gave
nga
them
eh,
that
sinama
small
talaga
bit
sa
of
highlights
fresh air
eh.
for them
The
to
editor.
get a full lung in of what they really needed to do. In that case, while Oreo as well coming in big, quality over quantity of frags is what his game was about, and that is what really helped them get over the end.
And Oasis Gaming, they were prepared, they were ready for this one, and now we go into a dot. This everything said and done. So that's map number 3, and I do believe it will be Breeze. But do we absolutely so exciting? It's a short day here for PCT, but these series are going long and we'll be going on for quite a bit of a break here in Dax, you're Black and Blue. You guys are tuning on PCT. See you guys in just a bit.
Wala na sa bad ko. Oh no! Oh, sige, thank you for the 20. I'm gonna have motivation to climb gold rank today. Mag 12 AM na dito. Uy! Thank you for the 50. Uy, tutul... Oh, sige. Tulog. Red, pahinga ka na. Pahinga ka na. Pampa. I'm gonna have motivation. Sige, pag nanalo, ibabalik ko yung plat ko. Lose streak nga pala ako, guys. Malapit na ako mag gold 2 from plat. From plat 2 to gold 3 real quick.
To the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley test me.
Katsat ko lang, guys. Wait.
Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest.
Sometimes we look for clashes to fight forever, but
After
right now,
nito,
we're
one
looking
game with
into the last
viewers.
chapter of the group stage
Pwede,
contest
kaya lang di ko sure
between
tuto ko.
Sports and Oasis Gaming. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The first game, the first series of the first day, of course. Of
Sige, sa break. Ay, hindi.
CT.
Team Secret versus
I'm back
Bren
here
pa eh.
with Black and Blue, and we're not done here, Nico, because we still
Gano'n ba
have
katagal ang
one
break?
more map to go, one more
Baka
ball
ano lang,
to really keep an
Spy
eye
Crash.
on. But before we move on into the more cooler temperatures of Breeze, it was quite a cold reception by Oasis to Alpha until Alpha almost made Oasis just completely collapse there at the end.
Definitely so, and there hasn't been a map, or at least a time before, where we've seen these two teams play on Breeze. We know that Alpha can be very proficient on Breeze, but that warm welcome that we were expecting to come in from Oasis on Icebox, a bit, as he said, a bit chillier than usual. It almost seemed like a cold end, and almost seemed like maybe a potential 2-0 in return to the favor there of Alpha Esports, but they extended here, Oasis, into map 3, a map that, once again, I said, this is really where I think it does kind of favor the playstyle of Alpha. These big, sprawling maps do help enable a bit of the individuality to come out between players, and especially when you have some of those big-name players like Alpha Esports Pro has got in Jin and G and Sandy, just to talk about the few, you really do expect for them to do big things here. Now, we haven't really seen G and Sandy kind of come into the fold in terms of how much his fragging power is typically seen on these two maps that we've previously witnessed, but I'm looking for that to change all in here. This is one of his best maps. This is one of the comfort maps we've seen him pop off on. But on the other side of things, so has Marky. This is one of his statistically best maps in general. We've seen many things be thrown at him, and still he's able to fend all of that off because of how good and how comfortable he is playing on a map like Breeze. So I do think this is a comfortable map for both of these teams, but especially with the fact that, you know, how Alpha have performed in the past, I'm looking for them to really overthrow what could happen here. But Oasis, they have the numbers, they have the experience to really secure this.
Custom 5,
I really think
nagko-custom 5v5 kami ni Gian pag nag-viewer games kami magkasama. Soon, pero busy siya sa VCT ngayon.
Come on, it's anybody's game because we have incredible duelists into the front line, and I think we can talk about yet again still the battle of the Jets here in the PH scene. Everyone really gunning for best Jet crown. You have your usual suspects like Dubstep, Georgie, and then of course Gian Santi, Marky are there in that picture as well to mention. And it really just goes to show that this is going to be the perfect test to try and outmaneuver and outskill the other. Coming into Breeze, we're going to be expecting those open sight lines, try to find ways to get a small advantage, enable themselves in position. But I really look into Breeze right now and see for Oasis Gaming is how much they built themselves up to not get too reliant on that fact, not
game
to
nila. Nope,
get
map
too
3.
testy,
Standing is
but just
1-1.
make a very secure execution
more
and
like
call
big
it
pressure.
a day. Because I'm
Big
going to give
pressure
you
on
some
both teams, wait.
incredible numbers right now for Oasis Gaming. On their last few outings on Breeze, they have won 86% of the time on the attacking side. These guys have been absolutely secure when they get the attack going. And it really boils down to how they're able to flex around again on those roles. You're going to be seeing Coco on that chamber. I'm really expecting another KO to come in. And it's up to Alpha Esports to stop those executes from happening. But the problem is, and the problem was that we saw there on Icebox is, if Alpha doesn't get the frags, they don't have many of those options that they actually had compared to when they played in Haven. And we saw it on Haven, right? How they were able to reel back, how they were able to reassess what was going on and then answer back with their own utilities this time. And I'm really expecting the same case as we saw on Icebox, that it's going to be still more than frag-centric. We're going to be getting that Jet Reyna chamber core again. And I really wonder right now how Alpha has to adjust against Oasis, because this is now Oasis Gaming more prepared for Alpha Esports in this certain combination.
And when you look at, you know, if you want to talk about the statistics here, yes, we do know Oasis really are that better team on their attacking side compared to their defense, and especially with a map like Breeze that can be a bit more attacker side. I think that's true for all the maps we've played here. Icebox,
we'll see, guys.
Now Breeze, especially to Breeze to the fullest extent, but you look at the numbers, we see, you know, them winning their past 2 outings. If you look at the past 3-4 months, 100% win rate for Oasis' squad. But if you look past that, if you look between maybe almost like the past 10 months, which is a large span, yes.
Lahat ng live stream namin sa third map na after nitong map na to, after nitong series na to, and nung VCT, yung Riot, di ba Riot authorizes to stream this? Gagawa sila ng report sa stream namin for the whole VCT, like covering the whole VCT. So, itanong ko if pwede ako mag-game right after or baka dapat mag-end stream muna ako. Kasi gagawa nila ng report yung VCT stream, hindi yung stream ko playing Valorant. So, ayun. Tatanungin ka dun. Kasi kukunin nila yung stats nung reach and minutes viewed nung stream ko sa VCT. Standing is 1-1.
When it is kind of like in that honeymoon stage for you on that map, how long does that really go? Yes, they've had dominating performances
13-11 in favor of Oasis
against very top tier teams, but we wonder if that is going to continue to come in true. That was against Naos and Action respectively, and I'm looking to see more of that Oasis here on Breeze. We know that, well, if the name does suggest, this should be a bit of a breeze for the Oasis squad in terms of how comfortable they are playing on this map, but I really don't expect, especially seeing those opening 2 maps, for it to go that way. Oasis, a great team, utility-based, one of the more utility-based, but they also know how to play that attack super well as compared to a lot of other utility-based teams that kind of do better in the defense and not on the flip side. Dax, I see you giggling real quick. I think this is just, a good sign.
Hey! Shop, guys, by the way, yung banner ko sa likod is gifted by the She Shop. Sila nagbigay niyan sa akin. This one. I'm
watch
gonna...
later on
Gusto ko
too.
kasi muna
But this is
ayusin yung
ironic, a
setup
team
ko
named
bago ko
Oasis
isend sa
Gaming
inyo
struggles in the most
yung gift.
peaceful
Kasi
looking map that you can really
it's
have
not
a
like the
vacation
best,
on.
ano
So,
pa, the
ironies
best
aside,
setup kasi
I think this is now a
nag-arrange
problem
pa
here
ako.
for Alpha Esports. I've been looking into some of the stats for the series.
Thank you,
And
thank you,
we
thank
have
you
to
so
look
much
really
sa
again
inyo
back to
sa
Insanity.
free
We had
banner. I
a
really love it. I really
solid
love it.
game
Yung mom ko hindi
of
nagva-Valorant pero
that
sabi niya ang ganda
Fade,
daw.
wherein he was able to be effective at setting things up for the team.
What time Team Secret versus Brand? After this map.
But I don't think he's really shifted back to his duelist role as much as he would like, because he didn't really get too many frags there on that icebox mount, relatively shut down there by the likes of Marky. And it's a triumvirate for a reason. You play that Jet, that Reyna, and that Chamber, if that's the composition that Alpha Esports is gonna run, and you expect all of those three players to frag out because that's really the core of your composition, that's the crux of your strategy, and without one of those pillars really propping themselves up to the standard that they themselves know that they can play on, then it becomes difficult for those retakes. It really becomes difficult once they use all that support for those three to really pop off and get those takedowns, that Alpha Esports runs out of options in some of those situations. But we know that they still have a lot of power. Honestly, one of the most absolutely powerful teams here in the PH scene, because in a tight situation, someone is there able to bail them out. But we said this before about Oasis Gaming, and we can say it about them again and Alpha at the same time. You can't really expect too much if you're put in too heavy scenarios, right? When it's too difficult to handle and you have no other ways to manipulate the battlefield, what else can you do besides frag out? So that tough question needs to be answered by Alpha. Can they get back to a completely full
they need
standard
to-
right
they
now
need
for
to.
themselves coming into map number 3 as they shift playstyles, or they bring back what worked in map number 1? Do they have another setup like that over to Breeze, or was it really just that Haven map that they prepared for in that
No,
utility-based
he's completely
composition?
focused. Pero kumain siya
I think
kasi sabi
that's
niya his hands
unfortunately, if
are,
we're gonna go
nag-chat siya
towards
sa akin, his
statistics and
hands
towards
are
history, that
shaking daw.
It's going to be the former where
Sabi ko
they're not
kumain
really
siya kasi
maybe
hindi siya
gonna be able to give them
nag-rise.
a totally new look,
I
because
think-
if you look at the compositions historically that they've played with this roster, it's been the exact same comp that we just saw in
Pagilid
Icebox.
ng
You can
isang
expect
tab.
a Jet, Reyna, Chamber, Sova, and Viper
Pagilid.
once again, as we
Tapos
saw
ng isang
from their
tab.
Icebox, but this time, the KO potentially
Alin
coming
isang
out
tab?
on Oasis's side, which we've seen to be put to really great
Alin?
effect, and so yeah, I'm not too sure how different Alpha can come into this game with, and if a lot of the
Ayun,
same
sabi ko
problems that
kumain
were proposed
siya.
to them on Icebox still
Kasi
cannot be
oatmeal lang
mitigated,
yung
and this is going to
ininom
look
niya.
like another
Baka
Oasis
na,
map.
baka
And
nagugutom.
as I said, same
Hindi
exact
ko na mapapanood
composition we
yung
were
gameplay.
expecting
Okay,
here for
okay.
Breeze is
Sige,
pulled
sige.
out.
Thank you for
As
supporting
we saw
them.
from
Eugenia,
Icebox,
sa first two
and
games,
more,
that's really
almost
big.
more of the same as well from the Oasis squad. So we're gonna kind of almost get like a relook at
Bye-bye,
Icebox, but
bye-bye.
just on a
Enjoy the rest
very,
of your day.
Not even very different setting, but just
Ano
a
yan,
different setting in
Alvin?
general. And
Ano
so
yung
Alpha,
igigilid
I'm
ko?
expecting maybe a lot of the same problems that did kind of hamper them during Icebox.
What do you
could
mean?
be
His
present
hands
and
are
maybe even
shaking. So
prevalent
feeling
here
ko dahil
on
sa
Breeze.
gutom.
There is the one thing going for them though. Breeze
Last
a bit more
map.
open than Icebox
Last
might be,
map.
and
Alam
that
niyo yung
does help
paggutom
them
pa, tapos
really
nanginginig
utilize
na
the
yung kamay
mobility
mo,
that
tsaka
this team
nanghihina.
does try and bank on.
Yun, sabi ko kumain siya.
We're gonna be backing on some tried and tested compositions here.
Kasi oatmeal lang
for both of
kinain
these
niya.
squads. Oasis Gaming move back to the KO as per usual. Alpha Esports still.
Eh,
Jet,
baka
the
naghahanap
Reyna,
yung
the
katawan niya ng
Chamber,
carbs
and of
or
course,
something.
Sova and Viper. This is as classical as
Yun,
it
sabi
can
ko
really
kumain
get
siya,
here
pero
for
lumakas
Alpha
yung
Esports,
arms
in all
niya.
honesty.
Para wala yung shaking.
It's a perfect way to hit that redo button, basically go for more of the same thing.
He picked KO
Get
again.
into a different map
KO is
instead.
such an annoying
Breeze,
agent
though,
to play
has been a
against.
new exciting
On
chapter
Breeze.
for Oasis Gaming. Has been a landmark of success for
On
Alpha
Breeze,
Esports way back when.
mas nakikita ko yung value ni KO on attacking kaysa on
Figure out
defending.
who we're gonna be dedicating this victory
Like,
to.
yung value
We're
lang,
almost
yung
gonna be back
ano
into
niya,
the
yung
game. But let's not forget
yung
that
pressure
even
niya
though Alpha Esports lost that
ng
last map,
KO.
that was almost the collapse of Oasis Gaming time and time again after that clutch there
Tignan
from
niya
Ryu
sumbok,
and
need
Ching.
din ng
And really
pagkain.
changed the pace of the game. So if Oasis
You
was
got
able
this,
to
boys.
build
You
on
got
the
this,
momentum
boys. You
built
got
by Wild
this.
Order from map 1, can Alpha
It's
do
okay,
the
it's
same
okay.
and say, okay guys, we almost had them there in map number 2. Let's wrap it
Okay.
up here in third map as it's an aggressive push from Oasis Gaming to start things off, playing Operation.
Kaya
here
on
towards
attack
the
siya,
elbow,
annoying.
And Operation Marky dashes
Wow,
in,
nice
but he
pick!
failed
Yes,
because
Ching is
Ching
back.
will hatch it.
Ching is back, Ching is back.
In that instance, not only that, Wild Oreo getting peppered by bullets. It's dangerous here for the Viper.
Para
The
silang
Bull
walang
won't
heal.
take this.
That's good.
Ripper Dome
Oh, Ripper.
takes the kill onto Jin. It's a scramble towards B site here for Alpha. They get the spike planted. Also a forward position towards the arches there.
The thing is, they're all very low in the way.
Uy, nakuha ni Coco si Gian.
Alpha, they're taking a beating here. Coco with a headhunter, able to get that kill, giving them the man advantage. Wild Oreo walking through Decay, utilizing really what is so powerful about it. And Chris M, will he get the kill? Yes, he does. Shutting down the opposing Viper here. Snake for Snake. Ryu, though, big kill for him to find, and it's all down to Envy. 1v2.
Low sila.
Quite low. A body shot to the chest is all they're gonna need, but he finds the head of Ching the God, and he is definitely not inaccessible here. Envy, 1v1. Both low. A single bullet will do either on end, but Chris M playing time masterfully.
No!
He gets a kill, but does he have time to get this defuse off?
I think my time.
Barely enough. It's gonna go down
Yes,
all the way to the wire, but he doesn't because the orb has already gone off.
Mali yung ano,
Explosion
may delay.
from Alpha Esports to start off the map.
Grissom just realized, hey, you hear that ticking time bomb? We kind of win because of that. And well, for Alpha Esports, they got spike plant that they needed, and they were able to anticipate the Oasis push yet again. This is one more instance that we see here from Alpha Esports that they've really done their homework. For
Grabe talaga flicks nila.
This aggression to come from middle angles. They know this is a squad that wants to surprise you and jolt you from
Si Chris
such a
nag-knife out
fleet
na.
position at a moment's notice. And that was close though. That was very, very close.
Parang
But
lag
good
yung
start
observer.
there for
Lag
our
yung
boy
observer.
Envy.
Kasi yung
Now,
sa visual niya.
Vectors, a rifle even for G Insanity. He wants to get back to the momentum that we're looking for.
Good
And
game
nice hit by
sense!
Jin! Expecting something amiss there, courtesy of Wild Oreo. Well,
Let's go,
leads
baby.
to the
Kaya mo
takedown, and
yan.
not only
You
that,
got this.
Alpha Esports making it to
You
the
got
side,
this.
getting the frags that they need, and the Reyna getting the heat that he wants for the rest of the game. Ching also smart.
Yeah! Kakatakot talaga lumaro to si Jin.
Alpha Esports Pro.
Nakatakot talaga
Jin,
lumaro to si
the
Jin.
hairs on the back of his head started standing up, and he knew that there was something amiss, something awry. A snake in the grass, and that he finds. 0-2, good opening start here for Alpha Esports Pro. With Oasis, rifles abound. This is a lot more difficult a lot of times to make
Nag-playtime
an
si
eco,
Chris,
and
tapos
in that
nataranta
same,
siya konti
case,
nung dulo.
a bonus
Akala
worked
niya
out here on
nakaabot
Alpha
siya sa
Grid. It has
likod eh.
so many
Yan,
long
sa likod
angles
ng
to
wall,
contest.
tapos hindi
You'd
pala.
almost see teams kind of
Na-
not
na
really
mali lang.
force up specters, but since they do, they make
Yun
it
nung
work
grabe
on
lumaban
out.
si
Some
Jin
teams
nasa
like to offer a
labas.
bit more, you know, maybe
Walang
a bulldog
tago.
here and there plus the marshal, but
Pero it
in this
is
case,
an eco.
to get that rifle, it's a smart idea to always have a single rifle on those anti-ecos just for the secure firepower advantage.
Good job, Kate.
Well, opening round here potentially from Oasis, while Oreo gets a kill on Jin, which is a huge pick for them to find Dax.
Here.
Being planted in Alpha Esports, they keep
Oh, the drone, the
this
drone, the
pressure
drone.
on this B side. They keep going at this
Okay,
angle as much as
sa
possible.
elbow na
Jin
punta.
Santil hugging the broken wall. As the Owl drone will look for the scouts, Wild Oreo finds
You got
Sting
this?
there. And Oasis Gaming,
You got
they
this?
keep away to frag these frags.
Oh,
They're gonna
namat.
take that
Saan siya
all up
napatay?
now.
Si
2%,
Coco?
but
Nasaan si Coco?
We get the answer of a flawless victory here from Oasis.
Ang
They
hirap
like to
nung-
keep their
ang hirap
distance,
nung
they know how to
wall.
play the angles. And Oasis Gaming will turn
Wild
this round
Oreo
on
talaga.
third round.
Oreo yung ano niya, yung
Good.
sticker
Good
niya.
bank for themselves too.
Yeah, flawless round here in
Thank you for the
Oasis. and
follow, John Hans.
I guess as advertised, so difficult to win those bonus rounds against full rifles abound. And it gives Oasis one to work with. But Alpha, we've seen them, you know, be very proficient at converting these gun rounds right after a bonus of theirs. That could be the case here. No operators yet. No economy built up on either side. Full out up on out. This is one of the maps that we've seen a lot of even attacking operators be quite prevalent, especially now that we got a chamber here. So let's see how they utilize what they've got.
Sova's always hold
Time
mid.
for Alpha Esports to show that they can keep building this momentum. And you can see here from Oasis Gamer, right? Sight lines right now has spread out as much as possible. Get that intel. Maybe even get a drop on the frag or two.
Kinakabahan ako.
Alpha now. Through the middle, they will go. Double doors is
Bakit
the
ako
call.
nagkakape pa din?
This is Wild Oreo. Playing by the pyramids, has to back away. He's just trying to prevent a default plan from happening. Over my dead body, the Viper will stay, but Envy looking to make bodies already all alongside Wild Oreo. Both Jin and G and Santi go down. So the
They're
fearsome
losing their
duo,
duels.
Alpha Esports falling so quickly early on into the round. Leads to such a stifle push here for Alpha Esports. Ryu,
nice.
though, he's been bopping, and he's found the frag onto Oreo too, but this is a little bit more on the systematic side, courtesy of Oasis. Marky even catching one more. It's all about picks right now here, Black and Blue, and in a game of picks, it's Oasis Gaming with the
Sayang
crown.
natalo sa duel si...
Yeah, this is
si
looking like a
Jin
lot better
tsaka si
from
Gian.
Oasis here. But we've seen time and over, whoever wins those opening 2 pistol rounds, opening 2 rounds rather of the half, typically loses.
Oh no.
The follow.
Oh no, Chris.
Yeah.
Unlucky to
It
si
always
Chris.
just, goes 2-2 after, so Chris Sam.
Oh, actually not.
Marky
Chris Sam, Marky,
giving him a chance.
Oh, nice try.
Oh, no chance, no second chances, man.
Nope. No, as you like to say, Dax. No.
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 No charity.
No, that's the wrong thing, man. Man, you forgot our roots already, bud.
Is it not?
No charity is when
When you drop an
have-
ego, yes.
No,
Like
so,
give gun, right?
no. Yeah, you can't. So if you have a teammate with money, and you have no money, and he asks, "Do you want me to buy for you?" You just say no charity and run off with your force buy. That's what no charity means.
I think the phrase has kind of, evolved.
Oh, wala. They should go. They should fall back.
Sarcastic, we'll figure it out, man. But we're not gonna figure out anything here for Alpha Esports because they rush in just to die. Oasis, this is another tendency that they do here on this Breeze, and I think it really works well for Oasis Gaming as Ryu
nice
is
Ryu.
just a sheriff master right now. Well, and Chris M also on site. But you notice here that ever since Oasis has contested this middle a lot more here on Breeze, they have done so much better rather than just sticking by A or B side. And Oasis Gaming,
Natatensi yan sa paglalaro ngayon. May pressure ba sa laban nila
Alpha
ngayon?
Esports should have the guns to fight.
Wala
in the
naman.
They're pretty much the same location we saw them a while ago.
Wala naman. Actually, hindi ko din alam kung ano meron. Sabi niya kanina, nag-shake yung arms niya, hindi yung hand niya, weak yung arms niya. Hindi ko alam if okay na. Hindi ko alam ano nasa isip niya.
On these anti-ecos, Dax. Rather on their ecos especially, to try and, at least do some damage economically towards the Oasis' side, but now that gives Marky an opportunity to
Hindi
pull
pa naman,
out his
3-2 is
operator.
good.
Should really help cement themselves on this defensive side.
It's still not enough. It's
Mid-control
still
is
not
something that
enough
we do
para ma-figure out
commonly see
ano
from
yung
Alpha
need
in
nila
general, no matter
baguhin.
what the map is. And again, especially in a map here like Breeze, which is such an important mid position and what it connects to. Trying to
Nice.
utilize that, but the counter snipe here coming from Ching is going to come in very, very important.
It's a necessary contest because they don't have as much to blockade that nest. Invito!
Uy!
On forward.
Tingnan mo
Beating
to.
Ching as his own game.
Si Invito,
he's just
sige
holding
yan.
the
Tapos hindi
rifle
sila
here.
nagkita.
So 4v4 after everything is said and done. Oasis
Mali yung orb ni
can
Chris.
effectively reset the pace of Alpha
Dapat
for
yung
now.
orb niya nandito
But
sa
Alpha,
taas.
they're setting up a pinch
Si
towards
Jin.
this B side. Does seem like Invito might be the X factor here if he peeks out in time. Jin though, G and Sandy looking to help.
Uy,
one
nice
another.
pick,
Chris
Chris!
Sam pushing forward.
Sobrang
And despite
ganda
the
ng pick
desync
na
here for
yun.
Alpha Esports,
Sobrang
they're
kailangan
able to
nila
make
yun.
it through to that B side anyway.
Ayan na.
After a good kill on the Viper there.
Nice, baby!
With the G and Sandy, he's going for more.
Ooh,
Jin is
let's
right there to help him out.
go!
Seems like these guys are just saying
Insanity
same-
connection.
They're sharing pretty much the same thoughts here, Black and Blue. And it's crazy to think the sync
Oy!
range between Jin and
Envy
GM
again,
has
envy
been
again.
so stellar here for the
Please,
side
please,
of Alpha,
please,
but
please
Envy
don't do the
is
same
notorious for the
thing.
clutch. He's done it before
1v3
in the series.
again,
Can he do it
boys.
yet
1v3
again?
again. Don't do
Another
it
notch
again.
on his belt. Pushing forward. Chris and P extend.
Nice! So, nag-double pick na si Ryu tsaka si Chris! Let's go, boys! Good job!
Third round anyway. 3-3 now the scoreline.
Tying things up once again. And none of these, especially this last 2 maps, have always been really just so tight-knit. Haven a bit more one-sided, but the first half
Nice,
was
baby.
really, really close on still.
Grabe talaga
The
to
question
si
is, who can outlast the opposition here? When you go to map 3s, especially when the other maps can be a bit drawn out, it does come down to who has that mental
Deja vu.
fortitude to keep on fighting and keep on consistently
Hi, Lark. Thank you
having
for the follow.
their
Lark,
level
para kang yung
really
ano,
play up to their
Yung
standards.
ginamit namin sa online
Both
class
of these
ng
teams have proven
Lark.
in the past to be able to do. Looking to see if Marky can do some work here with the operator. He has his tailwind burn. He can dash out
Oh,
at a
no.
moment's notice, but can he really choose his timing?
Ah!
Sandy waiting at the other end
I'm
of
so
things. He
scared.
goes for a blind shot. Nothing connected.
Hoy,
but
si
what?
Jin
With the
namatay!
fragment, Ripper gets a huge kill on the Jin. Chris M on the trade. Ripper finds the second kill on Jin. Sandy gets a third.
Ripero?
Ripper going big, ripping them apart. It's all on the
Grabe
Jin.
si
They got to
Ripero!
make something
Grabe
happen.
si Ripero!
So far away though. The chamber has to retreat. knows that he can't utilize the best kits of his arsenal because of that null command and Ray Boot and Ray
Ako
Tool,
din,
the Terminator
kahit anong
here, set
mangyari,
back in
sobrang
time
alam
by
ko
Oasis
na,
Gaming. The
na,
Gates'
na
fate
he's one of the
has
best
brought
jet
them
players
forward
out there,
into the round.
and
That
that
was a
he's
big time
amazing.
setup there, basically by Ripper. The fragment into the peaks. Null command utilized heavily by
No
Oasis.
amount of bad games can
In
change
all
our
honesty, I thought it was
minds.
game over for Marky as soon as the engagement started because he got hit by the Leer, had to move a little bit more, had to go for the Cloud Burst. But since he still was able to get the dash on the way anyway,
Hindi
no
yata sila
no
ready
push
na
there from
nandun na
Alpha
si Reaper.
Esports. Oasis Gaming able to keep the operator alive, and this should be a save. So Oasis now, again, proving how valuable this KO pick really is for them. It's such a good disruptor of the momentum of
Shing
Alpha
is
as
back.
Shing will beat Wild
Shing
Origin there
is
into
back.
the exit. But you can see it
Shing
here.
is
Shing
back.
gets another one. That's beautiful here for Shing. It's not even just a consolation prize. It's a second place award here because Oasis will take the score. Shing will get the exits. And we will now go into the next round with Oasis Gaming with the lead. But
I'm
back to my point
confident.
real quick.
I'm confident in this
Ripper
game.
is just looking so stellar on this KO, and this KO being a factor disrupts what Chain wants to do, disrupts the chain of kills what Jin wants to do, is he's breaking the immediate push from GN Sanity. And just the fact that
Kinakabahan
Oasis
ako.
Gaming is employing this KO is one of the biggest
Kinakabahan ako.
reasons why they have
Ayan na kay...
made the lives
Wow!
of Alpha harder in the last two rounds.
Grabe yung POV
In the last two
ni
maps even.
The fact that he has been, you know, that piece for them, as you said, it really does.
You want to play? Let's
It's kind of like a thorn in the side of the opposition here. So
Nice, baby!
You see Marky almost flick to it, but he's one step ahead, utilizing
Mahirap ba
that
si Breeze ang
verticality
attacker?
to really
Parang
gain
attacker
himself
sided
an
ang
edge
Breeze.
here and get himself the high ground. Both, well,
Oh,
metaphorically.
kita yung barrel!
Literally.
Kita
It's
yung
also easy to
barrel! Oh!
Yes! And now he
Ay, nawalan siya ng baril!
sees you. Chris Sam also on the board yet again.
Let's go, baby.
Alpha
My
Esports
baby's back.
cycling the
He's
corner
back.
that Wild Warrior loves to play, and this B side
Left.
has been their base for quite a
No!
while.
No, Jin!
See if they can grow that
Envy
spike
na naman.
into a
Lagi na
well-respected
lang.
adult in the future, but then again, Envy right now with the shock darts, still a chance
Shock
here
dart.
for Oasis Gaming to make this retake work. Coco coming in from the tunnel, but this is a
2v3.
great setup courtesy of
Maganda yan.
Viper.
Nasa lang si...
Chris M now waiting, watching, and stalking more victims. Envy goes down. There we go with a jumping. They know where Coco exactly is. And
Nice!
Chris M again. Automatic.
Chris
with the
M
win
is
with the
feeling
shot.
it today.
Clears 4-4. Alpha tie it up.
You want to talk about
Yay!
backline players, not just Chang, but man, Chris M has been such a reliable force here for the
Dun,
Alpha
kita mo
Esports
yan?
squad. Always, as I said a while ago,
Sayang
in map
nakatingin
number
siya sa
one, just
right side.
plugging all the holes
Nasa
that are
left si
left
Envy,
on
tas
open.
yun dun siya nakatingin.
Hitting his shots when he
Sayang!
needs to. You don't really see many big pop-off moments from him, but he doesn't need to because he gets a ton of quality frags when he needs to. And that being said, he's at the top of the scoreboard for their team as well. Really cleaning up house when
Ang galing
Alpha
ni Chris. I'm so
throw
proud of
Oasis into a
Chris.
scramble. They have a gun round here, Blades out from Marky. But the fact that they're doing this on the defensive side isn't too bad at all for the Oasis squad. Looking for some aggression to be shown here from the
Ang laki ng
halls.
improvement
hall
ni
pass
Chris.
though, so they
Pinapanood
realize,
ko
okay,
sila
keep
since the
yourselves
start
walking,
ng Alpha.
otherwise you might get
Since
burnt.
their very first Alpha versus
I didn't know
Kadima,
that was the
nanonood na
punishment
ako.
for not
Ang
having a
galing
hall
ni
pass,
Chris.
man. That
Ang layo
was
niya
in
na
my
simula nung una.
I think you should report
Like,
your
ang
school,
talino
man.
na niya ngayon.
That does not sound safe at all. I get a
Di,
slap on
pero,
the wrist and that was
hey,
it, but now
check nest!
Alpha again.
Hala, feeling ko may mapipitas to isa. Ay, hindi, nalakalampas sila. Si Coco!
But Coco, nice corner, being contested, and he's not done. He finds two before he falls.
Oh,
Ripper
no.
comes in as well, and as soon as the robot just goes for the drop, he drops the Reyna right in front of him.
Alpha win,
now.
Alpha win, Alpha win,
It's
Alpha
such
win.
an awkward scenario. He thought player standing even, but it has been broken in by the Oasis.
Oh!
In order.
5-4.
And Oasis Gaming making it a 5-4
Oh, sobrang
scoreline. I love
consistent
the
ni
adjustment
Chris.
from Oasis
Isa si
Gaming
Chris.
though. Putting
Isa si
Coco
Chris
there
sa best
instead,
controllers for
knowing that
me.
he can get out if ever he needs to, and just a
Ang
different
galing na niya.
angle for Oasis to take.
Sayang yun, hindi na check.
He went for the
Hindi
push
sila-
because he didn't have the rendezvous.
hindi sila sabay
He
nag-
went in, got
Alam niyo,
two,
what would have been
knowing
better that
Alpha
round?
Esports
Kung
was
sabay
protected
pumasok
that
si
fight
Chris,
as Chris M
tsaka
had
si
hard
Nagian.
countered Wild Warrior for quite a while.
Kasi late
So
sila
solid adjustment
nakapasok.
and a great way to capitalize on the tendency of their opposition there. So 5-4, Oasis Gaming adjusting too, as Alpha Esports has done.
A gift.
Coco, man, huge play for him with the
Na-late
mirror
sila ng
Spectre.
pasok.
Those close range angles are so difficult to try and shut down with a Spectre. And how mobile, silent he can be as well while doing it. Viper's
Ay.
pit here.
Ay,
Popped him
ang
towards
hirap
A
nito.
main, but still Alpha realize they can go around this, taking that haul, and once again, they don't have a pass, and so have to be careful. Might be a Proctor waiting at the end of this. His name is Envy. He's gonna get found out though. Jin, great find, shuts down the immediate hold that could have been stifling that hall push, and now they're gonna be able to open this door. You can see him communicating though. Do not open it just yet. Wait
Uy,
for the proper
muntik,
timing. Chris, I'm
muntik.
catching Coco on the
Alam
Coco.
kaya ni Chris
He
na
had to go
nandun si
for that
Marky.
play to try and get them something going because of the man disadvantage.
Ay, umalis
And
na si
even with that, even with the control
Marky.
taken towards
Chris!
I'm found to pick here towards B.
Buti
They're
nagood
trying to
si
opt for
Marky.
that B-side attack, but Marky
Nice,
does not put him down.
baby!
Insanity finding a pick here towards Mindo on the Ripper, and
Oh,
looking
no.
to do the same while Oreo. Marky, great find on Chris M. That gives him somewhat of a hold here towards that B-side, and now Alpha. Do they continue onto this? Yes, they do! Marky gets it through the Lear, though. Still 1v2. Wild Oreo going big, but Key Insanity bailing him
Yay!
out.
Nice, baby!
Alpha Esports, they're that type of student
Oo.
that say, okay,
Sanity
15
yung
minutes,
surname
guys, we
niya.
can actually
Yung
cut the
first name niya,
free.
Gian.
No problem, our teacher is gonna show up, and then the teacher shows up at the last moment, tries to make them stay there, and they have this little bit of a debate. It's 60 minutes. We're 1 minute late. We can actually get the hell out of this class, and it got so
Grabe
dicey
yun.
there. You mentioned Marky coming up big when he needs
Wow.
to the
Well,
most.
Dario
The
talaga,
push shutdown on Chris
grabe.
M, stifling the push of Alpha
Look at
Esports.
the Vipers.
That's
Pareho
very
sila,
young
10-7.
Alpha with the
The
numbers
Vipers
to collapse
do be
on, and this is
carrying.
democracy, and Alpha Esports has gotten my vote for that round. So a timeout right now, called by Oasis Gaming. They
Lakas ni
realize
Berg.
here that they just need to change it up a little bit more.
A
As
shout
the
out
scoreline is
si
so
Christian
close, we're
Nino.
almost done here with the first half. But you notice here, whenever Oasis has a small adjustment, Alpha's the one who gets caught off guard. So maybe having Ripper somewhere else a little bit different, put Coco yet again where Wild Oreo does, and vice vis. Those are possibilities that Oasis can consider
Romer,
right
Arvin, thank you
now.
for the
But Alpha
follow,
Esports,
guys.
man, Chris M having a series to remember, a more supporting role at the start of the series. Now
Grabe
he's
to
at
si
the
Chris
very
M.
top. This is really such a big time step up here by Chris M, the quiet type really of Alpha Esports, coming in huge
Tatlo.
for the team now.
6
Well,
para
it
sa
really
playoffs,
is
pero 3 lang para sa
one of the
APAC.
playgrounds for Viper, almost a quintessential important pick. You'll see any team really utilize here on a map like this. That wall, there's so much work in playing around the utility as well is something Chris M has
Please check right
really
side.
got lots
Okay,
of
good.
moments with.
Hoy!
Now going to find information. Ripper still gets a kill though. Bailing
swerte
Marky out.
ni
He does go
Ripper.
down in the end. They still get a kill. Stinger in the hands here of Ripper. Insanity taking control of that site, and they do have a site alpha for them. Sheriffs is all they really got to work with here. Actually, not even, just one. SMG is so difficult
Nice,
to win
baby.
fights out of range
Dalawa
here.
pa?
Coming in.
Alis.
This should
Nice.
be an alpha round, which it is. And they secure at least the even half, 6-5.
Hindi,
support
Sanity.
that
Buo
Stinger
buo
actually
niyang
beat
last
that
name yung
Vandal in that
Sanity.
fight.
Yeah.
I would just start clapping. It would have been a sight to behold, that's for sure. But take a bow, Alpha Esports. You get
Paano
the
niya
round.
nakasama si Jin sa platinum?
And now we get Oasis Gaming with the gun bias, but it's just looking so close yet again in the first half. This series has been absolutely neck and neck.
Ah,
Both
okay.
sides
Nakita niya
winning
before the smoke.
plays. Both sides looking
Ang gulo naman ng
absolutely
bibig.
mechanically cracked right now. And both
Si
sides just
Ariel
trying to
Last name niya. Ang
anticipate
talino niya
what
talaga,
each other
guys.
are gonna do based on their
Si Chris
research
ayaw niya
tendencies.
sabihin yung ano niya
Such
eh.
a well-researched
Wow.
machine right now.
Wow.
Oh, Oasis and Alpha, but Oasis Gaming looking to end it already on a high note.
Shut
Envy with the
down.
two. No command is there too. And Alpha Esports,
Shut
they felt the gusto.
down.
But as soon as a little bit of wind
Ang ganda ng tag ni
knocks them
Envy.
back on their feet,
One
the
enemy
gun
remaining.
comes out. The flex is gone. Envy even with the third kill. Marky right behind Ryu right now. And it's all but over here for Alpha Esports in the
Bye,
round. We
Ryu.
will go into a full
Akala ko
half 6-6
inanay yata dapat
flawless
sa
by
yung
Oasis Gaming. And we're tied up yet
6-6
again coming
na
into the second half.
Switching
Dax,
sides.
these opening halves have been
6-6
so close.
na
7-5, 6-6, and once again another 6-6 here on the third map. And Oasis really just dumping every single ultimate that they've got in that round to secure it. And Envy, man, for him to find 2 picks just from the complete safety of that nest position with his Hunter's Fury. Well, it's hunting season and he's got to pass this time. Finds all the prey that he needs. And Oasis ties things up 56, which is a pretty good scoreline going into that attacking second half of theirs. And halftime pause here to give them a bit of brevity. Such a tightly tense series that both of these teams are playing.
Ay, natatense
Very
na
different
naman
philosophies
ako.
on how they approach the game, but you really are seeing a battle of the two intuitions that Alpha Esports and
Guys,
Oasis
wala akong
both
surname.
want to
Pinanganak ako,
intend to
may isang
impose
pangalan.
on their opponents here. Man, what a series already
Pag kami
to start off
nagkatuloyan,
week
eh,
number
di
2.
sanity na.
It's a serene moment, that's for sure, but this has just been quite a party.
Yasumi.
For VCTPH. This is how we kick things off for week number 2. You know that some of these teams are going to be fighting for their lives just to make it to the top 6. Others want to get to that top 2 bye position where they get
guys,
into the
di niya
second
kilala yung
round. And
sarili
of course, certain names trying to make certain cases for themselves. Can Southfield Esports defend their crown? Can now us bounce on
Gusto
back?
ko
Is
marinig.
Alpha Esports a squad that can make it to the playoffs? Well,
Ay,
Oasis
nako
can
kayo.
make it to 8
Eh, paano
yet
si
again.
Coco? Sige nga.
Finally, let's not forget
Sige nga,
Team
gawan nyo nga si
Secrets.
Coco.
Looking to be back on top of the PH ecosystem.
Yeah.
This week, we're going to be answering a lot of the questions, even more so into the playoffs. But if this is just a semblance of what may come to the rest of ACTPH, you guys are in for an absolute treat, and we're happy to be here for y'all too. This series, though, so
Coco
close,
Martin!
all about clutch players doing big-time clutches. We've seen it from pretty much everyone right now
Ewan ko
on
sa
this
inyo.
server, in these 2 rosters.
Si Envy, si
I really
Envy.
feel
Sige,
like
gawan
for
niya si
Oasis
Envy.
Gaming, they do have a bit of advantage though that we end in 6-6 scoreline because they have been absolutely notorious on the attacking side. They have been incredible at making their executes work time and time again. And just the balance between utility and speed
But
of
sanity!
execution by Oasis Gaming has had so much
Kaiba
finesse
silang
compared
team.
to everyone else in the PH group
Invited!
stage, that this is where they can really shine, and it's Alpha Esports absolutely tested right now because we're tied up.
And Dax, as you kind of touched upon a while ago, you know, this stage, more so than any other stage we've ever had, I think, in the VCTPA,
Punch
has the
invisible.
most
Wala kang-
storylines to be
Rivero,
told
Rivero,
by every
Rivero.
single team that is here in such an interesting way.
Envy, gusto kay
Especially with, you know, the history that a lot
invisible.
of these teams have garnered within the past year or so. It really does boil down to how
ang creative
much
nyo.
can be done with how little time there is to tell it. Marky opening up here with the contact as Alpha are looking to take aggressive control of the cave, but that's where it might be sent. The Insanity, though, huge pick to find Ripper, and it all starts crumbling down as Chris M gets that kill on the Marky off the flank, and Jin just pushing the envelope, and that's what they send to the postman. 4v2, so difficult now for Oasis to win.
Yeah, just absolutely feels right now this cave. These guys
Oy,
licked
kinako.
the envelope there and made sure that
Nice
it went
boys.
into the mailbox right in front of their
Nice
eyes. A
boys.
must
Score sa
win
Icebox
for Alpha
11-13.
Esports that round was, and they did not fail to those expectations. Now they're gonna be able to be the ones to control
yan,
the
yung
tempo
kay
of
Javon?
economy, and you can see it here that they're willing to play a bit of that long range game with the Guardian on Jin,
Hindi ko
with
gets.
the Marshall here on Ching. And
Grim
I absolutely
Reaper,
expect that to
Grim
happen here for
Reaper.
Alpha Esports, that the operators get
Yun,
to
Jin
play
Bulag.
the force they put on alongside the Tour de Force, maybe some cheap
Kaya pa,
angles that
hindi,
Reina will
819
try
sayang.
to get in and out
Muntik
with
na.
the kill.
Ang
There is
perfect
that
na nun.
tendency here for Alpha Esports to be willing to play the aggressor, and in a map like Breeze where there are these open sight lines, bouts of speed, bouts of invulnerability or instant translocation, that's where Alpha Esports can get away with things that they shouldn't have.
Wag lang sila pa...
Really, it doesn't matter what should or should be. Only matters what does in the end of things. Holding on to the site here, Chris M. Markey taking a lot of that damage on the opening spam
Nice.
shots. Chris M, man, look
Nice,
at how much
baby.
he's doing here.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
Firmly
Wow!
in
Let's
this
go,
round.
boys.
But
6
Oreo, once again, only player to really get a
Wild
kill
Oreo.
in that round. And 8-6.
4x4. Hindi ko alam yung 4x4. Guys, hindi ako manginginom. Paano pag 4x4?
Turnaround.
Hindi, ano yun, Jin? Alam ko lang yun, Jin Bulag. Sabi ni Ching, timpla yun ng alak.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Oasis, this is their time to shine. Alpha look to make that a lot more dented than they otherwise would have liked.
Yeah, I think it was like probably that one instance all the way back in the first game
Si
where we got at
Marky,
least one bonus round, but
tahimik
mostly,
lang.
right, once you get the rifles, you still have a fight in you. And for Oasis Gaming, there's a very crucial piece of this puzzle that they need to get the connection on. It has to be the suppresses from Ripper. He's the one who can
Hindi
team
tanggal.
immensely
Ano
to
to?
prevent
8,
Alpha
8, 8.
Esports from getting away with bloody
Nice,
murder.
Chris.
But there you go, call the detective to Indy's body because we
Oy!
see a murder here towards the
Sayang!
A side.
4
is
HP!
able to break the envelope and finally find the frags that he needs. He's sadly catching out
Patayin
Ripper.
nyo na
It's
si
gonna be
Marky,
2 after
4
everything said and done. Must have been,
HP.
of course, for Alpha Esports. And Oasis Gaming should have the range to contend with the opposition, but the shock start is there.
Yes!
Marky can't get away! He tried to round the corner, but too little HP! And lightning crashing through the metal. He's the one who felt the shot
player
there.
standing.
Go
Woo!
full fall of Alpha Esports!
Ala, hindi sila nakatingin kay Oreo.
Nice!
Nice!
With a final frag.
Na-bonus round nila! Na-bonus round nila!
They go gigantic. 6-9 now, and for Alpha Esports, they're stopping.
Ay, sorry. Para akong yung takuri na kumukulo.
Awkward round there for Oasis Gaming. You saw Coco trying to tap on the way, and while Oreo kind of being split on which decision to take, which one to make. And that's where one of those moments, easier said than done, yes, I know, but you have to commit on what you're about to do. You have to go for the guy you're aiming for, or just bail out of there. In that case, went for the halfway measure. Gian Sandy, the rest of Alpha Esports take it to its fullest extent. 6-9.
Chris
A very
Monon.
nice scoreline for Alpha to get in this moment. They could be closing off the series very soon.
Yeah, this is just looking to be a schooling here by Alpha
Pakiulit.
Esports.
Ay, ako na na-realize ko, narinig ko sarili ko. Sabi ko, para akong kumukulo na takuri.
And everything changed immediately. And now we get the range that they've been looking for a map like this. Jin Santi, he's on the operator. Also has the blades if ever someone does invade his personal space. But B site now, held together by
Uy,
two.
walang... Ay, nakatingin si
Ryu has
Ellie.
also been absolutely impactful, honestly. Alpha
Oo nga, ba't
Esports,
nandito ka pa
this
din?
is those moments where we can really see that this 5-man unit has stuck with each other through thick and thin for good reason.
Hala,
Aldrone though gets a
Wow!
but this is such an awkward angle here.
Nabuksan ko yung kape.
Eldor is able to take
Napirat
advantage
ko.
of Shin. Decides to teleport to the way. Ryu will get the trade, but Coco is now gonna get the takedown.
Napirat ko yung...
Coco again gonna get two. Jin comes on in. Ryu, of course, still able to hold on to the corner. And Alpha Esports now to fight back 2v2 scenario though. In B again, looking absolutely incredible. But a nice slap from Jin. Gets the one, gets the two, 3 overall, and that's gonna be it. 4 in a row for Alpha Esports. We're counting.
Ang
the
layo
numbers
naman ng
here for
takbo ni Jin.
Alpha.
Kukunin yung
But at the same
opereta,
time, it's a
opereta.
countdown that Oasis does not want to look at. Gonna be 6-10, and they save the op 2.
Well, a round one there by Jin. Him being able to sneak himself
Nice.
all the way behind that pillar. And the fact that he found Coco first. The ROG clutch coming on in.
Nag-umpisa akong kabahan
really helped
nung umalis si
round,
Rio
because
dun
in
sa
Rio
angle
down,
niya.
since he was
Tapos
low,
saktong alis na sa
maybe
angle
still a
niya,
bit
tsaka
more
lumabas
winnable, but
yung kalaban.
In the end, 6-10.
Oasis
That's what the
timeout.
scoreline suggests to continue on as Oasis call a timeout. Potentially final real round that they could throw in here. Otherwise, they're gonna have to once again try and come back on match point with the
Pag
guns.
naging 11,
That's
pag
not
naging 11
a
AE,
fate they
ikaw
want to
ulit,
face.
ikaw
We've
ulit
talked
yung
about
Oasis,
how
tapos
Alpha have
magiging
consistently been
12-6.
such a formidable team here on Breeze, one of the best teams on Breeze. For Oasis to leave that open, they could be
Grabe, ang lamig
really
na nung
regretting
kamay
that
ko.
decision right now if everything does start to crumble. Operator out in the hands of Gian Sandy. On the defense, I'm not too sure how Oasis can deal with this.
Oasis has been riding
Kyla,
the
thank you for following.
Breeze high for quite a while, and the stats were there. The momentum was there to play this map yet again, but Alpha Esports, as soon as they got the
Bakit?
pistol,
Paanong
everything
mandadamay?
completely
Anong
changed in their
AOS?
favor.
Naos yun,
Not
Ivan, yung
only is it
04.
Because, you know, Jin
Naos
and Sanity are really propping
Naos
themselves
yung
up,
04.
but just- You have to give big props to Chris Hember and Ryu,
Worth
who
yung
have been
pag-order
so,
ko ng
so
merch.
notable at hitting these
Thank you for the super
absolutely
chat, Alpha.
impactful
Thank you so
frags.
much.
Jing, of course, too. When it comes to clutch,
Ito
he's
na
the one
yan,
you look
guys.
for, but
You
I
win
still
this round, bro.
Look at what
You
this
match
Viper,
point
what this Silva has been doing.
with
The
12-6.
so-called support line of Alpha Esports. And they have been the ones to really keep Alpha absolutely afloat in the bad times and the good. And It's that damn great right now for Alpha Esports. Oasis though.
Approve,
They
let's
know that their hearts are
go!
as one. These
Congrats,
guys,
Vince!
a very, very close-knit team to say the least. And living
Hey,
together,
Rafael,
playing
thank you for the
together,
30.
grinding together, of course, to get ready for stage number 2.
dun.
But their escapades, their accolades might not be enough for this Alpha Esports advantage right now. Not only do we still have the operator here,
Ako na hihinga ng
there's also
pakaba
the
para sa
Viper's
inyo.
Pit, I believe, set up by Chris M. So options right now for Oasis looking limited. It's reservations they're trying to get through. But all the bookings have been foreclosed by Alpha. These guys are hoarding the
Kabado
locations.
20.
Blaze right now, and it's a struggle
Kabado
to make it through the sites.
20.
6 to 10. And man, their struggles here are reflected on this round. The server, look, 30 seconds left, still no real foothold. They can't kind of execute, but that's what they needed. That's a small opening. That is a chance that they were hoping for. Envy finds them an opening here. Coco doing the same on Jin. There has to be an information that Ching is on the back site, and that they do know. They do have a trademark to at least give him some sort of stopping power. Marky, great find. This is Oasis coming back into the round. 5v2, looking like a flawless with Gian Sandy, the last one left alive. Saving the op, does get a kill on the Envy. Try and make it expensive towards that painful Oasis economy. And Alpha, a round that they're willing to give up. They know that they're still in this
Nag-start
fight.
ulit nung binitawan ni Ryu yung saktong bitaw ulit ni Ryu nung angle, lumabas yung kalaban. Ang timing!
To save his operator, but he's still continuing in the fight with Ripper. Does punish him so 7 to 10 could be the start of something good.
Yeah, start of something good, start of something new even for Oasis Gaming, because they finally... Yes, good sir, I heard that. But Oasis Gaming, this is a great way to change the pace of the game. If they're the ones playing it slow, they might be able to creep around the map and find a few notable weaknesses here for Alpha Esports. And when you need a man to rely on, a man to do that job for the team, Envy just comes in clutch yet again, even at the start of the round. So Oasis Gaming, I think right now they just need to change the whole mentality of this series. We've
Kailangan,
seen some
bawal
fast
matalo
hits from them
Alpha
be
dito
absolutely
sa
effective, especially
Eco
in that
to
last
eh.
map. But this time, maybe a few duels here and there. Just keep away from the versatility of Gian Santi and Jin, and look to pick apart the backline again and again. Because we saw this also in Haven.
I'm
Remember
so
the few
scared
rounds
for
where
his
Chris
life.
M was actually targeted on that Astra. Oasis Gaming
Para siyang drone!
take the round in absolute strides. So
Ala,
find out
hindi
the
sila
silver
nakatingin sa
Viper
mid.
early on.
Okay,
Might
grabe,
be
hindi sila
easier for them
nagsasalubong!
as much as possible to remove those support pillars in check. But
Hindi sila nagsalubong!
again, slow play is the key. No PMs needed here. It's telegraphed by Oasis Gaming. Finally, though, to get the execution on a site. Not only that, a bit of a lurk here in the middle by Marky. Coco, though, with 5%. Marky, though, that's a tap to remember. Gian Sandy goes down. Next on the list might be Jin. But the damage has been done. And just crucial targets yet again being sought after by Oasis Gaming. We have a crossfire. They're trying to set up Jindo. Left, right, pick the target. Tries to get in cover. But he is exposed out to the open. All left now to Ching. Ripper does go down, but it's 4v1, and Oasis Gaming, they realize the scenario, they need to set up a bounty board
Ikaw yung
because there are
alpha.
certain people that need to fall first.
Ikaw round sila.
Definitely is looking like the start of something new here, Dax. And I bet it feels so right for Oasis to be here right now with each other. 8 to 10, looking them in the eye, heart to heart.
Oh my god.
And this is where they're going to really make their mark. 8 to 10 once
Hi,
again.
boys!
A
Boys,
scoreline
kaya
that
nyo to,
seemed
kaya nyo to.
bit too out of reach a while ago,
Ikaw
but now
raw.
fully realized and eco state once again forced upon Alpha Esports Pro. That
Sayang
operator for
yun.
Sandy could have come in big, but the Oasis are doing a great job of catching Alpha Esports out on their aggression. As you like to say, Dax, defense is a mere suggestion for this team on Alpha, and with them pushing so far forward, Oasis know where to spring and lay their traps.
Don't we both have a quote like that? Mine is defense is a suggestion, and then yours is duelist is a mindset.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I think
What do we do?
it really comes down to the mentality.
It comes to mentality, the killer mentality. You gotta be that star player, man. But Alpha Esports, they need to go for a timeout because they have to realize the problem here. They're unable to protect that backline. Last round, Chris M died first. Previous round, Ryu died
Ay,
first.
sorry.
And with Alpha Esports goes in blind, they have the reflex to get a kill, sure. But Oasis will be ready for that trade. Oasis will be there ready for the off angle. And it becomes pretty clear cut that as soon as Oasis removes just those ways to garner that intel or site blockades on the of Alpha side, then they're just gonna set up a crossfire. They're gonna set up an angle that even if you get one from Oasis, you can't get both of them unless you're just an absolute speed demon with the flick. So things are getting harder here for Alpha
ganda nga
Esports
ng
right now.
timeout.
Oasis finally finding the last piece of this puzzle. They're looking to frame
Jean, go
this
kill
scoreline
everyone. Jean,
as soon
eco
as
them.
possible. Can they actually make it though?
Ay, sorry, hindi pala
To that
naka-full screen.
13.
Sorry.
Well, Alpha
Kinakabahan na ako eh.
Esports find a way to get back at it, and you can see it here for Alpha. Every time they're on an eco from losses, it's not a full eco, it's a hero rifle for Jin. They know that the Reyna is the best chance they have to frag out and reset themselves again.
Sayang,
and
di pa
again.
napatay ni
But a
Tsing.
bit of the waiting game here from
Nice.
Ryu works out! Patience
Hoy!
is a virtue that Ryu has been able to rely
Di
on.
ba niya
But
rinig yun?
unfortunately, humility there in the end because he will lose his life. 4v4
Kawawa si Tsing.
only with a sliver of HP left. Jing having to back
Good pick
all the
ni
way there
Ryu.
to decay. It's looking very painful.
No!
Fight the lineup! It's
Wow!
all easy here for Envy. I'm loving it by the arches.
Grabe
And it's looking
talaga
golden
si
for Oasis
Envy.
yet again. G and Sandy now all alone. Flash strike comes in. Recon Dart is there. They know he's waiting. They know he's watching. And Envy will get the quad to end it for Oasis Gaming again. 9-10 Oasis getting back into this one.
Operator out in the hands of Gian Sandy once again to try and put a stop to this, to try and take it from range. When they get up close, Oasis have been able to really
Yeah, that's
secure
an eco,
themselves.
but it was
As I say,
winnable.
These eco
They
rounds
had
are
two
so
rifles.
difficult
Pero
to try and
Envy's
win
push was so
against the
good.
rifles. Envy, perfect
Envy,
timing, perfect
Envy's
positioning, right when no one
won
was
that
marking him
round.
to get those 3 kills at the Big M.
That was
and
eco,
send
pero
them on
that
the
was
delivery line.
winnable.
9-10. Do Alpha let them tie it up here, or can they extend it even further? Oasis, they have the counter snipe in the hands of Marky here. Operator in his hands once more. We have seen both of these two players be very formidable, but Gian Sandy maybe making himself more known for that op than Marky has typically been, wherein he's kind of been known for more explosive entries on the opposing end.
Yeah, the Marquee Gymnastics. It's probably a great weight loss training program.
Please
We
win
should get
this
a
round,
VHS of it
AE.
only for $4.99 a video. Because you mentioned it, Marquee has always been more of that mobility jet. He's solid on the operator.
Kulang
too.
din sila sa
In the
practice sa
meantime,
Breeze,
It's all about
sa
the space that he
scrims.
creates with his antics and with his lethality for the Oasis Gaming fold. Then again though, Poison Cloud now gonna get thrown out. Seems like Chris M does have a good setup here, but here we go again. Envy, Hunter's Fury, looking for a target. It's quite a distance though, and he cannot close that gap. Chris M also with the kill with the Wild Oreo, and this is a great impact here from Alpha.
Nice,
Esports.
Jin.
They anticipate the push. It's
Nice,
63.
Chris.
The
No!
pulsing, the null command is effective, and Coco, where did you come from? He just dropped. It's like he dropped from a coconut tree by this point, and a silent assassin here. For Oasis
Namamala na
Gaming.
ba yung mukha ko?
Now giving them a
Nagsastress
chance
ako eh.
to put that spike down, basically giving them the round, and we are tied up after everything is done here. Black and blue, 10-10 the
OMG.
scoreline. G and Santi.
May info sa halls.
Man,
Kasi na-trigger
Ripper,
yung trap
that
ni
null
Chamber.
command did so
Pero
much
nakatatlo
work
si Coco.
here for Oasis. Not just in terms of
Na-stress
obviously,
ako dun.
kind of shutting down the potential utility and abilities and suppressing anybody nearby, or even further to that extent, but more importantly, to put it in MMO terms, this dude just pulled the entire room's aggro. And when they're all beaming down that lighthouse and they let the fire, they let their shots ring loose, that just gives the information to Oasis on where to really point their heads towards, and that allowed Coco to sneak idly by, find the kills that he needed from the backline, like a true rogue that he is.
Last game.
Oasis tie the game up, 10-10 Dax.
I mean,
Is this
pwede
them
naman silang
really
hindi
pulling
mag-pay
back
attention
from
sa
day one
halls.
till the
Pero
end?
nung na-trigger na yung
That
trap ni
ultimate
Chin,
and
dapat
it just
nag-pay
feels like
attention
it's
na
the
sila.
light
Kasi
at the
it
end of
means
the
may
tunnel.
tao
It's
doon na
something
pwedeng
in the
nag-push.
sea. And
Pero
a
iniwan
man
lang nila, hindi
chooses,
nila
but
dinouble
Ripper
check.
suppresses,
Nag-push
and
si Coco, umikot siya
it's looking
dito,
so
tatlo
stellar
sila
right now for
napitas.
Oasis Gaming. The way that they've adjusted again, the way that they're able to play that full back, but still execute when they do have a great advantage thanks to the KO. And they're really just trying to remove Alpha's momentum away from the equation, not necessarily get the kill immediately, but have that trade system, have a way to suppress those
yan na naman kayo
utilities
sa
that can give
choke.
Alpha
Adjustment
an
tawag
edge
dun.
moving forward. And as it stands, Alpha Esports right now, they've been looking to rely on that range game, but they have not found the fish that are able to bite here. So Oasis Gaming playing keep away
Yung
as much as
adjustment
possible
nung
from Giansanti.
Oasis.
Now this might be a test though, because you have
Tas
Chrisem
hindi
on
pa
the left, you have
nag-adjust ulit yung
Giansanti, who
Alpha.
might reposition towards B main instead. A stack here from Oasis, looking to be testy in these waters.
Well, you know, sometimes Zax, if nothing's biting, tugging
No,
on
it's
the
not.
lines,
It's
maybe
round
a net might be the
robins.
better option
Only
here.
round robins
Case in point,
for
accuracy
group stage.
by volume of fire could be a very potential thing that they could use here for the Alpha Esports squad. Utilizing
Nice,
their numbers,
baby.
potentially and Sandy.
Nice, baby!
Duel here to get 2 opening kills and keeping them in that game. He's been one of the pioneers of that operator here in the
30 seconds
VCTPH, and we have seen him actually quite
Nice,
curiously.
baby.
Fun fact: stick to that same infantry operator for like a year now. So
Yep.
very loyal. That's what I'm trying to say.
Skin line without effects, gotta say. And now a Ripper with the kill onto Jin Ching though with the tour the
Nice!
repositions and reclaims another
10
takedown.
seconds left.
Well, that's assertive there from the side of Alpha, but it's 1v3, all left now to Marky. Still with a chance to go for the plant. But, oh, the Hunter doesn't get a connection. So still, suspicious for Marky, but Chris M and G and Sandy have a crossfire. The Classic was brought out, and Alpha Esports with a classic weight.
Ikaw nagpanalo nun, baby! Tsaka si Chin! Yung dalawang pitas mo, tas nag-rotate, nakadalwa din si Chin. Let's go!
Walk into the operator's vision and get picked apart one by one. 11 to 10, finally Alpha Esports getting another round while they're in this double-digit state.
Alpha, great hold and great picks here coming from Gian Sandy.
Boom! Walang
Scalpel that he's
smokes!
got.
Boom! Walang lurker!
Finding those
Hey!
slivers for him to capitalize on. So does String. Really, the long-range game. The operator is tour de force in the hands of Alpha. Seeming to be the biggest problem, the biggest tool they can utilize to try and take this win over Oasis. Oasis still have enough economy to continue buying in the remainder of this half,
Mas
though.
nasa-stress pa ako dito kaysa sa mga
It's
exam
gonna
ko
be
nung
quite a struggle
college.
here for them to try and shut down the op without one of their own. They do get some information on where Chris M is. Great 0 point to try and take away his...
Nice, baby!
When the fight all completely
Oh,
being
no!
shut down.
Why did you
Ripper, the only player to
die?
get a kill here for the Oasis side. It's down
Get
to a
the up.
1v4. Coco's gonna have to come in big. They have
Sana
no
alam
idea
nilang
here.
laging
He's
elbow si
here
Coco.
towards the tunnel.
Good job,
He's
Dio.
giving himself away with that leer, but they know the information. This is so difficult. This is a done round, and Alpha Esports Pro takes match point.
Happening again for Oasis Gaming. You can feel the desperation in the air once it comes to these scenarios.
Hindi ko na
And
kailangan
Oasis
to.
have been
Hindi ko na kailangan
broken
to.
by these flood situations, have been absolutely hampered in their path to success by it. And you can really see there in their push, they were so
Ginawa ko ng tago yung kape.
to go towards the castle walls that they desperately needed, because they knew that Giansanti was playing from the tunnel. They knew the sightlines were there. And the fact that Chris M was able to stall enough for Alpha Esports was just the news being tightened onto Oasis Gaming next for the series. So this is it. Match point now for Alpha Esports. We've gone the distance. We've gone all 3 rounds. But can A
May ulti si may ult si Wild Oreo.
head of Oasis Gaming off
May ult din si Chris pero
bulky shoulders. It's been quite a flex fest here, man, but we're almost done.
Yan na,
Alpha
nag-ulti
Esports
na.
can wrap it up in this round. Oasis Gaming, though, still has a safety button to press. The
Hindi pa
Viper's Pit
planted.
is what we
Hindi
get
pa
here
planted.
from Wild Oreo. So the plant may come soon. They're trying to just make sure that nothing else will hit them. Wild Oreo has to get into cover, too. This Viper's Pit is in an awkward scenario
hindi pa
right
din
now.
planted. Planting.
But as time is ticking, and Alpha are getting in position with Oasis with the plant in the first frag.
Good kills here coming from Oasis on the post plant. Envy finding 2 huge kills plus information as well. Chris M finding 1, but there isn't much he can do here, and he's done. 11 to 12. We're going to the final round of regulation. This is going the distance, Stacks. As I said,
Wala nang
if
ulti
this
si
doesn't go to
Valkyria.
overtime, we're at the very least getting that round 24 from the get-go. An Alpha Esports Pro operator out on Gian Sandy once again. No ultimates to utilize this time. If he gets a kill, he can potentially pull out the blades to try and secure it up close and personal. But Oasis The user Viper's Pit in that round just to secure that match point scenario. And Envy
13,
plus
11,
Ripper,
13,
they
11,
could get
13, 11.
super high impact frags and super high impact
11.
ultimates within this round.
Well, the crystal
13,
ball of black and
11.
blue works out for him in the end. It's a hazy future here for Oasis Gaming. Still the buys for Alpha Esports. They were able to build up the economy. Operator still in their hands. It's either a testy overtime coming in our future or a heartbreaking defeat for Oasis Gaming. Alpha though, they know that this is their chance to pull themselves
Huwag ka na mag-spectate din! Natatakot na kami dito eh!
And the Hunter's Fury comes online, gets
What
the tag onto Ching, but doesn't find the second though! No! Ching will still get the take out onto Marky before Envy is there to get the kill in response! While Warrior though gives the advantage towards Oasis Gaming. Not only that, we have the Toxic Screen in the way, but the shock darts yet again from Ryu. Bounce well, Owl Drone right now, searching for a target. Some time being bought here by Alpha Esports,
melting.
but Oasis Gaming in BY.
3v3.
There, my friend! Grissom will get the takedown! The Ripper, now he's gonna go for the flat 3v3 scenario. Again, Alpha make a retake. We're Kokodo and Grissom with the trades.
They go 1-for-1 though. It's a 2 versus 2 right now. Operator in the hands of Giansanity, which will make it very difficult for the retake. They're both waiting in the caves. They have to be careful not to overpeak. Giansanity could have their number at any specific moment. Here goes for the peek, but they whiffed the shot. It's all down to Giansanity, one of the biggest players we know in terms of name, in terms of stature, in terms of what he can bring to the table. He gets the kill. 1v1, picks up the Vandal, has got his...
Let's go, baby!
2-1, 13 to 11.
Yes! We won! We freaking won! We freaking won! Let's go!
As Giansanity plays it out for the team. 2 versus 1, no sweat for Alpha Esports and their Jets. You can really see it there. Such a bane against Oasis Gaming. The thorn on their side. And the final knife.
Baby ko nanonood ka! I love you so much!
Who move past Oasis Gaming, who move past the history that has been plaguing them. And you can see it there for them.
Kumukulo na naman akong takore.
Well-deserved win. A win they have been looking for so very long.
Nanginginig ako!
And it was absolutely testing for both sides. It was just so
shaking!
close. But both Alpha and Oasis, but it's Alpha who
Let's
had the
make...
inch
Cause
advantage.
I'm gonna shake more
That would
kasi
have
I'm
been
gonna
a
drink
heartbreaking
coffee.
loss either way to any side that would have, I guess, faltered in that endeavor. So close. And even the 2v1, man, he gets it done. Giansanity, this is what I'm talking about, man. Big time players making big time plays, and there are very few players as big as Giansanity. Man, what a performance from this guy. We saw him kind of not maybe have super high quantity of frags on map number 1 and 2, but from the get-go, I told you guys, this is one of his comfort maps. This is one of his historically best maps statistically, and just, you can see it on the screen, how he performs and how he plays. And that is what he gets done. It was looking kind of wavery early on for the Alpha Esports squad when Oasis were starting to make that comeback really happen. But
Wait, I'm
in the
asking
end,
if I can
man,
call him.
Alpha
I'm
just
still
have that
asking. Thank you for
small
the 30
edge.
ray.
Have that small, fast.
I'm asking if I can call him.
What a performance from both of these teams, but in the end, only one can win. And it's Alpha taking that title.
It was only a matter of time too for Giansanity to get that operator to count. They held it for so long, they were able to keep playing those angles anyway. It was just Oasis playing avoidance and finding the
Wow,
pathfinder
Chris,
as
the
soon as
MVP.
possible. But as soon as Giansanity started getting those op kills, it was
Wait lang, di
him
pa siya
taking
nagre-reply.
over the game in the
Di pa
last,
siya
like,
nagsisin.
2-3 rounds, but you can see it here. Chris
Hindi pa siya
M,
nagsisin.
I feel like I have to give it to him in terms of Alpha Esports.
Ay,
because all
pagod na
throughout the
naman ako.
series, he has been such a deciding factor
Nakakapagod.
for some flashes that they would win, for some clutch moments overall, and really Alpha Esports. This is a pro
Wait,
team
di pa siya
looking to
nagre-reply
make
if I
quite an
can
impact in the
call.
pro scene, and this series has proven that they're here to play and compete with the biggest boys of them all. Absolutely well
Guys,
played
siya daw yung
all around
i-interviewin,
for the
kaya
series.
hindi daw
For
muna
Oasis Gaming,
mag-video call. Panoodin natin
So,
interview niya. Sabihin ko,
dire.
shout
Once you put in those
out
kind of
mo
one-on-one
sila
head
sa
scenarios, you
interview
can really feel that
mo.
they're a bit more
Sabi ko, shout out kayo sa
usual.
interview
You can
kasi
feel
siya
that
yung
there's a little bit more
i-interview.
desperation in what they want to do, and really for Oasis Gaming, they just need to keep their calm. As Alpha Esports, they're the ones who were just absolutely tested, who had to deal with the sudden regroup and rally by Oasis Gaming. But they knew what the game plan was. They knew exactly what they needed to accomplish to make their win condition happen. And it was quite a series to remember. First half,
Nag-guide
also
siya.
close.
She
Second
shout out
half,
na lang
still
kayo
also
sa intern.
close.
Thank you for the 75 Zabon.
Brings the flag
Tapos si
of
baby
Alpha.
Gion, I know.
A little bit higher
Look at our
on
baby,
the
guys. Papayag ako ngayon na
The
baby nyo din
insanity.
siya.
Really spreading his affliction as wide as he can.
That was
Insane plays.
overtime or win.
What a cerebral
And he
player.
won the
Oasis
game.
What a valiant effort for them throughout this entire series. There was so
Ay,
many
praise
good
Celine.
moments
Kamusta kayo
we
ni
have
Zine?
seen
Char.
from really their backline. Coco coming on big. You see,
Issue.
you know, a lot of their players really, especially like Ripper, they're always being such a reliable presence. Once again, utility was their game. The mobility is a name Alpha has made for them, and with that, man, they are really looking like one of those contenders to go super deep and super far in this tournament. I'm expecting them to make the playoffs and expecting them to potentially even win it all at the end, or at least get in the APAC, which is looking so viable for this Alpha Esports squad. But guys, for that is the opening map, by the way, opening series of week number 2 here at the VCTPH. We're still in the group stages, halfway through it, maybe almost, at least in the group stages part. But for the moment, we're gonna go on a quick break. So, I'm Black and Blue with me.
Nakiki-hotspot ka.
Reliable, amazing Dax. We're gonna see you guys in just a
Isyo
bit as
yan.
VCTPH will be back after the break.
Guys, wag kayong aalis kasi ma-interview yung baby natin. Payag akong baby niya din siya ngayon. Ngayon lang. Hanggang interview lang. Pag sa interview ba wala.
You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. 'Cause don't make me lose my mind.
Grabe yung stress. Grabe yung stress.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. 'Cause I'm looking like Wesley test me.
5 minutes pa bago interview ni Ruko. Bakit ayaw niyang magpakoy?
Like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind. 'Cause I'm looking like Wesley test me.
Ah.
Yeah.
Kaya pala nakaka-relax yung sunod na tugtog para
Yeah.
makahiga tayo.
Yeah.
Mas stress ako dito kaysa sa bio. Mas stress ako dito kaysa sa final exam ko nung 4th year college ako. Mas kinabahan ako dito kaysa sa final defense ko sa thesis. Ay, sabi ko, pag nanalo, babalik ko yung plat ko. Guys, kailangan ko na mag-rank. Nakapagod! Saban, thank you sa 75.
I made statements that embrace waking, awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to who you were sure, a celestial scope, the stars flow in your inner, the stars at the core, inner space and more, your body's a planet for sure, nurture.
Ba't may ni-screenshot yan, Els? That's illegal.
Flying saucer, supply the order, it's the author, walking on air.
Yung pressure sa last round, diba? Pag ako yung nangangatal ako,
To let you know, this is here to support you.
kailangan ko na mag-grind rank. Sabi ko, ibabalik ko yung plat ko.
The blend,
Blue streak ako eh.
the blend. Yeah, yeah.
Kung yayayain niyo ako sa inuman, guys, sa kape niyo ako yayain. Ay! Thank you for the follow, Ryan. Guys, may naisip ako. Wala pang talent team secret, wala pa. Thank you, Jimmy. Habang nagdi-defuse, sige.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, hindi ko alam if na-notice nyo na hindi ako marunong mag-makeup. Pero hindi ako marunong mag-makeup. So, all I can do is add konting kilay dito. And then, lagay ako ng lip tint. Yun lang yung kaya kong gawin. So, hindi ako marunong mag-makeup. So, yun yung problem ko. So, plan ko, mag-practice ng makeup. Tapos, baka i-vlog ko yung first time kong itatry na mag-makeup ng sarili ko. Or baka i-live ko. Pero hindi talaga ako Anong team yan tumalo sa Alpha? APH. Sinand ko sa page mo. Saan province mo? Quezon. Kayo talaga, huwag niyo akong pakiligin. Saan mo pinagawa yung banner mo? Gift yan sa akin ng The Sheesh Shop. Wait. Mali. Yan. Gift sa akin ng The Sheesh Shop. Lukban ako ng college. Lukban, Quezon. Sa SLSU, Southern Luzon State University. Doon ako nag-college. Doon ako gumraduate. From Lucena City. Uy, lapit mo ah. May nagpa-picture sa akin nung nanood ako ng sine sa Multiverse of Madness. The Sheesh Shop. Doon ako nag-high school. Oh. Hi from UAE, Anthony Vince. Hello. Hello. Welcome to my stream. Mirrored yung cam? No. Actually, mirrored siya, pero hindi ko alam kasi this is like the right angle. Kasi dito talaga ako nakatingin. Like, sa right side ako nakatingin talaga. I didn't flip my camera. Nasa right talaga ako nakatingin. May isa nakaabot sa akin. Nung nakita niya yung stream ko nung nagda-The Forest ako, nagpa-pic siya. Nanood ako ng Multiverse of Madness. Ayan. Yun pa lang yung first time ko makain. Ay, hindi pala first. Usually, kapag kasama ko si Gian, may nagpapapicture kay Gian. Sa EK, may nagpapicture kay Gian. Sa Negros, ang dami. Saan pa ba may nagpapicture kay Gian? Nung nasa bootcamp ako, may nagpapicture sa kanya sa mini-stop. Usually, pag mga ganun lang. Pero first time ko na yung solo ko, tapos may nakakilala sa akin. First time ko. Awan ko kung bakit baliktad yung text. Siguro kasi front cam, pero hindi siya flip. Like, talagang dito ako naka-face. Talagang ito yung ano ko. Ay, nakamute siya. Kailan balik ko sa Manila? Sa after VCT, magbe-bebe time kami. Magde-date kami. Alam nyo ba, sobrang acidic ko kasi 3 hours lang yung sleep ko. Tapos nagkape ako ng large. Ang galing ko mag-self-farm, di ba?
Fantastic 2-1 against Oasis Gaming. I must say that I am awestruck with how things are unfolding right now.
Yun na, interview.
And I know, Fluffy, that you're still kind of sad, but I think even you would agree that AEP deserved that
don't
win.
clip it.
Oh, for sure. It's heartbreaking for Oasis
Sana all may
fans, but it's
kadi.
such a deserved game and a close game.
Si Fluffy yung
All around,
Oasis to,
they're
di ba?
basically nail-biters.
Oasis si Fluffy. He was
Both
there,
teams
coach.
had players that
Magbe-bet
really
time
popped
kami
up.
after nito sa June.
Gonzalez is just insane on that phase pick, and
Sure,
then
please.
going into Haven.
Who
There's
won?
so much
Alpha!
space, so much pressure for the side of Alpha Esports. Going away from Gale on the other hand.
Hindi pa kami
They had
nagse-celebrate ng
a lot of
anniversary
big
namin eh.
in the- on the second and third
Sabi ko,
match
after
from now.
VCT na lang kami
So,
mag-celebrate
back
ng
and forth.
anniversary. So yun, nag-anniversary
Truly was
kami
one of
ay
those lost
April
awards times in Valorant.
20. Kailan
Of
na
course,
anniversary
as we
na?
saw, map 1 was something else. Gian
29
on the
yata.
fate again. Chris M, Aryu Ryu, Ching, all just stepping up. I called Jin 819 a
29 nga, both
superstar
of us.
earlier, but the
29
rest
yata.
of the team was just also glowing. I've
Hindi
got
pa
the
kami
casters say
nagse-celebrate
that this
ng
is the best
anniversary namin.
Alpha
Sabi namin,
Esports Pro has ever been.
After
G10,
VCT.
do you
So,
agree
sa
with
June
that?
pa lang kami
Oh
magse-celebrate.
yeah, 100%. This is the best they've
Nakalimutan na nga. Hindi niya din
been
alam.
performing, and they're able to get that
Alam niyo
win
ba, isang
against
taon kami, kahit
Oasis
isang
in
mansari,
the
wala
season.
kaming naalala.
1 to 2 in terms of number of
Pareho
times
kami.
they've matched up against
Like, dumadaan lang yung months, tapos pareho namin nakakalimutan na,
I will,
nagmansari
talk
pala
about
tayo,
Chris
nakalimutan ko,
later,
tapos siya din.
But I first want to commend Chris M. My God, Chris M really stepped up to the plate. here.
So, wala talaga.
Alpha became a
Pareho
very,
kami. Tapos
viable
nung mag-a-anniversary na kami,
rock for
like,
them
the
to
following week, parang
rely
namin
on
nakalimutan.
in
Sabi ko,
a
uy,
fight
mag-a-anniversary
to
na
that,
tayo, di ba?
especially
Tapos
when
sabi niya,
Gian
oo nga,
Santos
no, kailan
is an
anniversary
alien,
natin? Tapos yun, nag-backread pa kami kung kailan
getting
anniversary
Philippines
namin.
getting
Big
shut
big
down
pa.
quite a bit. Chris M was there to pick up the slack, and then Jen
Ito na yun,
was
yung
very,
afternoon
very
series highlights yung
consistent on
interview.
that fearless, but you know, Chris M, it's nice to see that the other members of Alpha Esports are also
Magmamansa rin ulit kami, di
being
namin
a
pareho
very
alam.
valuable members rather than just, you know, we talk about this
Ginawa
in
lang
terms of
mansari.
Insanity and Jin all the time.
Para sa mga hindi ko maaabot
But
na ano.
we kinda kind of forget sometimes that the other
Sa
members are
konsepto ng
also very,
series.
very solid
Ah,
for Alpha, or else they wouldn't be here and they
Ang
would
cute!
got
Ang cute
the
naman
win,
ang shout
you
niya.
know, versus
Kahit di ko
Ren and
rinig. I can
Oasis.
hear him.
And we're gonna be moving on to our series MVP. I know that you guys had your heart set out for Chris M, but again, here we go with another
it's you
Jin
again, no?
819 series
It's you
MVP.
again, Jin.
This man
Hmm?
is just the man, the myth, the legend.
Guys,
Plus,
ay hindi ko pala
tell me
alam kung
more
single
about
pa din si Jin.
819.
Pero
It's great to have
huli
a
kong
player
balita
like
single
him,
siya. Ay hindi. Huli kong balita may
addition,
kausap
I
siya.
guess, to the roster of AEW.
Pero hindi pa too late,
He's the
guys.
type of
Hold
player that,
W,
like
hold
Ethan
W.
mentioned, can back up a lot of the plays that he and
Bente,
Sam do,
bente.
or by
Bente,
himself,
bente
he
na.
can be one of the
Sasabihin ko kay Jin,
poles
replyan
and
kayo.
pillars
Joke
that
lang.
AEW
Joke lang
can
yun.
rely on, especially when it comes to those clutch situations. We can see from the
Bakit pag
statistics
nag-gold
here
W ako
that
sa rank,
he has a lot of
namamatay
damage
lang
per
ako?
round, and even his headshot percentage is pretty high considering the
Pakis
fact
kay
he's
Jin. Uy, di ko
normally
yan
one of the
nakikis
main
oh.
entries,
Baka
normally
dalawa
the
kami
person who
masapak
has to
ni
go
Gian.
for not just the initial kill, which is such an important thing. You know, we talk about tactics all the time, but getting the kill, landing, and confirming a lot of these entry picks is a big part of the momentum you need to start off a round so well. So, congrats
Nabugol.
to Jin for doing such a great job on that.
Guys,
Do you have
Jin
anything
can
to
hold
add,
W in your
G10?
life
I know
too.
that you
Why
had your
only
heart
watch
set
Jin
on
hold
Chris M,
W in
but,
VCT
you know, it's
when
it's
you can
no
hold
secret that
W
Jin
to his
819 has
inbox?
continued to perform so far in this stage.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, statistically, Jin has
But
been...
819. May idol daw siya na may
I think he has
819.
been the most standout
Ay, tama ba?
player
Yun nga ba
in,
yung dahilan? May
Alpha
idol siya na may
Esports Pro at the
819
moment.
tas
Sorry,
ginaya niya.
Gian, I know we're gonna be getting to you in a moment, but so far Jin has just been, you know, the one who has been keeping it together for Oasis Gaming. Yes, Chris M stepped up today. Yes, Jin Sandy is usually, you know, very on point with his own duelist play. But overall, Jin
Si ano nga, si Jin
deserves to
tsaka
be
si
in
Ching
that
nag-kiss
MVP
na.
and, you know, maybe
Wala, Braislyn,
performing
naunahan ka na ni
this
Ching.
much better on
Nag-kiss na
AEP
sila
for the
ni
rest of
Jin.
the year.
I'm glad you guys had your pieces out, but I'm gonna step away for a while,
Ito na,
boys,
ito na,
because
ito na,
I'm
wait
just gonna have a quick chat with Gia and Sanity as our panelists over here, G10, already mentioned a little bit of a spoiler, so I'll be right back with some
Hi,
exclusive
baby.
intel. Hello, Gia and Sanity. Congratulations
Nagana ba to?
on that series win against Oasis Gaming. I gotta tell you,
Wala ba mas
I am
magandang word?
obsessed with that Haven match. You have to tell me more about it. What pushed you to try out Fade?
Oh my god, thank you so much. Like, I've never been the happiest in the group stage than I've ever been right now. My team is I just love them. But the Fade, I just spammed it in rank because, you know, the agents is new, I get a lot of viewers, and then I found out that, hey, Fade's pretty cool actually, and I was like, yo, my team, check this out. Check this out. What about this? Check this out. And they were like, oh yeah, it's pretty good. And then we thought about how
Send ko
it
sa
would
kanya
be
screenshot.
a perfect fit to counter how Oasis plays. And then we just added it to the lineup, and we used the 2 days hiatus from the group stage to practice it, and 1 day scrim, 1 day dry runs, and then it ended up doing pretty well against Oasis. So I'm just happy it all worked out.
That was a lot of dedication and practice for the agent that you randomly found. I was like, oh my god, this agent is so cool. I'm gonna try this out on the VCT stage. Now, another player that has been highlighted over and over again from your team is Jin. Now, I understand that Jin is from Vietnam, and
Ano naman to?
we don't know a lot of information about
Oh,
him
pangit.
other than he is the newest member of Alpha Esports Pro. So,
Yes, sabi
can
sa
you
inyo,
share with
nagkikis
us
yung
a little
dalawa
bit
eh.
of background with Jin
Ay,
and
sabi
how
ko,
you guys came to
naunahan kayo ni
acquire
Ching,
him?
di ba?
We just found Jin on rank. Me and Ching.
Sinabi
looking
yun ni Ching.
Yeah, how he plays
Alam
and
nyo,
his
pag
background, we found
sinasabi
that
ni
he, like,
Ching, Jin kiss me,
pretty
gagano
big
lang si Jin.
potential in our team, especially that he is has a pretty low ego, and he's very fun to come around because now that it's just when we had our last member kicked and have Jin come in, it's just now that it came to me that like the aura matters, your personality matters of your team. Like, it's just so comfy to play around and be with a team that acts like this.
Wait, that is amazing. So you found Jin through a ranked game?
Yep, that's the story.
Okay. That is fantastic. I was not expecting that answer, but I'm pretty impressed. That's amazing. And for him to just really jive with the rest of the team is
Cute
just
niya
amazing.
talaga.
That is just teamwork right there, and I'm just so happy for you guys. Now, I would say that this is the best that we've seen Alpha Esports Pro
Huwag na
do
siyang uuwi sa
ever.
bahay.
Do you think that this is the effect of finally having a proper coach for the team?
I think it's the effect of having like an actual someone who knows how to coach, and like some new members like Ching and Jin, which brings like a lot of like a good and positive aura into the team. And our coach is like he steps up and does the helps us do
Ginamit sa
motivation
training.
to do the academic work, which we like rarely did before, and we've just more confident when we come out into the stage. We just feel better as a team and more confident.
I can see that with the smiles on your faces right now. Very, very evident the confidence and just the energy that's coming out of the Alpha Esports Pro team.
Mag-shoutout ka.
Now, I'm gonna give you the chance to give out some
Yan
shoutouts.
na.
I believe that Vil Sanity is casting the Filipino broadcast. Any special message you'd also like to give to him and the rest of your supporters?
Thank you so much. Let's go, Bill Sanity too on the other side, doing his own thing. Thank you, Bill. And to a special shout out to all my followers, all
Yan na kayo!
AE fanboys, fangirls out there. Thank you so much for the undying support ever since day one. I love you guys. We all do. Thank you so much, and for the girlfriends of our teammates, Colleen, Jai, and Ims, Yasumi. Thank you so much, and guys, please keep supporting us.
You're
You
welcome.
empower us so much. We like check out the comment section sometimes, and it just warms our heart to see you guys just being supportive to us, and like in love with
Magkaano-ano
us.
po si Jin naging magjowa sa gabi.
And
Ay, minsan,
that's all,
pag
that's
trip
all.
nila.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'm gonna leave you to it. Kian Sanity, thank you so much for sharing your time with us.
We
And
love
again,
you too,
congratulations.
baby.
We'll see you next time.
Thank you, Laika.
Pogi-pogi, diba?
Woohoo!
Pwede na mag-resume.
I'm out of
Let's go.
words. I love the energy that's just being emitted from this team. You know that they're really jiving with one another right now. And Fluffy, one of the things that Ian did mention was having a coach. So I want to ask you, do you miss that lifestyle? Do you miss being a coach?
Compared to what I do now, it's a different load, so there's a different challenge. There's a lot of different challenges that come with it, but it's nice that their team does have that dedicated coach, because a coach and a proper support staff really does not only put a lot of load off the players itself and just to let them focus on the
Magjowa
game,
sa gabi.
but it also
Ay, joke
helps
lang eh.
motivate you, because a coach, unlike like an analyst position, for example, is someone
Congrats,
who
thank
really
you.
is
Sino
supposed to
panalo?
help the players and sometimes, a lot of the times, out of the game. So
Wait,
you know,
check
it
na
has its
natin.
pros and cons, but generally, yeah, it's nice that they are showing more respect and more, I guess, gratitude to the coaching staff, because that's really great on the back end.
Aww. Don't worry, Fluffy. I know that you said all of the technical details behind it, but I'm sure that underneath you're also wondering, do
Ito na,
they
ito na.
miss you too? And I'm pretty sure that they
Aw.
do miss you too. But something that we won't be missing over here on VCT is the action. More of
Team
that
Secret
when we
versus
return.
Bren. Team Secret versus Bren. Next game after this break, Team Secret versus Bren. AE win, yes sir! Sayang, Ronan! Wala ka! Wala akong kasama sa anxiety ko! Alam mo yun? Wala ka, ang dami namin kanina may anxiety na kami. Guys, here lang ako. AE versus Team Secret on September 22, guys. Wait lang, guys. Makatulog ako. It's okay. Meron pa ulit sila tomorrow. Ayan na, 2-1. Yes, sir! Nag-save ng... Nag-serve ng key. Okay, wait lang.
Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stuck. She know this cause she ain't the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stuck. She know this cause she ain't the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
We are back. You're still tuned into VCT Stage 2 Challengers of Philippines. Alpha Esports Pro and Oasis Gaming put on quite a show for us. That's got me even more excited and hyped up for the next series. G10, this is what we were talking about earlier, the old Bren versus the new Bren. How stoked are you to watch the events unfold?
Whoops, it seems like just like Laika, my voice was found in a different multiverse. But yes, I was just saying how very, very excited I am for this one because, as Dax does like to say, this is the Bren multiverse coming together. For those of you not aware, Team Secret is the old Bren roster that did qualify for Masters in Berlin and then were picked up by Team Secret. So this is kind of the millennial Bren versus the Zoomers Bren that we were talking about earlier. And you know, there's also Boomer Bren, which is another team, another Bren multiverse variant that is kind of at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. But for this one, we have a very, very interesting situation because Bren has 1 loss, Secret has 0. There is a possibility if Bren wins this that we could have a 4-way tie for first.
That's gonna be exciting. I can't even contain myself at this point. So because of that, let's get on with the team introductions. First up in the series, they need no extra introduction after all. This is Team Secret. All competitors are looking up at this team right now, literally as they sit so comfortably at the top of our scoreboard. Fluffy, what is it about this team that makes them so unbeatable this stage?
I mean, there's a lot of parts. I feel like the biggest one of Team Secret has to be their veterancy. They have not only one of the strongest, but also longest rosters going back multiple titles and other VCTs. They've won at least 3 of them, and it's really great to see them come back to the forum that a lot of people know them for, especially as they're one of the more important teams in at least history for VCTC. One of our representatives to go all the way to Berlin, as Jitan mentioned earlier. Team Secret is also, like you mentioned, like the king currently, and unfortunately, being the king also comes at a price. You know, a lot of eyes on you, a lot of other teams figuring out not only what they're doing wrong in an anti-strat, especially over the long weekend, but also what are they doing right? What strategies can we adapt to our team? Team Secret is one of those teams that, although they have been there for a long time, has not faded away from innovating into something new. They brought out the Fade as well. They have their 6-man Jeremy playing that, I believe, last week. So just because they are established doesn't mean that they aren't constantly improving, which I feel like is so scary because, you know, they say that if there's an old person in doing a job where normally young people are, it's mostly young people, then they must be there for a good reason, you know?
Congrats, another win,
just
yes,
to add
sir.
to that, you know, you did.
Alin yung muted?
Sneak into
May
fade
nangyari ba?
fun, didn't you? They haven't faded away, but most definitely, Team Secret, they are just as innovative as they were before.
Kasunod na kalaban ng AE.
It's even arguable that right now, with all of the new teams that they're dealing with, they had to kind of
I think
pump
it's
up their creativity
SBE or RRQ.
just a little bit. They had to
SBE tomorrow.
focus a little bit more, and it's showing quite a bit because they they have
against
gotten some very, very good
SBE,
results,
against
2-1, 2-0,
RRQ,
2-1,
and then
incredibly,
finally against Team
incredibly
Secret.
dominant.
Tatlo na lang.
But is
Tama ba?
Bren going to
Parang may
be
kulang.
what is something that causes fade? Is Bren going to be the Photoshop
Team Secret,
to their,
RRQ,
their
SBE.
layer effect? Yes.
Well, you know what? We're gonna find out in just a bit. And since you already mentioned it, let's go on to further introduce the
Kulang.
youngins
May
of
namimiss
Bren
ako.
Esports.
Mag-sigil ako sa Secret.
Bren
Gawa na, dahil nandun si
Esports, ladies and
Jeremy.
gentlemen, they may have lost their game against Alpha Esports Pro recently, but Bren is no slacker. After all, this is the team that got a 2-0
Ang tropa
against
ni
RRQ
Gian
and
dito ay
now.
si EJ tsaka si
Ethan,
Brain
what
Freeze
else do you know
yata, I
about Bren
think.
Esports?
Tapos
Well,
sa
they're a very,
sa
very
Secret
passionate
nandun si
team.
Jeremy.
They
Si
feed
Jeremy
off in
tinatawag
the,
namin minsan na anak ni
course
G.
of battle, in the course of a match, the emotions can get really, really
Mike
high for
ng
these
Steam.
guys, but we also know
Okay.
that they are some of the most talented players that we have right on the scene. Although it is kind of
May stinger
arguable, if you want to argue that their first week wasn't, I guess, some of the best teams that they can really show their mettle against. But against Alpha Esports in the game that they lost, it was so close.
Tingnan niyo yung listrik ko.
But I don't think that was an indication of Bren being over the hump. I think it's Alpha Esports really stepping up. And this week, with the weekend break that we have, with all of the anti-stratting meetings and all of the strat meetings that
Ganda nitong
Bren
blue
has
tsaka
been having, I'm fairly certain this week they're gonna go for a pretty good run. And this match against Secret should be where everything pops off. I think Hot Sauce and Brain Freeze have been having a phenomenal time in the last few matches. Maybe we'll see them some more again.
I'm excited to see some more of them as we head on over to the head-to-head. This time, our featured players are no strangers, of course, to the VCT stage. It's Symbol versus Jesse Vash in our head-to-head. Fluffy, numbers on the board, and pride on their faces right here. What can we say about this head-to-head?
Well, first of all, I think it's very apparent that both of these are both are the best Sova players that we can possibly have here, or at least one of them. The strength is a bit different. Symbol coming in both with that tactical mind and clutch factor, but we also have Vash, who not only has that, but also with the experience to back it up.
I do agree with that. And look at all of these numbers. There's just a slight difference when you look at the ACS that these guys have. It's like almost evenly matched, I would say. But do you have anything to add, G10?
Yeah, I mean, Symbol, as Fluffy just praised him, is a very, very sound aimer, very tactical thinking. But Vash, man, it's just a little bit different when you've been competing in the esports scene, not just in like FPS or even just a certain game, but in the esports scene in general in the Philippines for as long as he has. You tend to come up with, you know, a bunch of ways to play with your opponent's mind. And that's why, you know, Jesse Vash is one of those very cerebral players that has been giving Team Secret, you know,
Nagragnarak
all
mo
the
na ka.
success
Okay,
that
Francis.
they've gotten so far.
Of course, we've seen his performance time and time again. We've seen his infamous lineups, and you know what? We're gonna find out in just a bit where his lineups are gonna land as we move on over to our map vetoes. Fluffy, Fluffy, Fluffy. This is a heated matchup. As we know, it's the Bren Multiverse. What maps do you think are gonna pop up?
Yan na,
over
Bren
here?
Multiverse again.
I feel like one of the selected maps for Team Secret will probably something like the Icebox, some map that they've shown that they have that repertoire on. They've played a lot of top teams, even internationally, on that map to great success. They also have a decent, or actually very good Haven, but Bren is also a team that has a very good Haven. So I believe that it'll for sure come up towards one of their picks, either by Bren or Secret. I'm kind of surprised that they banned out the Icebox because, like I mentioned, TS has been pretty good on that, but maybe they have something else in mind.
I'd say that, you know, Haven is a decent map. Yes. Oh wow, Ascent. I was gonna say Haven's a very decent map for Team Secret, getting flashbacks from the time that they went 13-0 versus SVE last week in the very first day. But wow, Ascent being picked up here by Bren. This honest, old style Valorant maybe. Or maybe they have something new to bring out here to trip up Team Secret. But a Breeze, I was gonna say that I thought Breeze would be banned. But no, it comes out in the second pick here for Team Secret.
Looking at this now, I guess I'll never get to see my beloved Bind get picked in the VCT Stage 2 stage. But so far we got Ascent and Breeze. Wondering what is up next on our map veto. Let's take a look. See, just as I said it, I will never get my Bind craving satisfied. Fluffy, what do you think is going to be the next map veto?
Well, with the remaining choices, we have... What do we have? We have
I also
Haven,
started
which
wondering.
I think is gonna... I really think
Haven
Haven's
or
gonna
Fracture, yeah.
I'm pretty sure Fracture is banned and Haven is picked.
As you just said it, there we go. Ooh,
Yeah,
what do you think
it's gonna be
this is gonna
Haven.
mean? Do you think Jitan that will be reaching a game number 3 and move on to the Haven map?
Oh man, it is very, very likely. These two teams are well matched in power level. I think Team Secret just has a tiny bit of an edge from their momentum, from the way that they've been playing and scrimming, really. But Bren, if they can, if they can come together and really frag for each other.
Yun
set
ang
up
Team
a
Secret,
crossfire,
Bren,
it's gonna be hard
Ascent,
for Team Secret. I
Team
think
Secret,
it's very, very possible
Breeze.
for us to reach Haven. But it's also possible to
Haven.
go either way in a 2-0. These teams, you really just don't know when it comes to Bren and Team Secret.
Yes, of course. The level of unpredictability that comes with all of the level of play that we've been witnessing here. Sometimes you think, oh, it's a 2-0. But then, they surprise you. It's a double overtime. Sometimes it even reaches 8 overtimes in a single game. And we just can't even catch up anymore. So to say at the very least, predictions are very hard. But I will still have to ask you guys what your predictions are, because where's the fun in not guessing, So, I'll be fair. Okay, is there anything you want to add before we proceed to predictions, Fluffy?
Oh, I was actually gonna predict, but we can go ahead with that.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that I think with the maps that are chosen, Ascent, Breeze, and Haven, that for me,
Medyo
Haven
mahina
is
yung
a
mic ni
map
Fluffy,
that
ano?
we've seen Bren Esports secure more often than not, and Breeze is a map that I think that Team Secret can really shine in. So for me, generally speaking, no matter which way it goes before the predictions, I think that Ascent is essentially the decider, at least on the on-paper level.
Ooh,
So you didn't answer the question, Fluff.
So I think that it's gonna be 2-1 Secret.
Okay.
Yeah.
We agree for once. I also think it's gonna be a 2-1 Secret.
I think this is the first time we agreed on the same
On broadcast? No.
prediction, right?
There's been like one other time I think last week that we did.
Okay,
Wait,
you know
no, this
what?
might actually be the first time.
Well, that's good. You guys finally agreed on something. And, you know, as much as I'd like to go against the flow, I think that people are gonna start flaming me for calling dubstep maidenless during our last interview. So this
Wow.
time around, I'm gonna be cheering for Team Secret.
You
Just to
had
be
go in
fair.
there, Laika. Why'd you do that to the
Of
man?
course. No. I'm not trying to rub it in. Not at all. I just think that, you know, I need to make it up to our man Dubstep over here. So I'm gonna go for a Team Secret victory this time around. Hopefully, our predictions are right, just for the pride. But nonetheless, I'm pretty sure that we're in for a good match this afternoon. So with that said, I think that wraps up our map veto, and we're just about ready to get the matches started. So folks, this has been your panel, Likeable, Fluffy, and G10. We're gonna be passing you guys over to our casters so we can begin with the games. See you later.
Yan na!
So, Millennial Bren versus Gen Z Bren? I mean, maybe? Anyways, we're here now, guys, for the start of these best of 3 series between Team Secret and Bren Esports. My name is Asteroid. Of course, joining with me now is I still can't take that out of my head. But I mean, Team Secret has Jeremy, so technically they do also have like a Gen Z, you know? So
I mean, it's only natural, Asteroid, to have a comparison between a Zoomer like me and a millennial like you, just to make the gap just that much more apparent, guys. It is a very sunny afternoon, and Asteroid, hey man, you started it. You know how I am. It's all about that follow through, so
okay.
I gotta keep it going. That being said, keeping it going is Secret, right? They've still been unblemished this entire group stage. Do you think Bren could be the one, or you know, their Zoomer counterparts could be the one to make them bleed?
With the specific maps that we have for this series, I really think that there is a solid shot for Bren at this. That being said, it's going to be either of two ways. It's either a 2-1 Bren wins, or it's a 2-0 Team Secret wins. Because you mentioned how there's no blemishes yet in the records of Team Secret, and I feel like if they can keep that performance output coming into this series, they really shouldn't have a problem with Bren. I don't really want to make it sound like Bren is a very easy team to beat. They're absolutely not. But Team Secret just plays on a whole different spectrum from the start of Stage 2. Alright, so seems like I'll be talking for just a teeny tiny bit more here, as we do see Team Secret bring out the KO once again. Was not able to see actually if Dubstep was the one that picked up or Dispenser, but it being Ascent, I think it was Dispenser that used that the last time. I think the only time that we've seen Dubstep actually use the KO was specifically on Haven. So if you do go to a map 3, you should be seeing him on that. I really do enjoy Dubstep's
Bren versus ex-Bren.
jet,
Pagod na naman ako. Lagi ako napapagod pag after ng A.
Pretty much the same thing. It really is going to be about that mirror matchup, and almost a mirror matchup, and I really do like this as well, because there is a lot more safety, a lot more flexibility with a comp that Bren has well utilized for themselves. And, that's the setup that we do have. All right, so let's dial it back a little bit while Raph, I think, is still mulling things over. Dubstep will be on the chamber now. Dispenser will be on the KO. And as you can see, Bash will be on another initiator, not his Sova. That doesn't stop anything for Bren. They're just going to charge right on through. Dubstep, I believe, does have
Napapagod ako
no,
kasi
does
hindi
not.
naman talaga
He's
ako
just gonna be
ganun
caught in the back of the side.
ka-energetic.
Good
Yung
damage.
sa laban lang
Because
nila.
he does have that
Biglang
extra
ganun
shield.
ako
We'll be able to
ka-energetic.
absorb anything around the
enemy
back of
remaining.
things. B main, Hot Sauce healing some nutties with the classic. And now Wits,
Spike
1
planted.
versus 4. He knows now that 1 is into B main.
Sa
But
pan.
his Cloudburst used against him.
Uy, bakit
Taken
nag-lag?
down. And, okay. Just a bit of a hiccup there. But it will still be Bren to pick up the first round.
Nice, kapagod, Daddy Cakes.
Okay. All right. All right. Are you there? Can you give us a sign? Can you?
Come into
Okay.
the unknown.
So Raph is not on the thingamabob yet. On the
Yes, I
microphone.
am. Yes, I
Microphone,
am.
no. Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah,
Can you
no,
give us a
I got-
sign?
If you can see me wave my hands, I'm pretty sure you can. But hello again, folks. Yes, thank you for holding down the fort, Asterai, as I heard you ridicule me and my ineptness in technology, apparently. But Bren, they take the first round. A head start for our young guns, or at
Nice
least
round,
relatively
sorry.
young guns. As
Oh,
we see
okay.
Secret, they do mount an aggressive push towards A main here. But the power of the Spectres are a little too much to overcome for them. We do see EJ take space, but will also cost him his life, as Wits will get a bit of a freebie when it comes to the classic.
Si Bash
Jesse
naka-short.
thinking about it, wants to do some work with his shorty, but so far, none of the players on Bren are really giving him any space to do so.
Spike
Dubstep
planted.
slowly crawling up towards heaven. Might have a bit of an angle here, but Brain Freeze. He feels that
lakas ng
something
ascent ng Bren.
evil is afoot. As Dubstep preps his teleport, could potentially find one if Xavi
Kaya
doesn't
ng
time this
kita.
properly. Xavi's ready to flash, ready to rock and roll, but the teleport by Dubstep, very, very well timed, and very well foreseen.
Oh, this is going to be a one-way smoke on door. So Bash, if he pushes through this, actually, I think he was spotted already. They saw where his legs was.
One
Tries to
enemy
push on
remaining.
through. Maybe Bash will be able to reciprocate in time. Not gonna happen. Dubstep with 1 HP.
Oh,
But it don't matter, no, because he got that headhunter. It's an okay round for Team Secret, but Bren really loved that defense, that holding hands that they did on A main, where I think Team Secret wanted to peek out already, and then Symbol and EJ, I believe, was just able to swing out and get a couple of kills. Really good flip there from Wits just to make it just a tad bit better for Team Secret. Overall, solid buy round for Bren Esports.
yeah, they'll be working on quite a bit of guns here, and we'll have a bit of a bank to fall back on. As we mentioned, right? Actually, no, something that I want to be curious about is we've talked about how consistent Jesse has been on his Sova, but everything else has been a little spotty. Maybe this is yet another sign that he might have a bit of a slow game just because he's not on his signature agent. The Dispenser couldn't really find a target he could prioritize. As both of those players peeked out at the same time, Borkum will retaliate with a paranoia of his own. He has forced himself, or rather has been forced, to hold down Tree. Brent is trying to set up a crossfire, they double select, but timing
Wow,
isn't there.
Borkum.
Punishes
Spike
it. He
down
gets a quick
A.
double. He will get tagged up. One hit is all it takes, and he could potentially just flounder. But somehow, some way, he's still surviving for as long as he can. The Nanoswarm is being invested. Look at this, Asterai. Brent still have not found the lurking Borkum. Hot Sauce may have seen the very edge of that barrel, but instead it's Wits to pay for the sins
Hot
of
sauce!
Borkum, who eventually falls.
Goodness. This is kind of interesting. I thought they already saw Hot Sauce, and then somehow Wits just not really guessing exactly where this was. Now this turns into a round
Naka-good
where
body
Brent
si
can really do some
Symbol.
damage.
Akala
2
mo
versus
naman.
2. Hot Sauce comes in for the swing, but Dubstep
Naka-good
very fast.
body.
Wow.
On the punish, I don't think he knows Symbol is right here, but he's looking at the right direction. The timing
remaining.
is going to be
30
crucial
seconds left.
close. Excuse me. 1 versus 1. Now Bash has the weapon advantage. There was
Hello.
a spike being dropped down on a short.
Scanning ahead.
Symbol will not have enough time. I don't think, does he have enough time to actually go still for B to pick this up? No, he has to go
Barely.
straight to A Yeah, and
Whoa,
Bash
whoa, whoa,
just capitalizes on the timer pressuring his opponent.
Super
Unfortunate for Bren
expensive.
there.
I love that choice. I honestly thought Jesse might have gone for a more direct fight, maybe positioning himself closer to the cubby there, to the wall. Which is affectionately called hot dog, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of those things where you hear it once and it just sticks with you forever.
Totoo alam mo, ang init ni
As I
Hot Sauce
mentioned,
kahit nung
I
kalaban
wonder what
nila,
the conscious
kahit
choice
nung
was
kalaban
to put
grabe.
Jesse on that fade.
Oo,
Maybe
nanalo sila.
it's,
Hello, Aaron.
Jesse wants to adjust, but we've seen Sova perform on this map many times. Just very peculiar if you're looking at a historical standpoint. But Jesse nearly gets the frag on that swing. Unfortunately for him, Brent's a little too quick. Wit's trying to make work with a Guardian, with a limited weaponry, but with that rate of fire suffering, he's not going to be able to hold down the fort for Dubstep to be safe. Symbol finds him, and now Brent have the sights.
Really wanted some aggression with the fade, but unfortunately, Witz had the headshot angle, but recoil is not to his helping there. Able to actually confine the rest of Bren at the back of the site. This is absolutely perfect. No flash or no blitz will be heard. Will be hit.
1v1.
Main being flushed out, but
Ay, low si
where
Bash.
they were going to be coming from. I don't know if Bash knows that Brain Freeze is the back of the site, and Freeze, all he really has to do is just wait for Bash to drop down. He will hear this. If he pop a shot, that's still, yeah, he knows he's there. Boom. There it is. That's the hit on the cross. And Bren again, solid round on the attack.
Secret fumbling a little bit at the start here,
winner sa
having a
versus
slow
Naos.
start, potentially mimicking a diesel engine. Maybe it's the comfort pick, maybe it's the lack of range
sila
that
naglaban
Fade
before yung Oasis.
really suffers when it comes to being an initiator. Still
remaining.
almost a very
Last
clean
player
retake,
standing.
fairly expensive on the side of Bren, but since they haven't really lost that many rounds, they're gonna fall back on such needed weaponry still. Meanwhile, Secret, it's the opposite. They're suffering from a light buy. The question is, what do they want to do? They've been trying to aggress on all these side lanes, but have been punished by Bren. They've been very patient, at least on the side of Bren. Secret, with whatever pistols they have, they try to make the most
Siguro
out of
kasi
the
real
situation.
yun.
We hear
Real
a bit of
kasi
a
yun.
blind
Di ko alam
ult
if may
coming
hard
from
set
Symbol.
yun.
As I mentioned, it's completely blind and doesn't hit anything. Woods hasn't been discovered. That fragment is going to block off Heaven just for the moment at the very least. But this crossfire, can it really do? Bren still not overplaying their hand. EJ even dashes away for safety. For good measure.
They can re-hit the
Okay,
site if they
Ronald,
wanted
ingat
to be honest, because Hot Sauce still does have his lockdown. There is a lot more ultimates expended by Bren, but ultimately, yeah, there it is. They're going to hit the site. Borkum has already given away his position. He actually dropped down already. He might be able to try to step back up again once there, but the thing is, the radius of the lockdown doesn't really allow him to go into that position sneakily unpunished. Now, here comes the hit. Witz is just hiding somewhere beneath on hell. Goes plays around in the corner, actually. Might be able to pick up a couple of kills. It's beautiful. Now he has the plays if need be. There's the hit shot. Okay. Lots of really strong ultimates and sneaky plays working in their favor. Brain Freeze, or Savvy into the corner, excuse me. Wit's now starting to defuse the spike. Wit's trying to run away. Half on it already. They know where he is. Brain Freeze in positions. 2 versus 1. 1 versus 2. This is going to be absolutely crucial, but he does not hit it in the nick of time. And Bren still manages to squeeze one in.
Squeeze one in is very, very apt. That was a dangerously close round for Bren. The eco damage that Secret wanted to inflict was felt. It was dealt. I love this heads up play by Witz. I'm not entirely sure why he decided to dash in hell. Maybe it's for that extra bit of cover, but he did have a Vandal at his feet available, and
he dashed on hell kasi may
that
boomerang
single
sa
box
kanya.
for an extra bit of time. But the discipline by Xavi and Brain Freeze has been so important for Bren. They've been the last 2 members alive, at least these last 5 rounds. Now we have a bit of a default on the side of Secret again. They've tried pushing, didn't work out too well. They tried holding down the line and worked a little better, but this time they had stifled weapons. Now they have an equal round, they have equal guns. And Jesse Vash.
That's
Still
weird.
trying to support Dubstep here, who is on a fairly aggressive position. Bren, do they anticipate this? They've been doing this so much, right? They just hold out on lobby on both sides.
Wow.
Oh, good call.
Just immediately leave.
Naka-TP muna si
That was pretty
Dubstep
fast
bago
from him,
siya
though.
naging...
Spots out Vash at the back of the site already. This is going to be terrible as EJ
Oh, he knows the TP. He spotted out dubstep already. He's committing to the fight. Right click. Straight to the cranium. Wiz is here.
Okay,
Now,
sige,
he's gotta
let's,
have to deal with EJ at the back because the pinch is gonna be strong from the attacking team
Hope
of
you
Red.
hope you have
Hot
a
Sauce
great
goes
day.
in, but
Spike
it seems
down
like this
A.
double up, this fake
One
away,
enemy
this
remaining.
fake
Barkum!
I'm gonna retract my statement. This fake
Wow,
play from Bren just crumbling at the seams. Rap. EJ opened up the B side and nobody was there to follow up on him. It was a big brain play that started to crumble as soon as Borkum was able to sniff out the rotation from the rest of Bren.
30 seconds
Now
left.
EJ. Ooh, 28 seconds. He's gonna have to flush out a couple of corners here with the one-way
Ang
smoke.
galing-
This
ang ganda ng-
makes it very
ang ganda
difficult
ng,
for him. And they can
turnaround
hear him
ng
jumping up and
Team
down. Now
Secret.
the Spencer and Borkum. All they need now is a little bit more information, just a little bit more noise, and now they know there he is.
Recovery is the name of the game for Team Secret here.
Not
As
lang
once
well
again,
Shocky,
they
have
did
fun.
stave off
Actually,
that
research
fake.
is not fun, but
Maybe
it's
Brent
interesting.
finally overplayed because
Borkum
sometimes
time.
you just kind of have to play to your strengths. You know how there's always that call where, hey, let's just keep doing the same thing up until it doesn't work. And I honestly thought they would have rotated towards B just because they already had the openings and they had the control, but Borkum was oh so steadfast, refused
Spike
to
down
let
A.
that one go. This might still be a gun round on both sides. Actually, no, Bren, they decide to go for a save and have a bulkier bank for the future. It's EJ, who's opened this side before, replicates, or at least attempts to replicate the success. Dubstep gets the first shot, but the last will eventually go to EJ. The Spectre has been so lethal and so fatal. The rest of his team's trying to flood in, but Wits, he's in locked. Nobody knows. Now they do, but a little too late as everybody falls. And Bren, barely any damage here. They did eliminate Dubstep from contention, but they could have wanted more. If they get one more pick, then it's pretty much a good round for them. The lead may be diminishing, or at least depleting very slowly.
But
for the long run, long way to go. Zavi's gonna tagged up, and Brain Freeze actually wades into that at the very last second. Wits nearly becomes a victim of timing, but chooses not to. Zavi,
Yan
very
talaga
wary
yung
of that
gusto
flash.
ko
But that's also something that Secret haven't
frenzy.
done. They
Yan
really
yung gusto
haven't
kong frenzy
choked
talaga.
up the rotation
Cutie.
points on the attacking side. Maybe they're gonna
Panalo
do that
ba?
just
Yes,
now. They take
sir.
another round.
I think
Cutie
so
ng frenzy.
what was missing from Team Secret the past couple of rounds is that since the Fade was selected by Bash and not the Soba, they really can't take a... I mean, they could, but I think they might not be as optimal if they took a more passive route of defense or don't have that crossfire to kind of utilize the more aggressive nature of the Fade. And we kind of see that there, and it does disrupt
Gusto ko
somewhat
talaga nang
the
nakakiyatan
offense
ako. Ang cute.
of
Ang
Red.
cute ng
With all
dragon.
that being mentioned, though, I mean, it still was just a weak buy for Bren. And that was because Team Secret just were making such expensive margins for Bren to kind of just keep purchasing because they keep losing like 4 players per round. So that was really good for Team Secret to have done. Now Bren, they only still do have that 1 round advantage. Dubstep was so close to being knocked off. Another wallbang might actually caught them off guard. We'll see if that happens.
Looks like Jesse's preparing the Nightfall here, but making... Oh, there you go. The choice has been made. The Sounds are going to be eliminated from contention for at least on the side of Bren, but they hold strong. Make this an even trade on both sides. Map control still very much in the favor of Secret, as that Bolt is going to delay the push from Tree. Symbol has not been discovered yet. Exits Rosa, tries to make his way towards B lobby. Jessie could lose this fight, but she chooses... Nope, Raph, you are wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Hot Sauce tried to learn, try to creep in, try to back up Brain Freeze. And now Freeze, he's gonna get caught by the leash. There's nowhere to go. But Symbol has been left undiscovered. Here's the timing. Could the patience pay off? No, it doesn't. Dispenser finds him. Freeze has clutched. Or at least try to hold off to the rest of his team. But this could not be the case as Dispenser swings from lane and finds a second frag or third frag for himself. And Secret, as quickly as they lost 4 rounds, they get it back.
And, yeah, just a mistime push there from Freeze. Maybe not a mistime, but just a mismanage of targets. Because he was looking at both of them. I think he maybe second-guessed for a split second that they were not able to spot him. They were about to swing hard on backup side. That might have given him the trigger discipline moment to hit 2 shots basically for free. We'll probably see that just a bit right here. It doesn't really show the highlights, but yeah, I think there was a fraction of a second that they weren't looking where he was, and he was also second guessing. Maybe I wait off just a teeny tiny bit so I can make sure I can hit those 2 shots, and then he's in that awkward spot where he hits neither.
Oh yeah,
Almost neither. Yeah,
it's a choice that has to be made. And obviously, hindsight is 2020. Just to remind everybody out there who's probably gonna cry in chat, whatever. Hot Sauce though will have no tears whatsoever, and will actually poke Wits in the eye with that beautiful sheriff shot. Now he opens the sight. Secret, they make a mad scramble, but Hot Sauce tries to play a forward position, but potentially a victim of overheat. Jesse has recontrolled the site at least momentarily, but Dispenser is making sure that Brain Freeze has to worry about all corners everywhere.
Pwede pa mabaliktad to round kasi may off
Look
na
at
si
Secret's
Brain
defensive lineup layout right now.
Like,
Dispenser
they
is on
could
the opposite
lose
side of
this
the world,
round.
and Borkum can't really trade for him. Breathe does not want to deal with anybody trying
Naka-phantom
to
na si
walk
Savvy. I think
into
it's gonna be a
market.
drift.
But Dispenser may have found the timing here. He does have the null command, and 8 seconds
Oo,
left
Paul, pag
for the
napagod
Data
ako.
0 points. Ooh, Brain Freeze. A little
Dahil
too quick.
1-1
He could
tapos
potentially
yung breeze
swing,
nila ang
but the
close.
patience,
Grabe.
it is key, it is king. Dispenser finds his
Yeah.
fellow robot, and Brain Freeze with his 6-shooter finds
Ubus
third.
ubus yung energy ko.
I thought it was like a
Oo,
delay
panalo
smoke
eh.
from Borkum on their own spawn, but that was actually Brain Freeze. I like that because he was already betting on the fact that his teammate would have tagged
Si Hot Sauce
who was it?
nag-umpisa
Dispenser
nung
with
round na
the
yun.
Sova drone. So
Nabalik-
being
yan,
through the
yan,
smoke actually
yan.
just makes it even more deadly because he
Tapos
can't really
naging libre yung
Dispenser can't really retaliate.
naging libre
Tag
yung
is
big
basically
gawa ni Hot Sauce.
shot through the smoke of Brain Freeze.
Tapos nagka-off
Good
si
stuff
Brain
there.
Freeze.
What was kind of
Gawa
weird
ni
for
Hot
me
Sauce.
was Borkum that's not committing the smoke anymore on spawn because he knew that Brain Freeze was there.
Ako
So he
talaga.
might have been able to just force him to peek out,
Mas pagod
and
pa ako sa
they
coach
still
nila
had
kakasigaw.
the null command to make things a little bit more aggressive. Maybe just Dispenser just had
Hindi
like
pa sure.
expired information
Meron pa
of where
silang,
of where Brain Freeze was, but regardless, that was pretty good from Bren.
Wow.
Depende pa sa performance ng
That's why they play the KO.
KPH,
That's why they run
Oasis,
the KO.
SBE.
Speaking
Sa
of
next
initiators,
piece.
Dubstep, he does put himself, in
Sa
a
next
position
one.
beside this canoe.
Sa next 4
He decides,
days.
you know what, I've had enough.
Tsaka sa
winning
performance
for
din
this
ng
map,
Alpha
at least
sa
for that
wins
moment. He
nila.
does go for a bit of a
Hindi
lane
pa sure.
hold here. One of those types of angles that are one and done. Anywho,
A
you think
in
potentially
nanalo.
teams would run a triple initiator combo?
Pakita ko sa after
I mean,
nitong
we know the
rounds.
importance of Jet and immediate space taking,
Pwedeng
but
wag.
can you imagine?
Pag
KO
ginawa niyong
failed
alarm gising
so
talaga kayo.
potentially.
Grabe si
DJ, just too many targets on the side of Wits and punishes
Oo,
him
pwede pa
correctly.
sila malagyan.
Spencer finds Symbol. Dubstep is here, picks up that high caliber rifle and makes so much
Kapag
work
nanalo,
out of it
mamaya-
already
mamaya ka
before
explain
falling to
after
hot
this-
sauce.
after this,
ducking and
round.
weaving towards
30
CT.
seconds
Dispenser times the flash. Brain Freeze cannot push forward. The Prowler is there
Pag
to
ginawa
just
ko yun
delay him
alarm,
a little bit
magigising ako
more.
sa sarili ko kasi
Even
gusto ko
though the
talaga
rest of
yun.
his team are on site, he's the man. He has to be on the site. He has the plan.
5-5.
But Borkum, his own senses are tingling, and he found his counterpart in that smoke.
Ang dami pa
Tied up
nilang
once
tie.
more is Secret and
3,
Brent.
3.
Wow,
Tapos
just-
yung,
I
depende
don't know,
din sa
there's
Bren
something
ngayon if
about
magtatay din sila
the
dito.
spawn entryway for defenders that just
Tapos,
nets
depende
a
pa
kill
sa
that
ano.
ruins the whole
Depende
tempo.
pa sa magiging performance
that.
ito. May matches pa
Fragment
RRQ or
just to destroy a lockdown that is what now?
Bren.
7, 8 charges?
Tigtatatlo pa yata sila. So,
Pretty
pwede
bad
pa talaga
hurtful, especially
mabaliktad
when they
tong
wanted to use that
scoreboard.
as a straight shot way onto the B side. That definitely hurt. I think the plans for Bren, everything turned very
3 to 4 pa
topsy-turvy
sila
and
lahat
everything.
eh. So, pwede
And
talaga
honestly,
mabaliktad
Dispenser,
pa yung scores.
he's back on track, man. I was mentioning this, I think last week before we went on 2-day break, that Dispenser has got to be one of the players for Team Secret that I didn't feel was as impactful or influential
I
as he
swear,
was before,
I
especially during the
swear.
early days back in like 2020 or 2021.
Kahit anong
This time,
panaginip mo magiging bangungot.
There's just something different. I don't know what Fate is doing, their coach, not the
Magiging
not the
bangungot
agent,
yung ano.
but these guys are just
Yung
looking
dreams mo,
so
tas gising ka
far,
kasi
on, or so
masyashop
far
ka.
on point.
You could say that Fate is a bit of a fountain of youth for them, as they've had a sharper step ever since Coach Fate stepped into the scene. Dispenser, like you mentioned, again, we keep going back to stage 1. That's really been our biggest reference point for Secret, because that's where we saw their vulnerability.
Yeah.
This time around, the refinement, the well-oiled machine that is this team, has really proven to return to rise up again. Wits, despite the smoke, he's thinking about it. The body language is telling everybody that, hey man, I want to op here. Your smoke? It is but a ruse. A false blanket of security for you. It's the lurking op. He finds Symbol. Tries to make a mad dash out of it, but look at this. Dubstep is still here.
No,
The jump spot. Dubstep a little more wary towards tiles now. Wits may relay the information that he has.
Ay, mag-research
This time
kayo,
around,
Jin niya.
it could
Mamaya ka
potentially
na
be Dubstep to
mag-comment.
push the smoke. Who knows? Instead, he
Ako
chooses
yung
not
ano
to.
mo,
Just
ako
fires
yung
off
friend
the
mo
warning
na
shot.
tutulong sa'yo
EJ has
matapos
been very
yung
proficient
gawain
with
mo.
these blades so far.
Gamitin mo
Wants to
lang
lead the
akong
charge.
podcast.
Hot Sauce already creating a safety net, a safety space to counter the aggression from
Sinabi
Tree.
yun, yun.
But this default is still ongoing. Not much room has been given by Secret,
Sa
and
akin
not much
naman
map
yung
control has been
engagement pag
taken by
nag-comment kayo,
Bren.
pero love ko kayo eh.
Speaking of Bren, here they are. But I do like the slow, methodical approach that they are doing. There's a bit of a constellation on a short. Dubstep doesn't know this. He's going to be showing up his long barrel.
30 seconds left.
And Hot Sauce spots it, punishes it even. Because he's knocked off. The trademark falls. And this makes everybody from Team Secret second guess. Are they pushing through mid? Are they going to go through B? This splits up the rest of them apart. The Spencer, beautiful on the flash, the timing. You know what he is. He's the CSGO pro. He's got the CSGO flashes. Let's make it happen. EJ, though, very quick on the charge with 9 seconds on the beat. He's got to go in hard and fast now. He's going to start just plant the spike. Oh no, EJ alone. He's going to have to fight this one, but Wits comes in out of nowhere, blindsides him,
Oh, isa ka
hits
pa,
him with the
Zay.
blades, and Team Secret
Mag-aral
finally
ka.
gets the finish.
Round in the
Uy,
half.
chapter 5 na.
Going
That's
in hard,
nice.
fast,
Pero
really
ang
going through the
crucial
motions,
yan,
try to penetrate
ang
that defense. It was not meant to be.
Ang mahirap sa
I love the
chapter
off timing
5.
by Wits here.
Ang mahirap sa chapter 5, kailangan one sentence lang, tapos mas masabi mo talaga yung conclusion nyo na maayos.
Is the way to go. Slow is smooth.
Like,
smooth is
dapat hindi ka
fast.
ma-misinterpret.
That's the approach by Secret.
Pero once you do
They've
it
realized
it correctly or
maybe that's not a
properly,
problem at the moment. Let's just not be
it's
too
gonna
aggressive
be
in this
great.
part of the map,
Basta
etc.
ma-apply mo talaga yung
They've been
findings
succeeding
niya.
with hints of aggression, just like this with Dubstep, and just like how Wits pulled it off towards a short. This time around, Bren, they relegate their efforts to holding down the lobby of B, as they've done in the past, they've done previously, but all that information is gonna be given away. You still see how patient Secret are. They really are not flinching despite knowing what Bren's up to. Xavi does have a flash prep. Wit still has a dash too, but can't burn it in time. Dubstep, the mobility is there, it's very much present. Avoids the shock dart, but cannot avoid the paranoia. Chooses not to stay. Yet another attack towards Bias, right?
That's still not a bad thing though, because even though he got baited to or forced to use his rendezvous, this still baited EJ to use his
Isa yan
dash.
sa
As you saw, as he broke the trademark.
pinakamahirap kong
this is
ginawa.
one
Isa sa
crucial
pinakamahirap kong
ability
ginawa,
that
pero isa sa
stops him from
pinakagusto
getting
ko.
into the site. And look at the crossfire from Bren. This is gonna be horrendous for EJ if he tries to go
I
in at
love
this
my thesis.
by himself. That's why you're seeing the rest of Bren just reposition because they
Best-
don't really
naging
have
best
that
thesis ako
snappy
nung college
blade
eh.
gets them into the site
Tapos
anymore.
na-
You're gonna have to try to
nalaban siya sa
reposition. And of course,
sa
you're still very much
international,
afraid
so
of
I really
Wits
like
having
that.
that
I really
operator
like
in
this
hand. Hot Sauce
Kahit alam
will
ko.
still have to manage this trademark. But I think you're gonna encase or force the issue, excuse me, on this
Ako
one. Wits
tumutulong sa
misses the flick.
barkada ko gumawa
He
ng
will try to
kung
reposition,
ano-ano sa research
re-peek
eh,
the
para ako
angle.
teacher.
But EJ loves to use on the clock. I don't think that, nobody knows about where he was. He does get the
10
punish on the
seconds
dubstep, but again, 10 seconds. Bren is really buying on the clock here. This is not what he wanted to happen. This is not what he wanted to transpire. And Jesse Bash still in the back of the side.
Woo!
Oh
Nice!
my
Good
god!
spam!
Look at that through
Good
the box shot
spam!
from Jesse Bash, just denying any form
Wow.
of plantation
Good spam.
from
Switching
Bren.
sides.
Take that, why don't you?
Why wag kang benta ng
And he
thesis?
took it on the chin like a champ. Bren tried to
May mga
recover
hindi
from this.
gumraduate
It is
sa
the
amin
second half.
Kasi bumili
It is a
ng
new life for
nagpagawa
them.
ng thesis.
A new start.
Sa
Start off
second
fairly
half,
strong,
or
Hasrai, so they could potentially
Bumili
take
yata na
Crystal
research.
out
Hindi
again.
sila nakagraduate. Hanggang ngayon, hindi sila graduate. Ayaw nila ulit umulit ng dalawang semester.
Backside,
Yeah,
it's the
enroll ulit
craziest
nila.
thing.
Like,
His
one more
operator has
year
been
na
so sharp
madali
today.
sila
He's
kasi
been
binagsak
fearless.
sila
It's
sa
been
thesis.
doing wonders
both
for
first
Secret,
and
giving them
second
so
sem.
much space. And this halftime pause could be
Or
one of
tama
those
ba?
things where Bren's like, hey, what are we
Pero
doing?
second sem lang.
What happened there? And how do we
Pero
assess
they need
Secret
to repeat a whole research. So it's gonna
how
be
they're gonna
1
approach this?
year.
Like we mentioned, they don't have
So,
the
hindi
VASH.
na nila
So maybe
tinuloy.
their potentials
Sayang
for faking
Yun na
sites,
lang yung
faking
kulang
hits,
nila for a
it's not gonna be as
color
high. They don't have that deep clearance
quit.
that, once again, a Sova can provide. They don't have that the info
Ba't
drone,
nilang
the
daw
owl
bumili?
drone. They do
Pag
have a
magaling
prowler.
mag-check yung
Once
professor,
again, the
no?
range is
Kaya nila
really just
hulihin
not as
yan
robust.
based on
Wait a minute. Oh.
Based on
I think I left my
pre-oral defense
I had
and
a
oral
point
defense questions.
about this. Since
Just
they do
based
not have
on
that, Sova,
that.
and all of the things you said, I definitely
Just based on that.
agree with, especially the recon dart because it does have such a big radius.
Pero illegal yun. As
they
in,
still
pwede
do
silang
have
ma-expel pag nahuli sila.
The
As in,
haunt,
expel,
as well
as in
as
ma-kick
the
out sila
KO
sa
knife and
college
Nullblade.
nila.
So if they
Ganon
do have those
ka-illegal ang,
hashtag,
ang
you know,
bumili ng
panel
thesis.
fluffy O2 lineups
Hindi
with
lang
the
hindi
haunt
nasagot
on a
kasi
sense,
lahat
you
ng
can actually see
professor
on
ko
YouTube right now
graduate
with
ng
100,000
UP.
views. So shout out to Fluffy.
So,
You know,
Oh, yeah.
ewan ko,
yeah,
inaaral
exactly,
talaga nila
exactly.
lahat
Did
ng
you know he's
thesis kasi
5'11"?
ayaw nila may makalusot na
Yeah,
bumili
exactly.
lang or
And
nagpagawa.
he studied at what's the school again?
So alam nila kahit inaral
You'll
din
find
yung
out.
research.
Just
You'll
say hello to
find out.
Ewan
Fluffy.
ko, ang galing nila. Ang
He'll
galing
tell
nila
you
mag-fact
everything.
check. Ang galing nila
Fluffy
mag-check
knows
ng
everything.
RRL,
Hey Fluff, where did I leave
ganyan.
my keys? Oh, it's probably in your back pocket.
Binabasa
Yeah,
talaga
but
nila.
anyways, back to my point before the round starts, right?
Uh-huh.
They do have lineups for it, so
May
you can
podcast
have
project
that.
kami, pwede ka maging guest.
I'll say like
Anong
recon
podcast
dark-esque effect if you can place the haunt properly
Kasi
and
parang
then flush
unfair
out a
din doon sa
certain
mga
angle
nagtrabaho.
with the KO blade. Of course, that's not
Pero, ewan
the
ko, kayo
biggest thing
bahala.
about it. It's the
Basta
ability
worth
to
it
also
pag ikaw tumrabaho,
nullify
nahawakan mo yung bind mo,
abilities on your
yung
opponent.
binukbind mo,
Other than
tapos
that,
alam
I
mo
think
ikaw
it
gumawa
still
nun.
does
Ang
answer
sarap.
somewhat what
Lalo
now
na
that
ako
we don't have
nag-solo
recon
lang
dart.
ako
At least
sa
they do have those
thesis.
two abilities to kind of mimic the recon dart.
And then
I
UP
have to say,
graduate
though, I
lahat
feel
ng
like
professors ko,
Secret's
tapos
retake,
inimitate
who-
nila yung UP.
or
Pero
rather, which has
State
always been
University
historically
ako
strong,
sa
could potentially be even stronger with the
Southern
Fade.
Luzon State University
Fade
ako graduate.
excels at that, and Wits doing what Wits does, tagging up Xavi.
May option kami na
Now the
maging
aggression, it
groupings,
seems
pero
that it
sabi
is
ko
in
solo
spades
lang
on the
ako.
side of Bren.
Ewan
EJ
ko,
preps
ayoko
the
ng
dash,
groupings.
potentially find one.
Oh, nice.
Instead,
Quick
he
dubs.
is the one to get
Oh.
found, and
Kasi
Dubstep
They were
has
so
been
ready.
so
mates ako,
sharp.
feeling ko mas
Exactly,
stress lang
he's
ako
been
sa
so
kanila.
ready.
Kaya ko naman solohin.
Now he's
Edi
left
sinolo ko na yung buong
that
thesis.
ghost at their front doorstep,
Ang
which
sarap-
is never a
Ang
good
sarap
thing
sa
here.
feeling kung
Right,
graduate
they have
na
to
alam
work
mo
with a
tinrabaho
deficit.
mo
They
yung
have to
thesis
leave a
mo.
lane
Tapos
open.
hawak mo yung bind,
One of
tapos
those
proud na proud
rotations
ka
are
sa
going to be
sarili
much
mo
more
kasi
careless
parang
than
ang
the
gumawa
other.
ng sarili
And that's
libro.
only a byproduct of that early aggression. Look at Xavi too. Look how low he is. He's but a gentle
Diyan
breeze away
nagka-counting. Oh,
from toppling
lapit
over.
ah. Sa Lukban ako. Sa main
I was gonna say
campus.
something about gentle breezes. but-
Madaming campuses yun.
Yeah, no.
It's pretty stormy. I think the storm season is coming in for us, you know, folks
true.
over at PH.
Nakatipid pa
So
kayo guys
And,
pag
your
sa
parkas and jackets ready.
Speaking of a Bruin storm,
Ooh,
we'll
yan
see
na.
if Ace Side is gonna be hit by this
Binigay
chain of
yung
vents.
A-side.
Brain Freeze has been spotted backing away. Borkum just creating a bit more vacuum towards a short. Lovely use onto the C's.
no.
Savvy can't really push up because
Spike
he's 1
planted.
HP. And now, the plant on the spike and the force of Bren get into the site itself. They do have Brain Freeze, which is good. So he can always smoke A main and allow the split of the team's
spam.
roster. Bash is taking some
Wow.
nasty damage.
Grabe
He
si
wasn't really
Bash.
cleared out properly.
Refuses to go
This is
down.
absolutely huge for him.
Ang
Does
ganda
get
talaga
knocked
ng
off
sound
already,
ng
but still,
Spectrum.
this is
Oh.
somewhat
I really
manageable
like
for
it.
Brand. That being said, good shots from Hot Sauce and Brain Freeze. Still not the end of things. Borkum coming in for the pinch. Good shots
Oh,
from Hot
dear.
Sauce. He is making this super manageable. And now they know they've been separated. Borkum got to work quick to at least break the wall,
One
break
enemy
the
remaining. Last player
door, excuse me.
standing.
Charges right up. Half on the spike, 2 HP.
Nice,
And
Borkum.
Borkum punches around for Team Secret. So close, yet so
Ano?
far away.
Sinusolo ko
And
lang
Bren
yung thesis ko.
almost had it. He had 8 HP,
Pag
the other guy
magaling
had
ka,
2
tapos
HP.
alam mong
It
kaya
was
mo,
just
mag-solo ka na
minuscule
lang.
difference.
Kasi
Borkum
ang hirap,
proving
ang
to be
sakit
a
sa ulo
Lion
maghabol
Slayer,
ng
taking that
groupmates
black
na
and
hindi
gold main for
gumagawa. Like,
himself.
ikaw sa chapter
As
2,
he tears
ikaw sa
down the wall
chapter
for Jericho,
3.
not allowing
Tapos
Brent
hindi
to
nila
get torches
gagawin
for
kasi ikaw
themselves.
tapos ka na.
This
Tapos
looks
sakit,
really good
dagdag
for a
sa
minute here
stress
for
mo.
Brent. I really thought they had
Yung
positional
kailangan mo
advantage
saluhin yung iba
considering
tapos
Dispenser
minsan
already
hindi naman
extended
lahat ng
his
is pero may
But with
cases
the
where
savvy
80% or
on the side of,
70% ng trabaho
Secret,
nasa isang
the
tao
adjective,
pero
not
tatlo
the
sila
player.
dun sa name.
And the veteranship just proves
Disadvantage,
to be a little
imagine
too
ano,
much to handle
pag
for a
may
younger
ka-group
squad
mate ka,
here.
may taga-research
This time
ka
around, they
din
do
bukod sa
have to
sarili
resort
mo.
to
Like,
a
ikaw
much more passive
mag-research,
default. The
ikaw
aggression cost them,
mag-paraphrase nito,
and
ako
even
gagawa
being
nito,
passive
ikaw
has cost
mag-print
them
nito, ikaw maglakad
that
nito sa
extra
advisor.
player
Umila ka na
could
sa
have
advisor habang nagpiprint
You
ako.
have the
Mga
info
ganun.
that somebody's waiting, but
Katulong
Xavi
ka.
cannot contain
Pag solo
himself,
ka, wala,
which will
ikaw
do that
lahat
for
yun.
him. And now
Ikaw
Brand
lahat
are
yun. Pero kung
all
matino yung
alone in their
magiging
respective
groupmates mo,
holds
why
here,
not?
forced to make a decision, be at a crossroads.
Pero
as
ang daming
Hot Sauce
friendships na pag-college. Ang daming
has
friendships na medyo
decided to hold towards mid here.
nagkakainitan.
Aster, I'm
Pag
not entirely
nagkakasumbatan
sure
na.
how they're gonna
Yeah.
take back the momentum here because
Dati
feel like
medyo
in that round they
naiingit ako
wanted that
kapag
early info.
wala nang tulog, tas may
But
taga-print sa
EJ,
ibang
even
group.
though he
So,
had the
ako
dash
pa din eh.
prepped,
Ako
the read was
pipila,
there
ako
on the side
magbabasa.
of
Ako
Secret
mag-research.
here. And now they have a site,
Ganun
pretty
ba?
much a free site. They haven't even given up any weaponry whatsoever to Brent.
I really like that paranoia that Morgan
Pero
throws
ang
out.
worth it din
where
kasi
it
ang sarap
hits,
makita yung thesis ko.
the
So,
switch and
pangalan
then
ko
the
lang
beast
nandun.
there is really strong. Anyway, Wits, I think this is gonna be farming you
Good
for him.
notes.
If he gets the 180 shot on Brain Freeze, that would be massive.
Yeah.
Well, at least, just to clear up the entirety of the
Ang
round
ganda ng
already.
ruination talaga.
Does
I like
give
it.
Brain Freeze a little bit of time to fight. He tries to reposition, but gets shot mid-air by Bash through the Marshall.
That's so expensive.
Di ba nakasira ng group of
Yeah.
friends? Di ba?
Mhm.
May magbarkada, may
No, on the side of
magkabarka.
Freeze, 'cause he
Nasa
has
group
to
of friend
rebuy
namin
all
na
his,
dalawa.
utility
Naging
now.
magka-group. Random kasi
Yeah,
sa
Omen
It's
got a little
fine.
bit
Naging
more
magka-group
expensive too.
sila.
That's true. It's fine. He still has full
Wala,
armor and his full
nung
utility belt, so
grabe na
maybe it
yun
wasn't
nangyari,
that
nag-aaway
expensive
na.
to Naples once again.
Say ko, ako solo lang
Very nasty.
pag kaaway ko lang sarili ko.
Sige, just a
If
quick
hindi
look at
ako
the counting
makapag-pass, it's
surface
my
game
fault. If
separated
may
Bren.
magawa ako, it's my fault. If may
I'm not entirely sure what
mag-fail
Bren
ako,
want to
it's my
do here
fault.
now.
So,
Do
wala
they
ako
want to go for a
sisihin.
full retake style now that they have the weapon
Nakaka-burnout
advantage? They have the
lang.
range,
Like,
so they can
solo
definitely
kaya
hit
ko eh.
quite a few pot shots.
Di
Do
ba?
they want to go for that early aggression
Guys,
and not
stress.
allow
Lalo
Secret
na
to
pag cause of
walk
stress
up
yung
and
friend
use the
mo.
SMGs as I've mentioned?
Nakakasira
Or,
ng pagka... So kung mag-thesis
If you
kayo
look
sa
at this
college,
timeout
kuha kayo
and
ng marunong,
assume
tas hindi nyo
all
friend.
the assumptions.
Para
I've
pwede
never
kayong
seen that
mag-away.
painting, by the way. I don't even know where this part of the map
Five na
is.
lang kayo, grabe!
Is that a billboard? I don't
This
know.
is outside B. Yeah,
Huh,
near
maybe I should
newsstand.
look up more often, yeah.
Yeah. Well, chin up, King.
Are you gonna give a shout out to all the queens out there again, Asrai? Is that what you want to do? Is that
No,
what you're gonna do?
I'm gonna give a shout out to all the Kings this time.
Alright, that's right.
Yeah,
Head up,
yeah,
boys.
that's
And
Chin
this
up, Kings.
is... Oh yeah, man. Don't drop that crown. As
Oh,
Brent...
I do have one question though. Sorry.
What's up? Go ahead.
Do you think there is the emo comp that is a possibility now in Valorant?
Like, the super edgy comp.
Yeah, Omen, Reyna, Fade. I don't know what the other two would be.
Emo ko!
And speaking of core, this is gonna be a core memory for Team Secret if they get this site so cleanly as the Prowlers just go into the
Uy,
site,
gusto ko yun na.
raw and gashing,
Omen, Reyna,
just biting at the defensive
Fade.
Brand. Dismantled
KO
already,
can be
leaving
part
only
of
the
it.
hot
He's
sauce
a
symbol.
robot. He can't feel
Try to
anything.
even salvage the situation. This is a buy run for them, by the way.
Player
And
remaining.
hot sauce. He's heard it already, but Wits just cannot be denied right now. Okay, everybody's gonna say beaking symbol. If they die, okay.
I'm not-
I was gonna say
I'm
if
not
they don't die to
entirely-
symbol, this is gonna be bad.
Yeah, I'm
Layo
not
ni
entirely sure
Dubstep.
what the game plan was there earlier towards main. We saw EJ try to fall back to side as quickly as he can.
Wow,
We
nabonus
didn't
eh, no?
see the flash or any supportive utility on his head. So maybe they
Para
were
sa
gonna
mga
go for a
thesis
surprise contact play. But Bren, they just W keyed that one. Took as much space as they needed. Even got free upgrades for their troubles.
Pinayin ko pick.
Bren, they have to resort to
yan.
Nico.
Talaga
Yet
ba?
another Nico. There we go.
Talaga ba?
He tries to backpedal.
Enemy remaining.
Guys,
Support
hindi na to
utility
ano,
was just
hindi
not
na
there
to
for Bren.
balos team.
Completely
Ito ay ano
absent.
na, consultation. Online consultation. Anong major
what I
mo?
was
This is
talking
where it gets
about,
confusing, guys. This is where it gets...
well,
so my
meme
college
aside about
degree
the emo comp,
is
this
communication
comp really
arts.
does
So mas-
constrict
basically
a lot
mass
of what you
comm.
want to do. Paranoid,
And then
you're
nag-master's
nearsighted.
degree
Hunt,
ako,
you're
which is
also nearsighted.
naging education,
Sees you can't
major
get away
in
from
educational
punish, and makes it
management.
very easy
And then
to
nag-units
get
ako.
blasted apart
Nag-units
by
ako na
even just
education.
the
And then I
weaker
took a
buttons like
license
Spectre,
exam
right? So there is
for
so
teachers,
much
LET. And then I also took
choke-
units in law school.
choking power. that
I
Team
stopped
Secret
law school,
does
by the way.
have, and
Nag-stop
it
na
is
ako
squeezing
at
the life
second
out of
year.
Bren in
Second
these
year law
sites.
school. So that's the
Squeezing
background
the
of my
life out of your
ACADS.
sight.
Ang dami kong
Exactly.
diploma.
Just a
And
bit
then
of
I
vice
have
grip
two
that Bren
TESDA.
have not managed to escape whatsoever. Even just
na tinapos ko.
loosening
Dalawang
that
TESDA
grip
baking
has
pastry
been
and cookery.
such a challenge
I have
for
an
them.
online
Now,
diploma in
Secret
graphic
Days shuffle
design.
up the
Basically,
rhythm
nangongolekta
again.
yata ako ng
No
diploma. Di ko
doubt,
alam.
they still not give up any map
Namimiss ko
control.
na nga magbasa.
Maybe potentially putting Bren in a much more, how to put this, uncommitted positioning where they have, as we mentioned, Zavi towards a tree here. We do have Brain Freeze
Uy.
deep into the site, but oh wow.
Wow.
Jesse just kind of, boom, he's dead. Hot Sauce did a Jesse Bash impression there too. He's dead. And now,
Nung
we have
nag-board
a bit
exam
of a
ako,
4v4
self-study lang.
situation.
Sariling aral
that
lang.
Secret still have a bit of an upper
Nangiram
hand.
ng
Borkum
reviewer,
tries to
and then
fake
ako
it.
na.
Did DJ
Balikan na sa law school. Ang problem
go
ko
for the
kasi is
reset?
I can't
Did he bamboozle
stay
his own
in law
teammates?
school.
How did that only
I,
do 20 damage?
I
That's
stopped
insane.
working for law
Shorty
school
is such
kasi
a
hindi ko
fickle
na
weapon,
masabay.
but the dispenser's not loyal to his
enemy
aim,
remaining.
loyal to his clutch genes. As Wits cleans up,
Grabe
he's
kasi
attempting
sa
to
law
clean up the
school.
round. Brain Freeze, who's
Imagine
been
in
the
1
last
week,
member alive
we have
these past
like
few rounds.
100
He's clutched
cases?
very well, and he's now
100
gone.
cases? And then,
Secret.
bukod pa yung
Kinda running
i-memorize
this,
mo na law.
into the ground,
Bukod
kinda
pa yung
running it
book.
up as well.
I have one subject,
Ow.
we have 5 books in one subject. 5 books.
Okay, good shot from Brain
Cases
Freeze to
and
reposition. I
codals
don't know if he
in one
actually
subject.
knows that the dispenser is
Isa lang yun.
just so close on the swing. He's gonna deep
Like,
now.
paano ka ba mag-stream?
You're not gonna be
Paano
able to
ka pa
hear
mag-
it, and he
mag-
swings by
mag-work?
almost.
Although
Threading the
nag-work
needle.
ako, pero
It's
nakaka-burn
like
out
blinked
ako.
and then where is he? Maybe still inside the smoke.
Pumasa
It was a
naman
2
ako
versus
dun.
1, but that was so close. Brain
Piniem pa ako
Freeze.
ni attorney.
You gotta give him
Sabi
that
niya,
shot,
I did
but
good daw. Kaya lang,
Team Secret
ang
just
hirap
always
isabay.
on
Ang hirap
the
mamili
job
career.
here. Always getting those
Law school.
ROIs.
Best thesis
Like
na ginawa mo.
This is a very
Nag-study
cool
ako ng
lion.
Lumad Killings.
And
Nag-analyze
speaking
ako
of
ng
keeping it
news
cool, and
agency.
much like
4
a lion,
news
Bren have to
agencies.
keep their heads up here. As you
Comparative
mentioned, they kinda
analysis
have to
kung paano nila
not allow
i-present
that
yung
crown
mga
to
indigenous
fall because
people at yung killings sa
Bren has
kanila.
been somewhat
Yun yung naging
notorious
best
of
thesis
dropping.
na nalaban.
Once they start
na
hitting
ilaban
that
sa
low point, it just becomes a very heavy anchor
Asian
in the most
Journalism
negative
Research
sense. And
Conference.
it's growing pains for them. They're so used to excellence. They're so used to their meticulous play. Sometimes it's a bit of a pitfall on their side. EJ,
Tawag
despite
sa akin
not
ni
using
Gian
that dash
Radiant sa
immediately,
ACADS.
still manages to survive.
Sabi niya,
Utility is here and
hindi
it
nila
might
alam
stop
Radiant
secret.
ko sa...
EJ,
Nice.
double dips.
Nagulat
hits
nga sa
Wits,
akin si Gian kasi
removes his
meron
fellow
akong
Jet
binasang
counterpart. But that
novel.
trail is gonna give quite a bit of information away.
May binasa akong novel,
Salvage is the name of the
tapos
game for
2
secret
days
here,
lang
as
natap,
they
tapos
do
na
not
ako.
have
Tapos
that
na ako dun sa
coveted
novel. Tapos sabi niya, ano
control.
nagagawin mo? Sa ko, wala na. Wala
Nope,
na akong
it's
babasahin.
not meant to be. As Abby
Tinapos ko na yung
firing
book
on
in
all
2
cylinders
days.
now. Holds
whole
down the
novel.
line for his team.
Nice!
And EJ even gets a third on a swinging
holding down the
dispenser. Jesse, this is a tall order. But Jesse is no stranger to the clutch. He marches forward. He will get tagged out. He might get sprayed down here. Finds a
ko
little bit of
subject sa
solace on
Los
his pop.
Criminal Law
He even
talaga.
finds Raid Freeze.
Grabe yung mga
Hot
case.
sauce.
Karumul-dumul. As
Ice
in,
and
may mga
fire
cases
working
na
tandem
binasa
to
namin
seal
na hindi
another round on
na
Bren,
kami
but
makatulog.
Jesse, you know
So,
that man
sobrang
is
grabe
ice cold.
nung criminal
Be
case.
very wary. Bren come alive. Finding a
Yes,
sixth round for
nanalo Shark
themselves.
yan, Paul. Hindi nagkamali ng sinuportahan. Aw.
During
Kaya
our
nga sabi
break,
ko
you
sa
know,
inyo,
we were talking
guys.
about
Pwede
that.
kayo magtanong din sa akin minsan sa live ng trivial
You know,
math.
prepping also for this
Hilig ako
Secret
magbasa.
Bren fight.
Hilig ako
I also
magbasa.
wanted to just mention how this is one of the most consistent, or if not most consistent, most dominant we've seen Jesse Bash in. He's usually just been, you know, clutch Jesse, gets kills with the Hunter's Fury Jesse. He's always the one with the nice little lineups. But his IQ
Hindi ka
and
ba
positioning and in
nadidistract?
these
Saan?
fights have been absolutely
Kaya ko kasi
beautiful round.
Naging teacher
I
din ako,
mean,
tapos naging
if he maybe
principal
had
na
a
din ako.
bit more
Kaya ko
leeway
kasi
there, he might have been
makinig
able to
habang
get the work in
nagsusulat.
a possible
Kaya ko
clutch, but,
mag-type habang nakikipagtsikahan.
yeah,
Kaya
just
ko
really
like,
good performance output. Still,
like
Bren,
lumalabas
you get the
ako
round.
with friends.
It's a
Nasa
nice-
coffee shop
nice
kami.
round for them,
Gumagawa ko ng
definitely,
requirements sa law school habang nagkakwentuhan
ridden from
kami.
the coattails of the operator buy from EJ, but there is so many rounds that they need to bring back since again it is 11-6.
Nadidistract
Yes.
din.
That's
Hindi
like
kasi
at
ako
least
ano.
5. Actually, no, it is 5 rounds that they have to win just to equalize.
I-support Lumad
And I want to
folks.
go through
Oh
the
God,
map
ang dami kong
selection
chika sa
before
Lumad kasi
anything
that's my
happens here. We're gonna have
thesis,
a
my
little bit
whole
of an
thesis.
innocuous period as Secret love to go for that slower default when it comes to penultimate rounds like this.
Nanood
but
pa lang.
let's take a look back at the map.
Alam nyo, hindi ako nagre-reply sa lahat ng tao
Beautiful
talaga.
memory
Alam nyo,
once
sino
again,
lang
please.
una ko nireply na kachika ko nung first time namin magsikahan ni Gian. Kung may pinaka pinagpuyatan ko or
Breeze?
binigyan ko ng oras, tapos di ako
And then
nag-aral
Breeze.
si Gian.
Mm. So with that being said, we have quite a
Pero
bit
wala
of
naman akong
firepower on both
binagsak
sides,
nun
and-
kahit
Oh!
nagchichikahan na kami.
What is that timing? Speaking
You
of
got blind.
firepower, Wits has been so consistent on the maps that we mentioned. He's been very consistent here
Try mo
too,
na
but it does look
pagalitan
like
si
his
Gian
life
na
might
parang
be.
student mo. Hindi.
At least it looked
Pero
like it
na-try
was
ko
gonna
na siya
go
paliwanagan na
for
parang student.
this very
Nakakatawa.
round.
Hindi
But
ko
wait a
sinasagot.
minute. He's not done yet. He finds EJ. Will find
Kailan ba yan?
his own death.
Nagtanong
Hot
siya
sauce.
sa reel,
Sears
tapos sabi ko,
Borkum.
kiss.
And now
Keep
Secret
it short
was
and simple.
functioning without a
Kiss.
controller.
Tapos sabi ko,
This is, I feel
para
like,
yung
one thing
skirt.
that they
Which is
have
sinasabi
so
ko
much
lagi
trouble
sa
with
mga
when they don't have
students
that
ko pag
smoke up. Or at
nagpapagawa
least
ko ng
really,
SC
when it comes to
tsaka
any team, when they don't have that
Keep it short and
the
simple,
smoker up,
guys. Kiss.
the retake just becomes that much more shaky.
It's the best
Now we have
essays.
some of these players shoulder to shoulder, back to back.
Dapat gets ka.
Spencer finds
And then sabi ko,
crouching
pag
bots,
mga
crouching
projects or
robot
movies
on
or
Xavi.
pwede din sa fashion
Literally,
or
it's
sa
like very much
anything.
possible.
Parang skirt.
Oh my god, it's not gonna be possible. Hot sauce.
Long enough to cover everything but
What
short
an
enough to keep
opportunist.
it
Oh,
interesting.
timing? Barely.
Di ba ang easy
So, as a
maalala?
Good.
Ginanon ko siya, tapos tawa
I was
siya
gonna
ng
say,
tawa
barely
kasi
gets
sa
off.
para daw akong
But-
teacher.
Because the way that Secret play and approach their
Pero,
takes, it's
pero
really
nagustuhan niya
hyper-following
naman yung
all the
terms ko
retakes
kasi first
using
time
their
niya daw
smokes,
marinig.
right? And then try to play off that default with, or at least complementary
Baka
lurk
yun yung
potential on the
tuig.
side of Borkum, on the
Hindi
Spencer.
pa kami
Let those
nag-aaway
smokes late in
na
the
like
round. I feel
nagsagutan,
like that's where they kind of show their
nagbangayan,
mortality.
nagsumbatan. Hindi
In Secret, they'll adjust as quickly
We
as they
never
can. Speed
had
is the name of the game.
any
It
arguments
isn't speed
so
that
far
kills
na
though, it's the sudden stop. So if you're running into a brick wall
Misunderstandings
here,
meron, pero
much
I
like,
chat one long
brain
message,
freeze,
he replies
it
one
proved to
long
be incredibly
message, then
problematic.
reply
Xavi
ulit ako
adds
long
another brick
messages.
to
Minsan
that
tig
wall.
dalawa lang kami nun.
And as this is looking
Ng side
perilous
niya, side
already
ko,
for
side niya,
Brent.
side ko, and then we
Brent
both say
might try to
sorry, and then
flush out
tapos
freeze, but Dispenser finds him
Tapos bati na
anyway.
ulit kami, ganun.
Xavi, the lone man on heaven, trying to wait for the rotations on his
Ayun
team
yung
to
madami
come.
ako nagawa, hindi
Dubstep
thesis,
is so
research
far
paper.
removed from
Kasi nung
Dispenser, but
masters
this Wonder
ko,
Duo
nung
has done so much
nagmamasters
in the
ako,
past.
2 years yung
Still
master.
very much possible.
Nung nagmamasters ako,
But with
every
Dispenser's
Saturday,
location
gumagawa
being
kami ng
revealed,
research paper,
just
minimum
an
2.
inkling of it.
So,
What else can they do?
2 to
Still
4
very, very
research
healthy
papers
red
in a
lineup.
week yung ginagawa ko. And case studies.
I was wondering, so Savvy heard
Gandang
the
novel. Ang mga
dropping
novel
of
na
weapons,
binabasa ko
he
are
just tried to
crime,
pop that through.
mystery
Again,
novels.
This is very risky for Dispenser, by the way, but I think
Yung latest
he
kong
needs it
binasa
just so that
ay
Dubstep
The
can
Silent
start
Patient,
to
pero yung
reclaim
favorite
that
ko ay
spike
No
of his.
Time for Goodbye.
With 40 seconds on the
Favorite
clock
ko na
and
novel.
no vision for Brent, they can maybe run this all the way through the B
Oh,
site.
wow.
I mean, maybe not. It's a 4 versus 2. They would want to just fight where they're already at.
30
They closed the
seconds
door
left.
already. And we'll see how this
Spike planted.
transpire. Oh, that's a big flash. Miss flash on Savvy's side.
Ay!
Crossfire is going to be real. Dubstep
Uy!
somehow just
Ay, ayaw pa
wipes
ng
things
Brenny
out into the
patapos,
open and
guys.
gets caught. So
Grabe ah.
bit awkward, and Ren, they're building up the blocks of a comeback.
Movies,
and
series, or...
they're using those blocks to climb back up in terms of the round itself.
Nakaka-drain, Ivert.
They're trying to, I think
As
they're trying to set
in,
up a
lalo na may
crossfire,
summer
but
pa
the
ako
timing
noon
is just
nung
not meant to be.
masters. Drain na drain ako.
Vampires
Pigang
definitely
piga,
the advantage
ubos
of
na
Brett in that
ubos.
previous round. Now we see.
Sobrang,
Nico Bai.
sobrang nakaka-drain. Like,
Secret, they're
simula
contemplating, seeing
mag-leave,
Cannon
hindi ako
cannot.
mag-work. Kasi simula,
Their Eagles have been
pagising
fairly
ko, 7
successful.
a.m.
You mentioned
hanggang 5
earlier that
p.m.
no
wala
matter
akong
what round
ginagawa
they
kundi
do and no
gumawa
matter
ng
what
gumawa
weapons
ng
they have, they
research
still
paper.
try to manage
Movie
to
series
get
or
4.
books.
But since Brent has
Ang
been
dami
serving
kong
so hard,
binasa muna
how do
before
they
I
open
watch.
this up?
The Hobbit, Slumdog Millionaire, ano ba ba? Rain on
Look
Fire.
like
Nabasa ko yung
aggression
books
might
and
be
then
the
I
name of the
watched
game
the
yet
movie.
again. Tempo change is not
The
in
Hobbit,
order as
maganda
Dubstep
yung movie niya. Halos same sa book.
gets rid of that turret.
Slumdog
Thankfully
Millionaire.
for him, he has
Ayoko
an
yung
escape tool,
movie. It
but
wasn't
Borkum is
fun.
not as fortunate.
13 Reasons Why. Mas
EJ and the
maganda
rest
yung
of the
book.
boys, they're
enemy
once again
remaining.
dismantling this
Nag-easy
eco round,
13
making it
Reasons Why. Mas maganda
relatively
yung book.
cheap for them and relatively
Pero may mga
compact
nakakaano.
for Brent.
Yung The Hobbit was
Suddenly
one book.
11 to 9.
The Hobbit was one book made into 3 movies. Kaya nila napanindigan.
Well, don't we look like fools
Online
for
kasi.
saying this is gonna be hard for Brent, to come back and everything.
Okay. Yan is smart.
For sure, Ishan, wherever she is saying, "Ha, Asare, you're wrong."
Yeah, sir, you're wrong.
Pero napaka-worth it if maganda feedback ng bro.
Well, I admit,
Before,
I admit,
naging senior high
it's
school
very,
teacher
very
ako,
close in
pero
depth. I really love the adjustments
looking for
here.
Alaska, hindi
I think
pa.
Did
Before,
start
dapat
to
sa college
shift
professor ako
in the favor of
nag-apply.
Brent
Talaga.
once EJ got that
Pero
operator.
hindi ako...
Because you see him just
Ewan ko, hindi ako.
match the
Siguro
aggression,
natabunan yung resume
if
ko.
not even more
So,
aggression to
hindi
what we
ako
saw from Brent
pinawagan
when he had the
ng
operator
university
on the
at
defensive
all,
side.
Wala ako na-receive na text.
Exactly. He just
So,
jumped
hindi ako
up.
naging college professor.
And they lost Borkum again.
Yeah. Oh, they also, I believe, used Savvy's Null Blade so that
Borkum
nobody
should
can
stop
actually
dying
react with
first
the
kasi
utility
kailangan ng smoke
and
sa
punish
attack para
EJ. EJ, so that was a
maka-ending ng
raw
safe.
peak that EJ actually had the advantage because he had the dash up and prepared already.
Without the controller,
sobrang
it's a
expensive nung
contact
daw.
play. They really have no choice this time around. They still have
Sige,
the
yun is
flashes
so smart.
from
Hindi lang
dispenser, they still have
academically
the
kasi
utility
ano,
the
hindi siya
back
nag-focus sa
provides.
studies niya. Pero
And with all these angles open,
sobrang smart niya.
it's gonna be so problematic for Secret unless they find
Sige,
a
I'll try
straight
looking for Alaska.
rotator but the timing has not
Looking
been
for it.
kind.
Actually,
The
chat ko sa
positioning
sarili ko,
and
para
as
di
well
ko
as the map
makalimutan.
control is the same. It's really not in the favor of Secret right now. Bren, they are once again very, very calm in this round. They don't have to overextend whatsoever. They still have so much utility. Nearly gets a
30 seconds
freebie. The dash is gonna come for that switch. But this could be a moment where Secret could pounce on because they're not really fighting full force Bren. I don't even know if they're aware that there's 3 people
Last enemy
CT.
remaining.
Now EJ is gonna make it known.
The
And
comeback!
Bren collapse onto Secret. As Secret is crumbling on this first map.
No flashes left from Dispenser to
Wala
help
na,
out
tulog.
Dubstep, who was trying to push through on
Screw
spawn.
tape letters. Sige, babasahin ko yung mga
Well,
synopsis. Ganun
I
ako
guess they
eh.
weren't
Pag,
expecting
alam nyo ba?
aggressive push, but you
Kasi
saw it.
hindi-
As you
hindi
said,
talaga ako
3
needy sa
players of
jowa,
Bren
like-
there. If one didn't
Like,
expect it, there's 2
si
more
Gian
that
pa lang
could
yung
have
second
reacted
boyfriend
just
ko
in
sa
the nick
buong
of
buhay
things.
ko. Although I've dated men.
Simple was almost getting flushed out,
Tumatagal
but
ako
they were so
sa
preoccupied
book
of what
sale
was a
ng
spawn
4
that they
hours
forgot.
para magbasa ng
There's
one,
still
para
one at the
makabili
side
ng one
itself.
book. Uy, C.S. Lewis!
Now,
I
Bren,
like C.S. Lewis.
Solid whole Team Secret. Back to the drawing board.
Binabasa
Yeah.
ko lahat ng
Big
synopsis sa
gasp of
book
air
sale
from
bago ako
Raph
makapili
as
ng
EJ
book.
just peeked it out through A short. It was already looking dead into the sights of Wits. How did Dispenser save himself from that? I would never know. EJ being forced to back away as Team Secret making sure that he does not readjust the angle on A short, as they would really want to hit B once again. Oh.
EJ has been so slippery as an offer. It's been so rare for Secret to actually punish him, and you did say that that has been the linchpin of their success. But Hot Sauce
Spike
basking
down,
in that
B.
fragment will eventually still find Jesse. Borkom with the Spectre closes the gap and gets the trade. The site is still not all that clear. Xavi is still trying to occupy the market space.
Oh!
And that
That's
is
perfect.
Big Bad
his
Wolf.
own
Wala kasi
death.
nun dito
Now they
eh.
have a rifle.
Wala sa
They
province.
only have Freeze's
Sayang.
paranoia.
I think I went,
Shadows
nakapunta ako
Patrulaya.
dati nung nasa
We
Manila
have
ako sa
Symbol
isang warehouse
using
Big Bad
that
Wolf
Hunter's
sale.
Fury for a little bit of cover.
Pero wala ako
Would you
nabili.
expect Dispenser to double dip?
Sige,
triple
I'll
dips
check it out.
even,
Mas
find
gusto ko
EJ.
hard copy eh. Although madami
And
na rin
now
ako
the-
binasa ng
the
PDF. Mas
scales
gusto ko talaga
Asteroid,
hard
they
copy.
favor Secret once more. All of a sudden, they turn
Ang galing
around with such a
maikaw sila. Almost,
well,
in Team Secret.
zealous effort.
Is that right?
Brain Freeze and Symbol, they've been doing so well. Can they continue the streak? Spencer makes his position known. Where are the
One
trades?
enemy
Nobody
remaining.
capitalized on that, but they're just playing time. And they played perfectly. Symbol turns back for whatever reason. And Borkom has no qualms of shooting a man from behind.
Match point.
Well, you know, there are no niceties in tactical shooters.
Ganda yan.
It is
Sige,
what it is.
sige.
I gotta say,
I'll check it out.
that
Gusto ko bumili ng hard copy.
sequence from Dispenser was absolutely brilliant. Because after this kill, I was expecting him to just run straight
Ang ganda nun, hindi
to
chinek si
speed lane,
Dispenser.
back lane, activate his ultimate, and then start fighting. But because he knew that there would be absolutely no vision, no information for Borkum, rather than double up, he risked to position himself onto switch first to get a pick, and then just went in for another cheeky spot back onto the stairs. So whether he lives or dies,
First game
that
AE
was
won,
still
second
be fine,
game
but he
Oasis
still also
won,
had his null
third game
command up and
AE.
running that he pressed
won.
on later dates. So its duration and impact was much better when the round was already at that particular point. That was so good from
Here.
Dispenser. This is the reason why he's one of the top players back then, and you're seeing his veterancy come into play now. Dubstep, huge shots onto EJ. That's a really big blow, because EJ's already down to 12. He still has his dash, which is good, but he is, as you mentioned, one breeze away from being knocked off this round.
EJ has been providing so much impact and so much, how to put this, strength to Bren that every time he's died, it's almost a guarantee that Secret win. And Wits, with the space that they've controlled towards main, even
One
blinding
more
freeze.
round.
Brain Freeze might not expect them to be this close, as the timing on the sound cue did cover up that dash. But he plays for quite a bit of time here. This is so dangerous by Wits. Oh my goodness, that's even worse. He wins
Okay,
out the fight, but
okay.
he
The
gets two
recovery.
anyway.
The recovery. The
Oh my
recovery
goodness,
is
luck
good.
is, aside from luck, the skill is so in favor of
Wait.
Wits as of the moment, but he
Spike
gets
down
denied.
A.
What? Oh my goodness, in Secret, they lost the round.
Huh?
Oh, okay,
Wait!
never mind,
He
yeah,
picked
that
up the
was-
spike with the from the shadows. No!
Oh
Ang
dear.
big brain!
Oh dear.
Walang big
Look how
brain!
isolated they are. But Hot Sauce doesn't care. He is on a march. He's on a mission. Dubstep is the first to fall, reducing the numbers to an even playing field. Now the attention has been put towards stairs here. What other avenue can they come from? A very compact, very turtle-heavy hold on the side of Secret.
Ang talino nun!
The timing on brain freeze!
Nagkamikaze
It
entry
doesn't work out!
si Wit sa A. Pero lahat para ma-force rotate lahat sa A. So nagpunta lahat sa A pero yung the rest ng Team Secret nagpunta ng B. It's the biggest fake of the century. Tapos nag-ult si Borkong, kinuha niya yung spike kasi talagang they intended for it to be dropped there. Tapos nandun na sila lahat.
But somehow Borkum was like 10 seconds
wow.
from the shadows. You put 2 and 2 together, and you still know that they have time to plant the spike and force Bren to go on that retake. What a play from Borkum!
Look at the high fives all around. And like we mentioned, right? We honestly thought that was the second win Bren needed, but suddenly, I completely forgot from the shadows there. And dear me,
Big
I thought that was a given away. Secret, they pull it out.
Big brain!
Surprise everybody.
Yun yung iniisip ko, sabi ko,
I was also very surprised because I thought it was
sabi ko,
over.
ganun
I
lang,
really
kayo
didn't
talaga.
see it from the shadows.
Sabi ko, ang weird
Like,
na nag-entry si Wits for fake pero may spike tas he tapped it. Tapos nung nag-ults na si Omen, nakita ko bakit ganun ang weird lahat nung Team Secret na sa V. Tapos nung nag-ult si Omen,
Wits didn't get the plant on the spike because if
the
he
rotate
did,
would have been farther.
Exactly. So 7 seconds.
Kailangan niya itap para malaman para mag-rotate talaga lahat kasi it can be yung ginagawa ng mga Neon ni Vic. Ang nag-start nun nagpauso nun si Victor sa Optic nung nag-suicide entry siya sa Fracture sa A tas nag-wall siya tas he got 2 picks and forced everyone to rotate and then 4 of his team went B.
So much big brain that I don't even know if they knew.
Simula nun, mga Neon gumagawa talaga nun. Sometimes even sa rank and sa tournaments. Pero this was bigger brain. This was bigger brain kasi a lot of pros would expect a fake from duelists, lalo na kung solo sila, no other utility is present. Pero when you tap the bomb, that's like confirmation na sure yun.
Because they knew Bren had to hold on to that because who knows
lalo na nung spike down, like na spike drop. So like sure na sila na, uy, guard the spike. Okay. That's big brain.
By Secret. Still, it's map number 1.
May natutunan guys, please don't expect sa rank games yung mga nakikita nyo dito kasi minsan sakit ko yan. Nag-expect ako sa rank games ng teamwork na napapanood ko pero wala nun.
Well,
okay, randoms yan. Randoms with own plays.
It's like
that sometimes would not make sense or hindi bagay yung playstyle nyo sa kanila.
Let's see how well Bren can do that. We still haven't seen the highlights. I just want to see a replay of everything that we've just witnessed so far.
Mga natututunan.
I mean, we're supposed to just cast one series a day, and I wasn't expecting that I would just lose my mind at the end of the first game.
Grabe.
Check that out again.
We've always had super interesting games we've casted, and we're very fortunate. We're very lucky that all these games that everybody has casted and every team has been providing has been excellent. You know, it's been such a wild ride. I would say even kind of wilder than our first stage.
Hindi mo ma-adapt talaga unless lahat kayong may comms, tas lahat kayo willing.
Maybe he
pero,
is also
like, nangyari yan sa rankot twice pa lang yung lahat. Pag sinabing, guys, let's default, tas nagdi-default lahat. Dalawang beses pa lang yung nangyari. Usually sabihin mo, guys, let's default, tas magpupush lahat sa mid.
Team Secret at every round had a certain player get a highlight.
Pag team kasi para kayong playing as one.
Kind of
Pag rank, you're playing as 5 that's trying to win. And it's so confusing.
Huge in the IQ for Valorant. But this is just phenomenal for Team Secret. Okay, we've been kind of singing the song, singing the praises of TS too much. For Bren's side, I gotta give it to EJ and Brain Freeze. These two were absolutely pivotal for being able to bring back the round.
Si EJ yung naging anchor nila.
You saw that before.
Kaya hindi sila agad natalo. A lot of rounds nung the time na nagka-comeback sila are opening frags from EJ.
So many things. It was a bit risky, but the risk or the
broken family,
the rewards really did outweigh the risks, and you see
right, good. It naman nagiging better habang tumataas. Nag-play ako sa Diamond Lobbies. The
still
players
very
are getting
close compared to
smarter.
the 11 to
Keep
6 that we
grinding.
were kind of given just a couple of rounds back.
Oh, look at
Keep
Jesse.
grinding.
He is
Guys,
so
ito
fired
lang.
up.
Ito
dude.
lang. Ito lang. It's like saying,
Again,
alam mo yung pag
and the
inawat ka
spirit
ng
of
tatay mo, tapos
competition is very, very strong in all of our
Come on,
players
ganun
and
lang
all
siya.
of our teams, and for
Kaya
very
nga.
good reason. Like you mentioned, Bren has been excellent in terms of the clutch, in terms of their
Si Arlo.
ability to just improve as the
May
days go
sariling
by.
mundo. Dalawa
And for a team
Dailo,
that's considered to be as young
the
as they
nonsense
are, and
plays.
honestly being
Like,
put as
hindi
the
magme-make sense
future
sa'yo.
of our scene.
The higher Dailo,
Because
the
most of
more
them
it
are
makes
Valorant
sense.
endemic, is
Lalo
the
na
thing.
pag kagaya
And
niyo.
everybody would love to
Kagaya
have
niyo, nanonood
that
kayo ng
pure
tournament, so
Valorant
you
team.
guys are
Anywho,
smarter.
Astrid, before we
Alam
throw
niyo
this
paano
to a
mag-play
break,
per time,
any
etc.
last thoughts before we
A
mosey
lot
on
of players
over?
just wanna kill, play
me
for
just
kills,
get
which
my
is
thought
like
on my tweet,
sakit sa
because I
Valorant
was gonna
talaga.
say, I'm
Play
gonna-
for kills is a big throw.
Gotta go to social media already.
Kasi dapat
you know how
goal
it is.
wins.
Anyways,
Pero,
guys, we're not done just yet.
that
This
time
best
ago,
of 3
there are
continues
players
when we
who
come back for
are
game number 2. You know how it is.
just-
Me and Raph will
Wala,
just go
ganun lang
on,
talaga sila.
and
They
we'll
can't
see you in a
think
bit.
other than to shoot things.
Making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. You go up every session, cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta make the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Yeah, I go to die when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoo.
Need to go.
A
Okay,
righteous
okay.
man don't know bad news.
Go,
Don't
review.
forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to
Ha,
get a
good
cashew.
luck sa
Bad
test mo
news.
later,
Sometimes
Jay.
life
Do
really suck
good,
like a
do good.
vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Ah, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make the...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as I fix my hair and Asarai fixes his thoughts because he is still on that social media rampage and he's having the time of his life. But look, he's trying to contain it as well as he can, but it's really not working. Just a quick reminder, this is map 2. So we had a pretty heated map 1 already, I would say. It was very interesting to see the number of strats that were employed and the way it was closed out, Asarai. I have to say, I never thought I'd see that in a pro game, quite honestly.
It feels like how do you say, styling plays, not even highlight, just styling on them.
So smart. Like,
yeah, because I was checking the tweets already from the secret players, and then Faye was like, "How do you like that bait play?" And everybody was just losing their minds off it. I was able to like see our replay, and I just heard my voice saying no, and it's trailing in the distance. Anyways,
he shadow stepped away.
Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna die from the coughing on.
It's okay. It's absolutely okay. Everything is not agreeing with us as of the moment. The precipitation and the humidity is murdering everybody. Absolutely. But
true.
But speaking of, I hope, honestly, I hope that Bren keep themselves together because their matches have still been very, very close despite the nature of how they lost it. So we really do see that pedigree of brilliance. We do see that shiny armor of black and gold, as we like to mention. But they kind of have to keep their composure because they tend to be a fairly emotional team. Maybe that's a byproduct of being young, but who knows?
Yeah, again, they really do, or a lot of our teams right now still revolve around that kind of factoid once again, you know, that they're not able to create these I think momentum plays like what EJ was able to do for Bren. We might have seen Bren get knocked off earlier than what we expected. So it still isn't the worst for Bren Esports here because they really, as you mentioned,
me too, Karim. I love watching them and learning from them.
Close, but now coming into a map that I feel that they might not have a good shot in. Breeze, I know that Icebox was banned out. And I think Fluffy was talking about it, that he was kind of weirded out because he knew that Bren was one of the teams that really struggled on Icebox. Team Secret actually was a team that fights really well on Icebox. But they decided to go for Breeze, which I think would also be something to watch out for because this is another map where Team Secret do like to use the Fade. Now, I can't remember if they will use Jeremy on the Fade this time or will it still be Vash. But regardless of, it really is pretty scary to go now against this new agent. As you saw, Bren not really have that many answers in some of the attacking sides when they had the Fade, especially with that Haunt combo that they had. It's very scary, very difficult to deal with, and very push heavy onto the side. Really disables everything, especially when you have a KO just coupling that in with the KO blades.
That is true, and I like how, thematically speaking too, that I feel like Secret's kind of reminding Bren that, hey man, you guys kind of relax. There's still such a long game to play, and some of those retaliations we saw were just very, once again, very apt. And a little bit of banter, a little bit of friendly banter has never hurt anybody, but you know, we are in a field of professionals, guys, so we gotta kind of tone it down a bit. But as I mentioned, right, the things that Secret have to consider is that EJ's op has been a win condition for Bren, and it's been working out so many rounds towards the tail end of the first map, and now we play on a map like Breeze where typically we will see that chamber almost all the time. We're gonna see that jet, so it just adds to so many layers that Secret have to maneuver. And like I mentioned, right, once they lose that controller, the scramble for Secret become that much more messy. They love to funnel those spikes in much more controllable fashions. Because they have a controller.
I don't know why.
And that's the science behind it all. But we're not discounting the fact that Secret is still a mechanically insane team, much like
I don't know why you can hear it. It's so far away.
Well, with all of that, we're just still waiting for the Agent Select to undergo. I wonder what Bren will be able to do now to add even more. Because we talk about EJ and everything, but Brain Freeze was also doing a couple of waves here and there. But it seems like the rest, like Savvy, has been having issues with, I don't know, maybe just facing against Bren. Maybe it's the utility usage of Bren that really throws off the defense because they're expecting, you know, more of a firefight. But Team Secret just really loves to make everything easier by having a composition that the utility works for them. And I've said this multiple times. This was the kind of DNA that we saw when they were still Brand Esports themselves, when they were Team Adroit, going back to 2021, 2020. This was really the de facto personality of this Team Secret roster. And it just comes in at a different face into the series.
I'm sorry.
You're
I
laughing
was
about
trying to
that?
fix my hair. But
okay,
I completely
all
agree
good.
with you. Like this is this is where you kind of cycle through all those styles that you've already practiced, you've experienced. Because I'm a firm believer that nothing truly gets outmoded. I feel like it just goes back, down the line when newer strats, more effective strats become a priority. Because sometimes, let's just say you're strictly anti-stratting for the newer meta, which most likely includes Fade, Chamber, etc., etc. Right? But what if you run into a comp that's incredibly generalist, like let's say the Omen, the Cypher? It's the very very base double initiator plus a duelist and whatnot. So those specific anti-strats could potentially be played around. That being said, Bren has shown that to a degree, Secret as well. And again, these matches have been so close, Astra. It's really hard to tell who's dominating who.
Well, at the end of the day, even if you show such a dominant performance, if you're not the one that hits the 13 on the rounds, if we don't go to overtime, you still get yourself a winner and a non-winner. So
a non-winner, what does that mean, Astra? Should I say
someone who didn't win? Someone who didn't win.
What is synonymous to not winning, Astra? Okay, let me just be the translator for Astra. In the world, there are two types of people. There are winners, and Astra is laughing. He can't take it again. And losers. Okay, there you go. We throw it out there. It's just the nature of competition. It's incredibly cutthroat. When you're not winning, you're losing, and that's just how it is, guys. You just kind of have to take that criticism in stride, because that's how you get better. Yeah, take the L, bro. Hold the L. Much like G10 when he proved to be a defender of modern Eminem fans. What are you doing, man? And obviously getting his prediction wrong. But I feel like this could be the day where it changes, as we do go on Breezu, or at least is a map that's fairly robust for both sides.
Well, let's see the lock-ins before anything. Hot Sauce going to be playing on a more aggressive Sentinel this time with the Chamber. We're still not yet at the newer patch, so we will not be seeing Chamber with just the one trademark. So for those who are still wondering, it's still going to be good. Basically about mirror matchup for the most part. I honestly thought that Red would be bringing out maybe the Fate at this time, but they're just going to match aggression for aggression with almost the same, just Witch having a bit of a flash. I do like this though, because the thing with this, actually KO's a flash, what am I talking about? But anyways, having a flash that helps you clear out where the wall doesn't separate the site is going to be incredibly crucial. That will give Dubstep some time, some freedom of space to just start moving in. And depending on how this goes, I also do like how the regrowth is a top-off mechanic for Team Secret, because that means that they're going to be a lot more confident, or at least a lot more, what's the word, ballsy, or wanting to at least go for the firefights. And if they don't lose, they just take HP damage. They can always get topped off by wins.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What did you say? Nah, I'm joking. Yeah, again, the longevity and the sustain that a Sky potentially provides, it's not something that Bren can discount, considering that Bren have been going for these non-committal hidden run styles. Since they don't have that Sky, they just don't have the luxury of having that extra EHP. And considering its wits, we've seen wits absolutely destroy.
Of course, none other than your one and only Insanity.
I find the Sky's kit
Hello,
quite
Hermie,
interesting because
kamusta?
it's so
How
good
are you,
offensively
bro?
and it's great defensively. So it's no wonder why she's such a favorite of a lot of our teams and a lot of our players.
Yeah. But I like KO more now. I'm sorry. I really
Why
did
are you
enjoy
sorry?
Sky.
I don't get it. What's with the apology? As we see that Secret, they push forward with no apologies whatsoever. They don't care if they're forgiven or not. Hot Sauce! Perched up a little too long, brooding too much.
Some gift na lang.
Batman
Yun,
and
let's
Jeremy,
go. Toast
much
to
like
that.
Deadshot, finding two targets very quickly and
Kung nandun ka kanina,
my.
sobrang nakakakaba na.
Now,
Sobrang grabe.
Borgums is holding the cross here on double doors. He's already spotted a brain freeze. And now we're just down to EJ. Dubstep, though, could be the second victim. EJ's already expended a dash of his, and Dubstep playing Ape-Labs.
Oh
Tries
my!
to track and anticipate where EJ is going to be popping off with his head. That was
That's actually
a little bit weird from Hot Sauce. He got a
we can learn from that.
Not even bamboozled, just caught off guard.
Free Fire where they
Jeremy
might
was just
go.
so fast coming out from tunnel. He wasn't even expecting that to happen. Apologetic from Jeremy.
Unapologetic. And
Actually,
very
tinrap niya.
smooth in their execution. Once again,
Wala, baby G.
how is Secret winning
Sabi ko
their
nga kanina,
pistols?
baby
What
natin
is
lahat muna
Coach
siya.
Fate doing?
Payag ako.
Because we love to make fun of Secret always dropping the first 2 rounds, but that is
Sinanalo
them no
AE.
more. They've been consistently winning, if not the most successful first 2-round team we have in the stage. Jeremy is gonna settle for that sheriff. He does have that headhunter to really bolster his bank, and very, very fitting for Chamber. On the side of Bren, it does look like they're just gonna concede this round. A lot of Hall's control. Ah, yes.
Yes. Hello, darkness, my old friend. We meet again.
That we do. As the Technical Pause podcast returns with Raf and Asarai.
Tech pause.
Asarai, how are you? It looks like it is a very lovely sunny day on Breeze today, with a forecast of quite a bit of violence between Team Secret and Bren Esports. Don't you think?
Yeah. It is. It is. I mean, these are two teams that I think, again, are very contrasting with how they play. So, always is very exciting because, again, you do see the different philosophies of how they're just gonna shoot down the well. And you know, that's actually kind of scary if you look at what that was with the bear. Because you know how it kind of reminds me of the Silence of the Lambs. I was just kind of thinking about it.
Hey, the younger audience is not gonna get that, man. I'm
All
just
right.
saying. Also, guys, the Silence
It puts
of
the
the
lotion
Lambs
on it
is,
on its skin.
Yeah, it's a movie you should watch. Culture yourselves, enrich yourselves. Do it now. Well, maybe
Yes.
not now while the game is going, as Dubstep wants to get a foot in the door.
Sabi?
He's gonna have the
Ganda nung flash!
But with a classic, he still does considerable damage. Dubstep's already considered a bonus for him. As he is
Perfect
gonna
flash
swing
by
out,
Zaf.
even nearly finds
Savvy.
Borkum, which is there to
Even
support.
gets Borkum's
And
a shield.
now, like you mentioned, Asarai, that sustain is just gonna be so problematic, even more so accentuated by the fact that they only have classics. Barring Hot Sauce, of course, who has the
Yan na
trademark.
si Jeremy, nilabas na si Jeremy.
You mean Headhunter?
I mean, Headhunter, my goodness. The trademark nerf is pretty hurting. You know, it is hurting me bad. I'm down bad.
Teleport's ready.
I remember you saying that a lot.
Well, that I do at times. Jeremy and Wits, they have no problems taking this bonus away. A very, very good one.
Enemy remaining.
Dubstep being the only real gun that they lost. It's not even in a position where... Okay.
Okay, Bash. Alright. We see.
Whoa.
Are they gonna allow him to keep the Spectre though? I mean,
I
it's
don't
not
think
a
so.
bad idea. I mean, it's not a bad idea because like next round he's gonna be able to buy what, a rifle? So maybe.
Maybe, maybe not.
That's a good start.
Well, what are we talking about?
If
here
na-headshot
now?
ni Savvy
I am, I got lost in our conversation there, Asarai.
Apologies
Yes.
for that.
It's okay. I love how Jesse's like, I'm still gonna walk. I know you see me, but I'm gonna walk towards you menacingly. Come here so I can stab you. And Symbol was like, what? No. Start backpedaling, start shooting Jesse. Very, very sharp review of all those interesting interesting turn of events, Asarai. But we do finally see a gun round here. We do finally see a proper gun round.
Gun round might not matter as much, but hold the phone. EJ comes in, says ring ring, answer or else. Or here he is, fully blinded by Wits. Does have the cover of the Cloudburst, and I don't think they know that he's right there. He's already swinging, looking to go for the ace, tapping heads, taking names, and winning hearts. My heart, in specific. Look at that ace from EJ.
That is an ace that everybody loves to see. EJ has proven to be one of the shining spots of the series. Super
Enemy
clean
remaining.
by
Just
just a reminder of how lethal everybody here is.
Ay, sorry, hindi pala naka full
They
screen.
did have a lot of attention being put towards elbow. Not entirely sure if Secret want to do that again, but maybe the read is here. It does look like they are preparing for a very aggressive take towards cave, as the pop flash is ready, but the counter flash is even there. Vash should be the first to fall
Naubos.
here, but
Naubos
EJ gets
yung
sprayed down
one-taps.
by the Vandal. Jesse still remains undiscovered, or at least unshaken by the fact that he's getting peppered down. Dubstep has moved himself towards the front end of the Hall's position, waiting for any would-be rotators, would-be assisters on the side of Bren. And the Sword Force comes out. Has it been used? Has it found its value? Could potentially do so. Nearly!
What?
Okay.
Oh, Dubstep with the flank, almost picking up the 3.
One enemy remaining.
Wits now already at the back of the site, finds Brain Freeze. It's all on the lonesome symbol. Will he be the symbol of hope? They know where he exactly will be. Back away. Want to set the crossfire before anything else. And force symbol to come in to the spider's web.
Kung ako yan, magsasave na ako.
He is
Magsasave
hoping
na lang
that
ako,
somebody
Lance.
gets a little bit more antsy. But look at the setup crossfire from Team Secret. The double up from the two, and then Bash is jumping up and down trying to see where he's going to be. I really love this position. Look at that. It's actually well hidden from the stairs, and he'll have to go wide peak on orange or yellow. You know, whatever you want to call this particular spot. And just peek
It's within that color spectrum. You know, it's orange, it's yellow.
Same.
It's not the black and blue
Same
or
na.
the white. Was it the
Hindi ko
white
na
and gold
susubukin.
debacle that everybody was super on a
nag-save
few
na
years
din.
back?
Oh my god.
Do you remember that? The
Walang
dress. Do you
food
remember the
with
dress?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh,
I
the
never
age is
tried to
showing.
realize or never tried to find the answer to that because I was already having a headache. So
Let me check
I
this
never
one.
really
It's
find the answer.
whatever, dude. Just wear what you want. Like,
All right. Back to the matter at hand though. That was some timely flank from one. Just absolutely timely from him.
yeah, I have a theory that we get sidetracked the most on Breeze. Maybe it's the very beachy-like environment, the atmosphere of it all. And maybe it's because the teams tend to love really going for strong defaults in a lot of gunfights. So strategy may take a little bit of a backseat. It's obviously there, the base is there, but nothing like super flashy comes out for the most part, as Hall's control is number one on the priorities of Secret. They move forward, they take a little bit more space. Hot Sauce attention is trained towards this opening door now. Does this open up enough time for the rest of Secret to crawl up towards cave, or are they going for yet another bait play? We have a bit of a flank guard in the form of Jeremy towards elbow, as EJ is very curious, maybe a little too curious for his own good. I think he sees the trap. Jeremy could potentially use this as contact. Jeremy is wary. The back has been turned. And the rest of Secret still continue their quiet march. Jeremy's still trying to relay as much information as he can. But first contact could come at any single moment now. It's Dubstep, deafened by Symbol's Vandal shots. Brain freeze. Oh, still not getting... Eventually falling to Jeremy, right? I mean, my goodness, they stayed on that lurk for so long, Asarai.
It's going to be absolutely important that they get the kill on Savvy. This will not allow Hot Sauce any form of confidence to start pushing in whatsoever. And Jeremy was able to reposition, so he can rotate all the way back. The problem now lies, I think he's still kind of second-guessing that somebody might be lurking to challenge him, to take him down. And this will ruin possibly... The 3 versus 3 was supposed to ensue. It's now 2 versus 3. The question is, do they have post plan? Okay, they do. I'm just gonna be quiet now. This is
one enemy remaining.
Nah. Oh, yeah. Jeremy went on top. Okay, never mind. Such a clean round. I was gonna say maybe they got outnumbered, but you don't know the power that the Force gives, the Hunter's Fury gives. So there you go.
You didn't get the line right again. Every time you get a Star Wars line wrong, it just... Ooh, Asarai. The dark side. You know what I mean? But, again, we're all nerds in our own right, so you guys, just shut up. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm Mandela affecting stuff, so it's fine.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what? How does that even Mandela affect to anything? Like, anyway.
Because I don't know the proper line.
So, is this a reference to "No, I am your father" is
Yes.
I mean, Luke, I'm your father is actually no, I'm your father. Anyway, guys, explaining Star Wars and casting the game, I am living my life. As Xavier AK is not. He is denied of whatever staying power he would have potentially wanted. Jesse swings, you know, turning back the years and turning up the aggression. As Dubstep and the rest of Secret look to, or at least are poised to take this eco round away from Bren. And everybody from Bren trying to funnel in from double doors. Hot Sauce gets caught off guard. And Dimbolt tries to do as much as he can with that Vandal. But drawing blanks, drawing outlines, as Jeremy creeps up, tries to get the finishing kill, but it's Borkum to feed his ult orb economy. They do have quite a bit of ults here, Asterai, so either way, if this is a gun round or not, which most likely will be, it'll be so difficult on the side of Bren.
EJ's brought his operator. The boomstick. He'll need this to lead the charge for Bren. This is still very much doable for the boys in black and yellow. Should be able to make things work here. EJ looking to, from the looks of things, actually go for the B site as his first trial. Which is not, I mean, it's a 50-50, which whatever. And now, with that purchase buy that they do have, or the purchase power that they do have, Brandon's going to be calling timeout, looking into what the utilities or ultimate specifically they pertain or have as of the moment. Hot Sauce with the tour de force, so they could go for a double op setup here technically. This might not be a bad idea since Team Secret don't have a KO. Hot Sauce can be absolutely aggressive with his positioning, and even though Team Secret should be able to read this when they check out the money, it still is such a very big threat. So I'm wondering how they're going to be panning this out. That being said, Borkum and Wits really have good ultimates to counter operators. So there's going to be a dynamic here where Team Secret have an advantage before Team Secret, or Bren have an advantage before Team Secret get into the sites.
I think one potential outcome could, if Bren or at least Secret decide to go for this full-on B retake, maybe they can use Xavi as anti-post plant. They could pop that ult just so they can't use their abilities to once again just really abuse that post plant and open up the sidelines for their operators. No Viper Wall. What else did they have? No more potential Cloud Burst from the side of EJ, and just really forcing them to go into those raw peaks and dry peaks. But things have slowed down once more, Astrai. Yet another period of pretty mundane movement, as Symbol has been aggressing this quite a bit in previous rounds. This time around, he uses the drone. You do see Seekers come out quite early, and EJ is going to be fully blind. He makes his way towards CT very, very safely. Hot Sauce is here on the retake too. This KO ult could potentially just pop the moment they get towards here, but not in time, as Borkum has already popped that Viper's Pit, making this incredibly perilous despite them getting that that null command off. They're very hesitant as the moment. They're still trying to coagulate towards CT. Fragment is going to flush out one member, but look how close Dubstep and Borkum are. Dubstep will pay for his over-aggression as Xavi pops it. The null command is still in play. Borkum playing in his pit will get denied by Brain Freeze. Witch straight out. Jeremy's a little too far away, and suddenly it's Jesse Bash all alone on this post plant. But you know what? Doesn't matter. EJ is a stone's throw away, and it's very low. One more hit. Didn't even need to be a headshot. Jesse makes sure.
Thank you.
And yet another round on the board for Secret.
Again, it's a difficult endeavor for Bren to retake the site because they went for the double op setup again. I was mentioning that if Team Secret bleed into the site, they would have to fight inside the Viper's Pit. Granted, Symbol, Brain Freeze, they were hitting some really good shots to help them on that retake, but you can already see the difficulties of both Hot Sauce and EJ just to take the site back. That last pulse on the recon dart was absolutely beautiful. Final nail in the coffin allowed Jesse Bash just to reposition for a position that EJ would just not know, because they saw him last at B main, so they were probably expecting, oh, he's just gonna maybe line up something, look through B main towards the spike. But no, he wanted to play a closer angle because he knew that EJ was just incredibly low. One bullet was enough, so getting closer against an operator is just what the doctor ordered. Now Dubstep, he's come into the site, nobody's here, and Bren has forgotten this with Hot Sauce
going for the hero off buy. This is very interesting. Back will get devoured by the Hunter Spirit, but not before he does get the plant on the spike, but Borgos respawn as well. Oh my goodness.
This is suddenly so
Gulay.
a
Gulay
very
tayo.
expensive round on both sides already. As everybody's still trying to plant their feet. Hot Sauce making the op work, giving it some value, giving it a lot of value. But Wits is still on the rampage. He sees the shoulder of Xavi. Xavi trying to land a shot here. But we even see Jeremy's tour de force
weird.
just to zone even further. They know even the presence of
Hindi ko alam,
Jeremy is going to be enough. But Xavi remains unfazed. But was it for his health? Apparently not. The duel of both chambers. One with a custom rifle and one with a standard operator. And a round on the board.
Mamatay yan.
For Secret yet
What?
again. At the very least, they saved the operator and making that even such a dangerous, how would I put this, task.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Gucci gun. Also, that kill onto Savvy actually hurt Hot Sauce because, okay, we'll probably see it on the highlight here, right there. So where he died, the AoE for the Tour de Force actually stops Hot Sauce from running into the side without getting slowed, if I saw that correctly. So that meant that Hot Sauce really was just forced to back away because he was like, yeah, am I really gonna peek Jeremy when I'm slowed down and he's like hella cracked? Probably not. Just back away. Save the 4,700 operator compared to the 0 cost Tour de Force, right? Yeah, there you go.
Not really 0. It's like.
Is it 4.7 or 4.750? Again, the numbers escape me.
I think so. 4,750 back then, and then
Back
it's 4.7
then, right?
now. Yeah,
4.7 now. I see.
Yeah.
I'm glad your memory is very good, Asar, considering how old you are.
Wow. Yeah, you know, I drink Memo Gold
Flash.
Plus. Memo Gold Plus.
Asar is not actually that old yet. He's at least 65. As Dubstep has 1 bullet, and it was meant for Hot Sauce, and that operator immediately denied of any presence whatsoever. Xavi will return the favor, removing the enemy chamber from the equation. Symbol could potentially be the victim of bad timing, but he tries to go for the widest swing in the world. Unfortunately for him, it goes a little too wide. Brain Freeze didn't even have a chance to retaliate as the utility is coming through and it's pumping Bren with so much trouble, but the gunfights still pretty much equal here. 1v2.
Whoa!
Xavi will get shot by Wits. And you see Jesse still comfortably playing post plant there. Very, very strong hold by Wits, who is the king of stairs apparently. Would that mean was it Brain Freeze was the last alive? No, it wasn't, right? It was EJ.
I think it was Brain Freeze. Oh no, Savvy.
No, it's Xavi. Oh my goodness, it was both. This is not the first time we've seen a robot stumble because of stairs. As we know that our machine friends are very, very how would I put this, allergic to such arcade inventions for the more bipedal people like us.
Unless you're also Poe from Kung Fu Panda. You know. Anyways, ooh, that was a beautiful crossfire between I believe that was EJ and Savvy 8K. Also, Hot Sauce comes into the party. He doesn't want to get left behind. He wants to dance, sizzle, shoot. This bullet's got your name on it. Come on, peek me. Oh, Brain Freeze. This is perfect. Team Secret don't know. He's about to hit the timing on this one. Nobody's just checking the back of things, and Hot Sauce is baiting so much in terms of the money game. Brain Freeze goes to the spot and already gonna have to throw out his utility. But he got the pinch beautifully executed. Now Vash with 21. Not his age, only his HP. But I think he can still make it happen. All right, hang on. Hold on, because Vash is going to try to do something right now. Let's get the separation. Gets it. 2 bullets and a dream. He will charge up and still get these. Come on, Cole. Ice in his veins. I'm going to give it to him already. Sheesh. From Jesse Vash. What a absolute read against the rest of Bren Esports. We got to have a replay on that one. What?
Ice Cold Jesse, and that's why they call him that, man. Again, Jesse just shows up for the biggest moments, makes himself at home, and makes it known that they're stuck in there with him, not the other way around. And maybe this is also one of, you know, maybe it's a friendly scolding from Jesse. Jesse's like, you know what, guys, you gotta rock that black and gold with the utmost respect. And Jesse, who is a veteran of so many titles, proves why he is still on top. And now, yet another more passive default here on the side of Bren, barring that forward position of I think that's Brain Freeze. I love that little nod that EJ did. It's like, I know.
I also
Oh my
have to
goodness,
wonder.
he doesn't get spotted.
Vash changed to a frenzy, man. How was he not punished from that? That's a misbeat there, but yeah, he got through. EJ now finding the timing, but Borkum so prepared for it already, hard lurking at double doors. That's a big blow. Again, EJ's operator has been pivotal, but once they can figure out what he really wanted to do, once they figure out that EJ is straining himself to find any modicum of a pick, it's not going to be good. And Jesse Vash, no. He gets another one with the third on that pulse. Not a kill, but a tag. But anything to help you get information and damage, they'll definitely take. Jeremy spots out Savvy 8K, and this is an uphill battle at the start of the round. We're now just left with Savvy. Well, he does have the clutch genes, but against the roster of Team Secret, maybe not. Hold on, Savvy's hitting some nasty taps. 3 versus 1. Vash on the very long lurk. If he backs away into this, he's gonna get swung by the man himself, and Savvy don't know. He got the 3K, but Vash was already there. He was fighting hard for his life, for his round, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to matter here and now, Rap.
They are so dead.
This is so hard to watch if you're a Bren fan, because Secret, they've had their reads, their positioning, and their... Well, like I mentioned, the strategy has been utmost perfect. Bren have to make some sort of adjustment here, otherwise Secret might just run away. And considering this is still the first half, oh my goodness, this is probably their second most dominating performance we've seen so far, at least on the stage. What do we have available for Bren for them to mount a comeback? I think the null command is still there. Yes, it is. Symbol is quite close to the Hunter's Fury. If he can manage to get that, then their post-plant, or rather their retake woes, are going to be less of a burden. Now we finally see such an aggressive null command here. What do they want to do with this? What are they planning on capitalizing? Dubstep, holding down the corner, providing a little bit of safety and a little bit of a crossfire for anybody daring enough to walk into shop. But now with that null command out of the way, Secret have a huge window of just trying to win out the utility shuffle. We have wits on that flash and whatnot. And this time around, they forego that heavy 5-handed attack, leaving Jeremy to lurk as Dubstep falls to the Spectres. Borkom forced to use that Viper's Pit. Jesse playing with the utmost confidence, being very forward. Attack is gonna come through, but so far nobody has fallen yet. Bren, they hold strong. Jesse has been ruining their dreams and aspirations of winning this round, but Freeze refuses to back down, to bow down. Jeremy has a long trek to go, and honestly, they can just stick this.
Yep. Wait, maybe
No way.
if he still swings.
No way.
No time,
Did they
but
let
he
go?
could just maybe make it expensive. They're not going to let it go. He opens the door, not in the nick of things. They had plenty of understanding of the time to defuse, so really a solid round for Bren. They made Team Secret work for that site, and in the end, Secret lost more than they were willing, or that they were already giving.
Enemy down.
Really good stuff for them, and that starting kill onto Borkum definitely helped out the case of, or Dispenser definitely helped out the case of Bren there.
Now we have a halftime. We've seen crazier comebacks, and Bren is the team that is incredibly capable of doing that. Are we gonna see another overtime master? It just feels like it's not a series of, you know, you and me. It wouldn't be a series I would cast if if it didn't go into overtime. But maybe I could be cursing it. Maybe I could be jinxing it. Who knows?
Well, you know what? I would like for you to jinx it. Maybe we can go into overtime. Maybe we can go into game number 3. It never really is a surefire thing, right? That's why we have these rounds. Even though we see the 10 to 12, all that stats and everything, all of the round scores, excuse me, there is always a chance for Brent here. And we've said this before. It's like a general thing that we keep saying, but really do feel like Brent is one of those teams that can really make things happen in that particular fashion, especially with how they've been playing as of recent. I think the problem now lies with them that their setups have been just ripped apart by Team Secret. And the only player that has really gone mad aggressive on Bren without any support, without any backup, has been EJ. So I think this disconnect between EJ and the rest of Bren might really be hurting their case. Maybe they double up, or because we do have this side swap, there will just be a little bit more synchronicity between this or throughout this this team, right? So that if that happens, maybe we could see a flash of rounds be brought up by Bren.
I have the spike.
We do say that a lot, that teams can still come back. But that's just a testament of how elite the competition is in our region and basically in every VCT. Just it's been full of surprises. It's been so difficult to call. But statistically speaking, this is a very, very tough mountain for Bren to climb. A lot of presence towards elbow. But look at Secret. They have other collabs. Okay, but EJ gets a beautiful collat, a beautiful two-piece onto Wits. Borkum has a valiant effort. Once again, the Sheriff is one of the most iconic 6-shooters. He is still waiting for the duel, but Jeremy with the classic, knowing that he was solo on HT.
Just di nila na-plan.
To
212.
overdo his shots.
212 to. Di nila na-plan.
Probably have to. I mean, not a lot. You don't really know a lot of teams that play VCT that go for force buys. So you probably won't see Bren do the same thing. I would love to see a force buy right about now. But,
okay.
Yeah.
I want to argue with you. If they don't force, then that's 10 rounds that they have to play at the basically at an immaculate level. They really have to be perfect.
I honestly agree. 100%.
Maka-first sila kung
they probably won't.
I
I just did. Check the replay. Somebody clip that. All right.
Check the VOD! Check the demo!
Watch what's this. Okay, I'm just dying now. But you know who also is dying? People to Bash's Marshall already. And Team Secret, they're smelling blood in the water. They're chasing for the kills now. Dubstep. There it is. Bash just hitting basically everything, putting so much into his ultimate con. 3 versus 2. Still somewhat palatable if you think about it, because Hot Sauce still does have the Headhunter, but Jeremy's Lurk is about to hit. And he will not miss a shot to take that beat. Vandal will be reclaimed. Now this is where it gets a little bit hairy. Bren do have that buying power, but as you mentioned, they gotta play immaculate. Pristine, perfect, no mistakes whatsoever.
I mean, I feel like this was the only window that they could force, because if they won this force, then they somewhat reset the economy of a potentially upgrading Secret, but the window has passed, and potentially the match point for Secret here. Bren, they have to hold on, they have to hold strong. Do they anticipate the aggression? Once again, it's Jeremy escaping, or not escaping rather, just rendezvousing out of danger. Borkum playing very close, but he will get discovered. Could potentially fall here. Symbol is going to give him a handful of utility to think upon. But look at that.
Na sila.
Relatively unscathed.
Na sila.
Walking out and walking back to the safety of his teammates here. Jeremy still trying to play the long angle here. Could find a little bit of contact. That door is giving him second thoughts if he should push up or not.
Stop being weird.
Very ballsy move by Borkum here, considering he has a Spectre, and that's exactly why that was such a brave maneuver. But EJ is much, much smoother.
Here.
It looked like EJ was like a Beyblade for some reason there. Just like looking left and right, 180s all around. In any case, EJ way out in the open now. Savvy, a Herculean effort to try to get the clutch in, as he is caught rocking a hard place. Can't really maneuver too much. Everybody just all around, and Team Secret will be able to clean this second game much quicker than what we saw in the first one. 13-2, and the series is over.
Oh, a heartbreaker for Bren. But Secret, they're not letting go of that that dominating mantle, that
But
top
Blurred,
spot,
but Blurred
as easily, or at least with as little resistance as one would think. Look at that, number 1, Jesse Vash, reminding everybody who's at the top spot. Look at all that, the high fives all around.
And Dispenser with the Korean hearts. A little bit of
They're
blurring there
yeah,
onto
they're
Jeremy.
so strong.
Not sure why was that, but overall, we end the series with a
Ang bilis
bit of a bang
natapos
there,
ng Team
Rap, of what we
Secret.
saw with Team Secret just understanding basically
Wow.
everything. It feels like they have a
13-2.
playbook into almost all scenarios that is
Wow.
there, whether it's how their opponents play or in a more general standpoint what their opponents have. And for example, you know how I mentioned that there's a huge
Grabe.
chance that Bren will go double operator because it's risky, but it might make sense. And look at how they played. They
Parang
pushed more
nakipagpusta.
outside of elbow, started pushing through tunnel,
Grabe.
and actually basically forced EJ and Hot Sauce
Bren looked
to
so
fight at angles that
confused.
they're not really expecting at, and then Borkum just uses his own ultimate so that they'll have to peek inside the Viper's pit just to even have a chance to let go of the shots of their operators, which is, I think, what Team Secret was banking on. Bren were still fighting back, but again, the lack of rifles on 2 key members of Bren really hurt the case, I think, for that retake. And it really did show how clean and expansive
Clutch
Team
ni- oh,
Secret's
grabe din yung
understanding
clutch.
of
Ni-
opponents
ni
and
Ninja Secret.
opponents' utility really is.
Grabe Team Secret.
I mean, if Secret had an anti-strat for every team, that honestly surprises nobody. They put so much time and effort when it comes to their strategy. You can really tell how much they drill everything, coming from the defaults to the rotations and whatnot. And considering that Secret will always have a really big target on their back that people will always try to anti-strat for. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's an anti-strat right there. Maybe I will knife the Silva, so I
Si
don't
Jeremy,
waste
diba?
bullets.
Sinend ko sa
Jesse
kanya.
Vash probably, and Jesse Vash later on in the round. Hey, before that, I have to say that was such a crisp, clean ace
Yeah.
from EJ.
One of the
Grabe
few
yung
rounds
EJ.
that they got because of EJ, by the way. EJ,
Imagine!
Oh, yeah.
I think this entire game,
2
this entire
rounds.
series was
And
just
that one
banger.
That
But
one
there is
round
really so much that just one
dun
person
sa
can
2
do.
was EJ's
The rest
ace.
of Brent felt like they were lagging behind. And again, I don't really want to sound like I'm coaxing against the players of
Dito,
Brent
Jesse
here,
Vash
but
was
the
literally
stats really just don't
21
buy it.
HP.
It felt like they were just not able to get the punishes they were hoping for. Plus this
This
one as
is-
well.
That's
He
my
got the-
favorite strat, dude.
Yeah, he
Like,
got the tag on Vash, and he still somehow loses the fight when Vash was switching up to the Frenzy, which was very weird.
I mean, I understand the frenzy choice because he wanted the extra mobility, but that was my favorite strat in the secret strat book. Let Jesse clutch. I see. A tale as old as time. But with you being well,
Quick scope.
let's just be real here, guys. Everybody, and I mean everybody, has all their eyes on all these players in front, and it just so happens that Bren is under the microscope
beses
right
din
now
ang
because of,
5-man
like
mid
you mentioned,
ang-
some questionable plays. But of course, that's a byproduct of how
Lalo sa
excellent
Eco.
Secret have been. That every single opponent that Bren has, or rather Secret have faced, it's been a pure dismantling. That's why they've been undefeated. The Science and the Brawn, they've been working hand in hand, and it's just so difficult to stop.
Well, speaking of difficulties about stopping, we're going to have to stop ourselves right now because the series is over. Really wanted to see a game number 3 with that one. But for the meantime, guys, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, it's the panel and interview for Team Secret's victory in this series against Bren. So, guys, don't go anywhere.
Nandito pa ba yung gusto mag-game? Pero wala na.
Is it possible we could last forever? Never, never.
Game 2, 13-2. Jomar, 13-2. By a landslide. Parang inantok ako. 3 hours lang tulog ko. I have 3 hours sleep. I'm running on caffeine. Laban ng Alpha, win din sila. They won against Oasis. I wanna see it. Wait, let me show you this. Yun, tatlo na lang upcoming matches. Ito, Haven, 13-7. Icebox, 10-13. Breeze, 13-11. Tulog na siguro ko, mga 10. Para ma-reset na yung body clock. I slept 4 a.m. or 4, actually 4:30. Then I woke up 7. I'm on 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm on 2.5 hours sleep. Kaya ako nag-coffee. I need caffeine. AEP versus Team Secret sa 22. 22, here we go. Looking good. APH lang to yun. Sino nakatalo? I think Team Secret beat APH? No. Who beat APH? Oh, Oasis beat APH. Okay, Oasis beat APH. Score is... Score is... 13-7, 10-13, and then 13-11. With a big 1v2 clutch by the Insanity. It close out the map. Tatlo pa. Bakit serve mo? Kasi sila yung pang-feed. Sheesh, let's go. 3 more. Chance Rift rematch. Pag pareho sila nakapunta sa playoffs. So, mga kalaban nila, mamaya ko na i-study. May matches pa na so tomorrow may matches ang naos and our queue. I think we're gonna have a better prediction tomorrow kung sino yung pasok at hindi. Guys, thank you for watching my stream. I'm gonna head out kasi series is done. If you wanna watch the panel and the interview, you can go ahead. Go sa mismong YouTube stream that I'm watching. See you again tomorrow. Bukas ang laban nila. Wait. Wow, 11 a.m. sila bukas. Early. Tomorrow, they're gonna have a match. First game of the day will be Alpha Esports versus SBE. So I'm gonna see you guys again tomorrow. Magpapahinga muna ako. And then, yeah. Looks good. And then Alpha versus RQ. And then finally, Alpha versus Team Secret. GG! Thank you so much sa inyo. See you again. And then viewers game soon. I will do the viewers game soon. Bye-bye! GG! Early. Oo nga eh. I hope makaabot ka, Eugenia. Bye, Eugenia Francis Ruiz. Uy, silent viewer ka. Lipat naman kay Jin. Yes, sir po. Ah, sige, sige. Actually, i-raid ko si Jin. Wait, i-raid ko si Jin. Panalo TS, yes, sir. Wait lang. I'm gonna raid Jin with you guys. Bye-bye, bye-bye, GG's. Nasaan yung raid? Wait lang. I'm gonna raid. Rudu. And stream Jin. Ay, AE. Jin. Uy, ba't di ko makita si Jin? AE Jin, 819. Ba't di ko makita si Jin? Oh? Ayaw lumabas ni Jin. Punta na lang kayo dun. Ayaw! Ayaw ni lumabas ni Jin. Punta na lang kayo sa stream niya, guys. Ayaw talaga. Bye-bye, guys! See you tomorrow. Hindi ko makita si Jin. I'm just gonna post the link of this stream, not like, ano. Ayan. Bye-bye! Thank you, Dan, Eugenia.